咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下惡下睇漏眼，仲喊都冇能為力。睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息。偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡。成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益。看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。
I didn't find anything. What about you guys?
Got a pistol, almost nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Probably not the best place to land. Hey, Rowan.
What? I thought we could make it to Camp Bravo.
Yeah, like I was saying, probably not because it's too far.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. At least I marked a spot on the map instead of yabbering about jiu-jitsu.
Wow.
Have you guys read the patch notes? Apparently there's something new about destructible buildings and terrain.
Adam, shut up. That's ridiculous.
I'm just thinking we should probably keep it in mind.
Yeah, okay, I guess we should head to literally anywhere else because there's no loot here.
Oh my god, Ben, you are literally the worst. At least I marked a
Ah! Shit, what was that?
Oh, run for cover! But where? We're in the middle of nowhere, Rowan.
Let it go, Ben.
There's a hay shack. Go, 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 go.
If only I had some loot.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, it's just a scratch. Anyone have any bandages?
Nah, nothing, sorry. I couldn't find any loot. Just a bad spot to land, unfortunately.
What is your deal, bro?
Using guns in PUBG, landing places with loot.
Are we
that I
safe
can
behind
so
here?
where did you
Yeah, of course we're
recommend we
safe. We're behind a house.
Oh,
What? How? I'm pretty sure that's the update I was talking about. Adam, don't be ridiculous! Okay, I think what we need to do here... Wooden check! Go, 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 go! Okay. God, that was close. Does anyone have any stims?
Nah, sorry, man. I didn't get any loot at all. Mostly because of where we landed, you know?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. You know, why don't you go take him out with your shitty jiu-jitsu?
Does anyone
Wow.
feel like we're in a nursery rhyme? Oh my god, Adam, shut up. This does not feel safe. Adam, man, we're behind a wooden building, okay? I mean, of course we're safe. Oh god. Concrete building, go, go, go! Okay, surely we're safe here, right?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, we should be safe from that guy. The only real problem now is the loot. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, Ben. You know what? Next time, I'm just gonna let you keep on talking until the plane kicks us out into the ocean. Would that be better?
Yeah, probably.
Guys. Oh, get him. Guys. You
At
literally
the
did
very
nothing. You
least.
literally did nothing. He's aiming a Panzer at us now.
Oh my god, Adam, we're fine. We're behind a concrete building.
Yeah, but the patch note said that
Adam, oh my god, let it go, okay? This is concrete, mate.
Great starting spot, Ron.
게임쇼에 출품한다라는 것은 게임 개발자들한테는 원래도 되게 로망이에요. 꿈이기도 하고. 그래서 또 게임쇼로 오는 거죠. 이제 다른 회사들 보면 자극받거든요. 야, 쟤네도 저렇게 잘하는데 우리도 잘해야지. 네.
인가에 이슈가 있다는 말씀이시죠?
네네. 이건 불편하겠네. 버그 같네. 해찬님 이거 INI로 이거 디폴트 설정 바꿀 수 없어요?
GPG는 뭐?
아예 못해?
The creators of the Dark and Darker mobile challenged their own version of the dungeon.
연락 가능해요? 10시. 그 들들 만들죠. 만들자. 여러 얘기가 많아요. 게임 전시회에 나가는 게 이제 맞냐? 직접 유저를 만나서 유저와 호흡하는 것만큼 우리 게임의 상태를 잘 알 수 있는 건 없다고 생각해요.
진행하는데 문제 없어요. 그러니까 다 고쳐놨으니까 이제 잘할 수 있을 거고.
한 40분 이상 플레이하신 분들도 상당히 있는데 그분들이 나가시고 나면 그 계정을 초기화하기 전에 제가 후딱 달려가서 템이라든지 이런 걸 다 확인하고 아 이분은 이런 형태로 플레이를 하셨구나.
플레이어 여러분, 이 게임을 즐겨주세요. 행운을 빕니다. 이제 피지, 건전 스피지. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
That's why we do this, I suppose, is escapism. It's trying to get away from the modern life, just for a few days. So as soon as we turn up and we get dressed in this medieval costume and medieval camp, then we live the medieval life for 3 days. Yeah, I love it. I really do love it, yeah.
So I would die. I'd be so dead. Sword, like, they're heavy. They're like 10, 15 kilos. I'd be like, oh, wait a minute, sir, please.
And so I think that's something we kind of tend to forget, that like people are always people and they like to look at beautiful things. They like to tell a joke. They like to have, a good meal and a nice beer at the end of the day.
What's the difference between a fighter and a barbarian? So if you're going to choose a fighter, be prepared, be careful, concise, get ready to kill. If you're going to be a barbarian, smash everything!
Fantastic. I love Sandhawk and I love explosions. Taiga would be my #1 map, and the reason for that is because all of the buildings are like packed tight next to each other, so you could like blow a hole and then like run through them. I think that would be pretty cool.
快乐吧，快乐为主，主要是炸东西。 건물이 파괴된다는 건 좀 배틀그라운드라면서 신박한 컨텐츠인 것 같은데 만약에 파괴가 된다면 저는 개인적으로 일단 투척물이 굉장히 중요해질 것 같고 그다음에 좀 깜짝깜짝 많이 놀랄 것 같습니다.
สายบึมบ้านครับ
Who would I love to see play who isn't playing today? I think we're gonna go with Fex. Big muscles, big strong guy. He could tear apart Santa. Gonna heartbeat.
Who do I think is going to be the king of destruction? I'm going to put it on Tiggleton. I think he's going to be memeing. I think he's going to be trying to explode and destroy everything he can find.
Feels good to be the first winner of the Santa of Destruction. Easy peasy.
就是还是挺有趣，然后很新颖的吧。然后我也觉得就是 PUBG 就应该有更多一样像这样的更新吧，这样会玩的就是种类会多一点，让玩家。
It's a face-off between these two
Oh,
boys.
you buddy, take it away.
Against James, goes on forward, gets him, and James back-to-back winner goes for Gustav immediately after. Unbelievable, James. Gustav.
Oh, he read it wrong.
C4 in the circle center.
Where it is, and
Oh,
Belmont
no.
will get spotted by Gustav.
He gets Cloris, and he
Oh
wins
no!
it.
Look at Tiggs.
Oh, the reactions.
Any words about the second game? I mean, I gave James the win. He needs the back. What can I say? I'm stacked already, so I didn't really need the money.
B1, who will win? Batulin's had the cover. It's gone now. Him and Gavin Batulin.
I think that it was very fun to play Destruction. It creates some very interesting situations. Basically, you change the houses because you destruct them. So I think I enjoyed that. I think you should try this more just because it's fun to break all the buildings, to find some C4, sticky bombs. It's really fun.
Go, you can take the chicken throne once again. Took it back. All right. That's right. Oh.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I will take it.
These guys on the bridge, they've got bigger things to worry about than the guys swimming. As 4AM will get eliminated there by 17. It's all going to go down to Shawu.
Only one molly to work with, and I think Sonics is aware that they're running out of util down below. Rex though able to peek over, finds the first, finds the second as well. Adam gets down in return. Babel finds one more. Now it's just a 1v2.
Oh, this is a brilliant read by H-Win. Goes for the top side. He's going to spot out Barbo. Can he win this 1v1? Barbo playing around the tree. There you go. Rex will come alive at the perfect time. And it looks like they'll get here in time. And Happy will find Corexi with the grenade.
Nice timing with the util around the side as Happy the corner finds the second. That's Gustav now down as well. He's find Happy. No, not quite to be.
Look at Happy, man. The aggression on this kid is absolutely bananas. He's going to find another one. Actually, it's going to be Spaceman.
Bello has run out on foot to make a play on this fight as well. He was all the way over towards the rest of his teammates, but now he's out towards the east face. Who gets the knock on the first fight? The second, Jan goes out and gets stuck. That's going to be Cerberus. Pretty much split you have to go through on the fly here. One goes down to a teammate. Sparking able to find the double as a result of it too. Now Purdy staying behind, Sparking there with him. As Gottlieb finds the first, but it's instantly taken down.
Huge trade right there to get things even as Luke 12 will be flushed out. But HSM going to go down now as Alo is going bananas. Purdy Kearney will come in there, but TSM. Oh, these sneaky Cerberus players hiding in the bushes. Haisaki will find H-Win. They'll immediately turn around. They're going to find Tig as well. Shrimsy's going to go down as well. Of all the places. Oh, BB, this can't be. The beautiful grenade. He finds three. BB from Virtus Pro.
HP. Look at the HP. Second one that was there. Look at the damage come through. Here now, and then hopefully once other teams come and approach. Oh, that's a good night, Spaceman.
Down as FaZe getting right into the middle of Tiamba. They're going to lose Gustav. They're going to lose James.
What a spray down from 7. 7 able to get the double on approach too. Baltim has to go back to reload though, and it's going to give him enough time. CC falls. Can they get the flush as well again? Crucial points to be found here as Pow Pow comes peeking out over, spots him on the backside and will.
If anything, this is going to benefit the Expendables, who can now make the cross. Roth's going to pick that one up pretty easy. Actually stretching over this direction as well, saying maybe they need a bit more damage.
Hire of 3 different teams that had a better angle, and
that circle. Grenade, all right, that's going to be Ibiza going down. Snaker stepping in, getting some kills, but Rex right there to trade.
Rex has got a read, goes for the spray in, but no, it's going to be Rod that picks him up. What? Oh
my God.
Evan, I love it. M249 early going for spray downs. Give me more of it.
Oh my, the Freaks have been really aggressive.
Okay, so BB, you can see down to the south, going to be rolling right next to Adder's down body. Not a lot of options to work from. Tiamba trying to find some pathing over here in this situation, but it's going to be VP on one side. It's going to be Sonics up to the north. Falcons also get some vision into it. Tiamba just trying to fight, see if maybe they can make a few meters inside of it, but VP is unrelenting, stepping in after it. They're going to deny the entirety of that approach. They've got vehicles. They're going to go for a vehicle fortification of their own, but Batulins is going to go down. They're moving up into the high ground, and they can get vision any moment.
Yeah, they have the vision, and they're hitting the shot. Here comes some grenades now. They're coming up short. Perfectix might go down. He is bleeding out rather quick. There's the grenade from ZP on. Example and company trying to get away from any more throwables. If I come, they can't. Suju strikes.
Doors getting shot to pieces, so Tosi's just gonna hide around the corner. Good spray coming out, quick exchange between the two, but it's gonna be Barpo holding the line for his squad. Goes for the spray. Sonics get picked apart. Barpo comes up big. All of the expendables realizing the opportunity that's gonna be in front of him. Barpo, though, won't relent. Finally goes down. Knows that he's got an opportunity, but he has got to at least get the starting knock. It's going to be Purdy Curry that actually managed to take out Galvan and takes down Suju as well. It's going to be TSM in control of this firefight for the time being. Purdy does go down after his position is revealed. Little Ghost now going to start trying to find some more, but it's going to be Xiao Wu. Came back. He's got a Panzerfaust late in this firefight. Could be big and does take down Sparking.
Yeah, great stuff from Xiao Wu. Expects the peek from Luke, and he's going to take him down. A nice two-piece here for Xiao Wu, down to 6 HP. Alo can't take down Lil Ghost. 17 holds the line. Double headshot onto Summer. He was about to make the push up towards Sonics as well, so that's going to slow them down, but no, it won't.
Chewy! Any head pop over the top. Chewy will hold it. He's going to find Diffix. Does he have another one in him, though?
They have all of them down here. They spot all of them now as well. Fair is still able to get one now. It's a 2v2. Couldn't commit to the rest fast enough. Ming able to get the first. They have him locked down on the rocks. It's just Soset left alive, and Hagatori don't make him able to get one, and now it's a 1v1. Summer committed to the rest. Fit finds the kill, and that's going to be Petrichor Road on the Eternal 5 Falcons fight that's happening now. This might be a great play. Snakers peeks on out, able to find one. Rob gets one as well. Snakers finds the double, almost goes for his teammate there as they completely annihilate Eternal Fire.
South side to try to take care of Eternal Fire.
A lot of knocks coming through, but no flushes just yet. As we say that, though, Heaven, and make it look better. Lucarooks catches two on the backside. No knocks coming through just yet. Lucarooks, though, will find one. Lucarooks will find the second with the nade.
Lucarooks taking advantage, but unfortunately his two teammates are down in that. And now it's down to just Rello. As Rello has managed to make his way out, he'll take the shots over towards Delwyn as the Expendables down to just one, but KDF, they've got Delwyn pinned up against the blue, and they will get the victory. Getting at least the knocks. We'll see if they get the flushes as well, as the Mad is just dancing around, trying to play medic here.
That's the across the map as well, or what remains of it.
Oh!
Up on the other side, and he gets... Throw a smoke at a position down in front of you and get out of the cover.
There you go.
One more found. Great job by HS.
HS. God's work right now, but Hagatori doing even more is Navi. That little shield. That's a lot of grenades coming in, and that is going to do it for Navi. Well done by TSM, but do they have time to reset here and put the 4? Oh no, Bobo, beautiful grenade. Godby with the spray on the Sparking. It's just 2 left alive as they try to survive the rain of terror from 4 a.m.
Get him.
Come here, boy. Help. We're going.
A new update hit PUBG on December 4th. Sandhawk's buildings and terrain are fully destructible. A C4 can blow up a building. We challenge you to use explosives creatively in hot drops against some of the best fraggers in the world. Will you accept this challenge?
Yeah, I'm super ready. I mean, it's an exciting mechanic. Panzerfaust, C4, frags, mortar, anything to blow something up. I played a lot of Battlefield, should be fun. If you don't mind me asking, who are my opponents? So do you guys understand the rules?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. All right. Let's fight.
Show me your mark.
This, example. Only south side. You know?
Yeah, I mean building.
Yeah, no north, no north. Oh, I jumped late. Did you, man?
I late too. Whoa. Oh, nice parachute, bro. I have new gens too. Good luck, good luck. Oh, no gun, no gun, no gun.
Oh.
Ooh. Ah!
Let's test the destructible wall.
No.
Just blow open. Oh my god. What? You got dog. Wait, that's OP. That's insane. Oh! Rat, absolute rat, this guy.
How did you kill him?
I blew up the wall with the grenade.
Ah! I didn't expect that.
I didn't know it would work. I threw one grenade, everything. The 2 walls, everything.
Oh! What? What?
Sticky bomb. What? I was leaving. I was leaving. Yeah.
How about solo? Huh? Solo. 1v1? Yeah. Okay. Look on, dude. I will crush you. So easy clap.
Sorry.
Hey yo! That's illegal. Oh! Easy. Hush puppies.
Nice sticky bomb. Come, baby.
Okay, bro.
I have a surprise for you.
No, you do not.
No,
You have a
I don't.
Phantom?
No.
Oh.
What the Hello. Sorry. Hello.
Sorry.
Go push, Emma. No. I don't push Vector.
Oh.
Go get him, Kimus.
Oh, he's cheating. How does he know I'm there? This guy's got wall hacks, man.
Come on, baby.
Oh, I'm quick, boy. I'm fast. Hey!
Shakalaka boo.
Boom shakalaka.
What? What? What is this like?
I'm coming.
I need grenades.
I'm coming.
No.
Sorry.
The best kill. I think Himas.
This guy.
Yeah, he cooked me in the 1v1. I mean, the odds were stacked against him, you know. He had his back 180 degrees turned to me and he just flicked on me so fast.
开马斯啊，感觉在追着我揍，兄弟，感觉都在追着我打。这个真的。
Tiggle's a noob.
Yeah, because he didn't kill Himas in those situations.
True.
That was fun.
Yeah, the whole thing was a lot of fun, blowing up walls. I think that's going to be a creative mechanic, you know. I hate campers, and that's a camper's worst nightmare.
感觉挺真實的吧，玩進去就很有代入感，還挺好玩的。
Em thấy khá là hay ạ, vì núp trong nhà cũng chết rồi nên là em thấy hay hơn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that like you could just mortar a house across the map twice. The first shell will blow it open. The second shell will blow it up from the inside. So it's definitely going to change a lot. I agree.
就这些玩法肯定就是会去更多的开发嘛。我还是觉得这个破坏性挺有意思的，好吧
？Em nghĩ là có, vì thì mình cái tính năng đó là giúp mình công nhà dễ hơn đó, nên là em sẽ.
I thought he would say that I can't screen peek in the competition.
那是最左边的黑锅盾啊，就动不动就往我的屏幕上撇，我都不知道怎么玩，兄弟。
Yeah, I definitely did.
I was just spectating. Spectate mode.
I mean, it was really important that I got mine today. You know, I had to put up a couple kills here because as far as PGCs go, I think these three are like the GOATs.
我说实话，这已经有一个2022年的冠军了，所以说我们先把它排除，应该答案在我们这3个人里面选。
Em nghĩ là Tú Mai chứ không phải em đâu.
Okay. Thank you.
He agrees. I mean, I hold you all in really high regard. You're all insane players, so it's a pleasure to be here.
Guys.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck, good luck.
Yeah.
Clap.
A final all-important opportunity for these teams to reach out and grab one final circuit final. We have got an opportunity for everybody here to qualify in through to tomorrow to get themselves as many points as possible to qualify for that PGC Grand Finals. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Kalaris. Joining me to my left-hand side, it's the big Dane himself. It's Avenger. I guess Toby's quite tall as well. But we have got a potential chaotic day before our final circuit final.
It's the last chance to deny someone else to go into that grand final, right? Or go into that last circuit final, because that is effectively what it is, right? You're looking at your opponents and you kind of want to take that chance today to eliminate your strongest opponents, right? Because you have a chance of up to 4 teams that you're considering potentially a favorite to win the whole thing, that you could deny them. There are actually some opportunities. That's what we're going to be discussing today.
Definitely so. We already lost one big one yesterday, of course. But before we do that, we have not lost our partners that are here with us for the whole ride for PGC. First and foremost, we have OP.GG, our official main partner for PUBG Esports. You can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG and check everything out that's going on there. You can also check out the stats that's going on behind the scenes for technically the players, how other things are shaping up in terms of the points that they're able to garner throughout this tournament. 2, we've got the Tropicana's Gardens Mall, which we are currently residing in. We've got the everything going on behind us, as well as everything going on underneath us. We're on the top floor, which is very nice.
The penthouse floor.
Yes. So thank you for being our official venue partner here in the penthouse, I guess. We've also got TT Racing joining us as our official gaming furniture partner. Not only the chairs that all those players are situated on, ready to lock in and load out, but we've also got the desk that they're actually operating on as well over there that go up and down and up and down.
That's great.
I love those. I really should get myself one of the desks.
You don't have that?
No.
That's crazy.
Well, I bought a load of other desks. Anyway, the point is we've also got a Cooper joining us as well, our official esports hand warmer partners, because we like to be toasty and warm and ready to be able to frag out on the battlegrounds. And what better way to do that than be warm and then be warm in-game?
Yeah, there's not really any. I mean, I've seen some of these like other options, right? But this is actually just perfect. That's, yeah.
They're very good. Very good.
I don't,
And you guys at home can be involved with the Pick'em Challenge that is currently ongoing in-game. Of course, that does have a cut-off point of the 20th of December, which is basically just before that Grand Finals actually does ensue and is on. So make sure to get your picks in. Of course, we are 65%. It just went down a little tiny bit. We'll probably look at the numbers later on for Twisted Minds, because there's other rivals there that are going to be trying to challenge for that top spot. And finally, we have the Neo Media icon lights as well, so you can maybe just scan this QR code right down here and potentially pick yourself up one of those whilst time runs down and you're watching PGC, having a good time with us, having a good time with everybody, watching these awesome games of Venture.
Yeah, honestly here, like these set of games that we're going to have in the next couple of days is going to be insane. Of course, before everything collides, so once we get to the grand final on Friday.
But that's the thing, right? As we take a look at the circuit, the schedule, and everything that's going down. Currently, we're sat in that 17th of December. This month has already flown by so quickly. But the interesting thing from what you've said is that we are in no man's land. We are in uncharted waters at the moment when it comes to these teams wanting to potentially influence other teams, maybe going to those grand finals, trying to also qualify for themselves for the grand finals. And as you can see here, we are well in the midst of Circuit 3 now. One more day before our circuit final, which means in that circuit final there's one more opportunity to rack up points. But there's a world, there is in theory a world where we lose a lot of the teams that already don't have enough points to be able to qualify to lose the PGC Grand Final, and therefore that circuit final later on just becomes, let's get as many points for fun of it, I guess.
Yeah, it's very likely we're going to be saying goodbye to 2 or 3, or maybe even 4 teams today. It's more like 2 or 3, I would say here. But of course, we are playing the usual point system. It's the same point system for the days that it is for the circuit finals, and then you are accruing those points throughout, right? So we have some teams that are currently off that cutoff point, and of course, they want a huge chunk of change of that $1.5 million minimum guaranteed. $10,000 for the MVP2 plus 25% of the crowdfunding from the pick'ems, right? So make sure that you check that out in game. And the teams that are playing today here is actually some interesting one, right? Because we actually have a new Happy that don't have any points at all. They haven't been to any circuit finals yet. So they could potentially going a little bit under the radar in terms of the teams that's going to be focused in, because they actually need such a big amount of points in that last circuit final to take over one of those 16th place teams or above, right? So that's really a big one of them. Current leaderboard, as you see here, the top 10 I would say is completely safe. Eternal Fire 59 points, and it's been looking really good for them. Obviously they've played 2 days so far, trying to make it a third. So that's big for them. They had 39 points yesterday, so they're completely fine for that. And not really a team that's been focused, but the ones below 11th to 12th and so far is the teams that are kind of, they somewhat need to get into a final to secure themselves, because there are teams that are in the 30s here. Sonic's already out. Cerber is a team that is currently out. They need to make it to the circuit final to make it in there. But once they get in there, they only need, 10, 20 points to take over some of these outside the top 10 teams. So it's quite doable for them. So that's one of the kind of talking points today is, What are we going to see in terms of Cerberus? What are we going to see in terms of 17? Because these two teams are extremely strong. They're former PTS winners. They're teams that are potentially favorites once we get to the grand final. And some of the other big teams, do you want to deny that already now here in this kind of last chance before we get into the circuit points final?
Well, yesterday, as you take a look at all these teams that have participated through the days, there was an opportunity. We feel there was an opportunity for teams to strike out at 17 Gaming. They were clearly vulnerable. They were kind of in a position where they were in significant danger, but nobody did it. So let's see. I mean, maybe they were theorizing doing it if they saw them in the kill feed and things like that, but being very proactive about holding them. We obviously saw Twisted Minds who kind of situated around Picardo, but
not aggressive enough.
Right.
Really?
Yeah. So I mean, maybe there's an opportunity today for these teams, obviously, to keep out some of these big dogs. That's for sure. But teams coming in today, you've got TSM coming in, you've got Gen G coming in, you've got Virtus Pro, you've got 4AM coming in here as well. So it's their opportunity to get some points on the board as we take a look backstage and see how everything is going on. Gen G is, of course, a talking point to try and get some points on the board. They're one of Korea's hopefuls to try and do so. But Korea, this tournament, I think, is surprised and impressed to a degree. Of course, Kwangdong Frigs as well as T1 have done very well. But let's actually hear a few words from Ada before we get into today.
열심히 준비했고 잘 경기 마무리해서 꼭 파이널 가서 파이널에 좋은 성적 안기도록 하겠습니다. 파이팅!
And those were those few words from Ada. But let's kind of pivot a little bit here, because yesterday really was a very impressive day. For the likes of FaZe, we even did see Cerberus step up as well throughout the day too here. But FaZe, absolutely blasting. They seem to just come alive at the kind of later moments in these tournaments. We saw it at PGS6, and now we're seeing it here once again. I mean, we've seen it since the dawn of time, haven't we?
Yeah, we were joking that as the jet lag Sunday, FaZe Sunday turned into the Monday, right? But yeah, they had a second place followed by a first and a second. Absolutely crazy. We had a chance to actually talk to both James and Gustav just before the games here, and I asked James, what do you think in terms of how good the circles were for you yesterday in those games? And he said, out of 1 to 10, it was 240 something, I think.
Oh, yeah, I wonder why.
Now, obviously the games are good, but you still have to convert. There was multiple games where they were staying strong, they were having some situations. This could have been a win, but Cerberus turned it around. They could actually have had some insane games for them. The Tego game, of course, the circle came in some really good situations for them on the southern side for that compound. But they had BB team encroaching, or they were kind of sneaking in and taking control of that southern side wall. And you still have to convert, you still have to defend. We see it so many times where teams, they manage to take those center compounds in the where the circle extends, where they get crashed, where they die, where they lose two or three guys, and they are simply not able to convert that circle preference and position into a win. But they were able to yesterday and get a huge amount of points.
On the flip side, that first second you mentioned came at the behest of Cerberus getting a first place straight away in the games. And admittedly, the circle did kind of come their way to a degree. However, they were still kind of playing it out well. And I feel that that was probably a big morale boost for that team, right? Up until that win, they'd almost got nothing going in the previous circuits. And then from there on out, Haisaki was actually the highest damage out of all of them. And Himas was obviously kind of following up the rear with a lot of kills as well. So, yeah, I think very important. But at the same time, for me, there is concern for Cerberus, because I feel like they could be one of the big targets. We talked about potentially Sonics being a target yesterday, 17 being a target. Cerberus is right up there. You have to be scared of this squad if they get into the grand finals, despite them having a bad Circuit 1 and Circuit 2.
Yeah, 100% agree. 27 points, obviously, right now outside the top 16 of those circuit points, but still, I feel like it's unwise not to consider them one of the favorites for the grand final. So why would you not target them and kind of focus on getting them out here? So we'll see what happens today, and we're going to be seeing that together with our co-streamers. It's going to be fantastic to have you guys join and follow not just these guys that are on the list, but tons of you guys out there watching. So thank you so much for tuning in and having your thoughts and sharing your thoughts on what's been happening so far on PGC 2024. But we're also playing fantasy, and it's been the biggest debate in that talent green room has been, what's your team today? What's your team today? What do you think? What do you think? And it's been great. Currently, I'm actually pretty happy. I'm currently in the top 50.
Because, it's been a debate, because it's
actually probably be one of the hardest fantasies to play.
Extremely difficult.
Because it's, okay, so if you come into a normal fantasy and then we have like, well, I would call it, in inverted commas for the previous tournaments, normal format, right?
Right.
You can kind of gauge who you think's going to be doing well and things like that. But with the potential of people coming in and out and being warm, not warm, suddenly teams want to target people and maybe not target them.
Yeah.
Something as simple as like T1 chasing 4am, which could be an occurrence throughout our circuit here as well, right? It's something where it really does change the dynamic. Even if you want to pick someone like a Type or an EN who look phenomenal, then suddenly they're chasing another team. So these dynamics are all at play, can be very, very scary indeed.
Yeah, especially yesterday. I mean, EN 6-7 kill, win one game,
Yes.
like they're popping off, right? But then they can turn around on a pinhead and say, hey, one of these teams are contesting one of our drop spots. Let's get them on all the maps. We're just contesting you on all the maps. And I love that. I love that you know, the focus kind of goes into that. And as you mentioned earlier, the 65% or so-ish, it's gone down from 65, but still, I mean, maybe after yesterday, some of these extra coupons that people were holding on to have been put onto FaZe Clan. Make sure you use all of them that you have, or check out if you maybe see some of these teams that have been performing so far. Did you think, okay, this could be a winner? Or you could wait until the circuit final is over, and then you can actually pick just before the grand finals.
Well, these maps are what we're going to be playing with for today in terms of this order. I have a question, though, for you, Avenger.
Yeah, shoot.
Which teams do you think are in the danger zone today? Which teams do you think are going to have to be wary, or which teams do you think are likely to end up falling down into that bottom four?
So, let's start with who's in the danger zone, because it's obviously a big one. Let's start with Cerberus. Currently outside the top 16, they need to make a circuit final. It's an easy elimination for most of these teams. That's the first one. The next one is that I think if VP, FaZe Clan, and 17 Gaming, they don't get enough points in the first 2 or 3 games, they could be focused, because these teams are teams that we know that have been performing well earlier before, right? So if they don't get enough points in the beginning, I think other teams could see them as contenders, and that could mean that they could be focused.
All right, well, let's get to it then. We have got day 2 of Circuit 3 on the cards here for PGC to see who goes through to our circuit final.
You know, bad games happen, bad days happen, so just sticking to our strategy. We've won 3 internationals now, so we know we have a winning formula, we know we have winning players, and just gotta keep powering through it. It's something that you just have to have inside you. Like, I think all of us want to have a great legacy, and that's kind of what we're doing in PUBG, you know? We're trying to win tournaments, whether it's in A or internationally, so every time we compete, if we have 5 points or 10 points or 100 points, we always want to have more, and kind of been pounded into us, so.
일단 서킷 2 때 아쉬웠던 점을 더 보완할 거고, 이제 서로 피드백도 해가면서 PGS6 때 그 좋은 기억을 떠올려서 이제 그걸 더 연습을 할 것 같습니다. 저희는 그냥 하던 대로 할 거고, 딱히 준비한 것도 없고, 그냥 이전에 한 그대로 PGS6 때랑 똑같은 그런 느낌을 잡고 이제 그걸로만 계속 밀고 갈 것 같습니다.
Not on this circuit specifically, because it's happened in every circuit so far. Like I said, we scraped through everyone. We've lost players early, like multiple games. Like I think over half our games end up just being like games where we try to salvage points. So we need to make it into the late game with 4 people alive.
I think me joining brought DSM a lot of like energy, you know, like a different perspective to look at the things. I'm an aggressive player, and to be honest, the main thing, I think it's like we are all starving. You know, we played a lot of international tournaments and we didn't win. So I think we all really starving for that win, and we're working a lot, like as much as we can, so we can get that trophy.
稍微就是状态不好或者没把握住，然后就要一直连着打，其实也挺累的。我们什么大场面、小场面都见过，并不会有什么压力。我对我的团队很有信心。
Obviously, to play good, day 2 of Circuit 3, and to make the finals of the last circuit, like Circuit 3. I mean, we're just going to give it our all. So far, I think everyone's pretty confident. Then we're going to keep a little bit like, you know, close eyes to who's potentially a threat can overtake us. But as always with the game, I think the focus should mainly be on ourselves.
Em cảm thấy sau bao sự cố gắng của em và đồng đội, em đặt chân được tới đây ấy, thì em thấy rất là vui. Và em muốn bắn thật tốt, kiểu xử lý, thay đổi tình huống, thay đổi về phần xử lý cá nhân của mình tốt hơn. và đạt được thành tích tốt nhất có thể.
Two days of circuit play left before we get into the grand finals. These 2 days will be the final few stairs for these players to try and climb before teams are eliminated, before we're down to just the 16 that will play through the PGC 2024 grand finals. I'm Toby, joined by Poro.
Yo.
And Poro, I love how the desk broke down getting into this, because there's a lot of ways that today's matches can change who is going to make their way through to the grand finals.
There is, and you know, a lot of it just obviously depends on how these teams perform doing their own thing, right? But then you got to throw in that curveball of there's some teams in here that are already pretty certain for the grand final, and if they want to influence how that lobby is going to shape up in that grand final, they could go eating today.
They definitely can. I love how we heard from EB as well. Of course, I mean, we want to focus on our own game. That is, after all, the main thing. But there are, I mean, if there's a team around us that we know is on the cusp there that we could potentially influence, that we could take out with little to no risk involved for ourselves, we might just go hunting.
I mean, there's always risk involved, right? But at the end of the day, you know, I mean, I'll tell you right now, I'm surprised that nobody dropped 17 yesterday.
Same.
In that game 6. I mean, you had a team that has been second place in numerous tournaments all year long, and then you know exactly where they're going to be in that Picado drop, and nobody dropped them.
Yep.
And everybody, and so they're allowed to play here today. You could have been done with them. You could have not had to worry about it. We'll see if anybody comes back to bite anybody. But there's a number of teams like that here today. If Cerberus doesn't make it, if New Happy doesn't make it into this Circuit 3 final, they're done. They're gone. They're going home.
Definitely are. It's going to be scary. And as you're saying, I mean, it's for the teams that are feeling safe, that should be safe, to just really, I mean, go out and set the pace today. See how much aggression they want to come with. Any teams in particular that yesterday we didn't see a whole lot of it happening? Do you feel like there are any teams coming in to stay that might be the ones that will go hunting?
Oh, TSM. I mean, as soon as you said it, you were looking at me with a smile on your face.
Like, I knew where you were going.
I feel like TSM, like they know. I was talking to Kurt a little bit earlier today. He's like, we got a list.
There's a list.
There's a list. Hopefully your name's not on the list when those guys start going hunting. But you know, but again, you know, there was situations where it could have happened yesterday and we didn't see it. So you know, it's really just kind of up to these guys and how they're feeling and how if they want to make any enemies that will go into the future years. We'll see. But we get to find out now as we are getting started here on Miramar.
Yep, Miramar is the playground for the first 2 matches here today as the plane takes us over the desert, coming in from the southeast over the islands. We have had one island ending already in this tournament,
Oh,
Poro.
my goodness.
I am satisfied. Should we get another one, that would be hilarious, but no. This, finally, you know what? A plane path that's actually, I would argue, as fair as can be in a game of Miramar.
Yeah, actually, that's about as good as you're going to get. Yeah, if you guys didn't get a chance to see that Partona ending, that was a lot of fun all the way through. Really, yeah. No, I mean, like we had game 2 on Erangel was about as plain bagel as you get, but then every other game was just wild and wacky and wheels off. And we'll see if it's us, Toby. We'll see if we're the ones that are influencing these crazy games. But I mean, those boys yesterday, they had some pretty wild circles as well.
Oh, sure did. Sure did. Now overlooking this map feed as all these teams are getting out of the plane. I'm not seeing any initial confrontations. FaZe opting to fly further north. Don't get confused by them being next to Weber right now, because there shouldn't be any big confrontations happening. I think FX is just going to go down for a vehicle. He's already in it. But FaZe, I mean, to stay on them for a second, yes, they got some circles going their way yesterday, but they were out there feasting.
Oh, they were banging yesterday. But that's the kind of thing that sucks. Well, I don't want to say it's tough to deal with.
It does, because it's tough to watch.
It's tough to deal with in this format, right? Is that you have a big day like that.
Yeah.
But then now you have to go to the next day and you have to completely just shake it off. Like anything good that happened yesterday, anything bad that happened yesterday, you have to be able to shake it off and just start from scratch here today. As you see, that circle is going to go down south, center up on T1.
It should be like the undertitle for this tournament. PGC 2024 Mental Reset.
It truly is. I mean, cause, this is one of the most psychologically taxing games I think there is in all of esports. And when you throw in that additional factor of these circuits, you know, of having each day kind of be a brand new best of 6, it just really gets to be a grind. So these guys have a lot of work cut out for them, and hopefully they'll keep going here today.
Can we go PUBG? It's in your brain.
It's in your brain. Why not? I believe it.
Yeah,
it
sure
truly
do.
is.
Sure do. Now, New Happy, one of the teams desperately wanting to make their way through to the grand finals. Of course, I mean, they want to be there, but they have a hard road getting there. So let's get a listen in from Xiao Xi and hear how they're feeling coming into the stage.
最大的困难应该是磨合上的问题吧。就因为我们4个人在一起打，应该还算是新组的那种几个成员嘛，然后磨合上肯定有很多不足的地方，把握每一场比赛吧，然后就尽力打好每一场，我相信我们应该能挺到最后的。
That's the issue right now, right? Not only do they, of course, want to stay out of bottom 12 today, but they're coming into tomorrow, into the circuit final, where all these other teams have already been able to accumulate points with nothing.
0.
Yep, they need to not only have a great day today, but a astronomical day tomorrow.
No, absolutely. And, you know, hey, it's possible. Like, it's that cut line is looking like it is going to be around 45, 50 points, I'd imagine. To get things in. Now, that, of course, has everything to do with who makes it in tomorrow, right? So, you know, a lot of stuff still left to be done here as we take a look at what James was able to pull out yesterday. That was an absolutely wild day for FaZe.
I love the fact that we're seeing the end game kills here on him as well. Just to explain that to the viewers real quick, these are the kills gotten in the last 4 teams left alive. 7 of his 12. Like, his late game impact yesterday was a big part of what brought FaZe the success that they had in the day.
That's clutch. I mean, that's what it is. It's a clutch gene, and not every player has it, and a lot of players, they don't even know if they have it or not because until they end up in those situations time after time after time. Well, Gene's has been around for a long time, and we know very well that he has that clutch gene firmly embedded in his brain. So wouldn't be surprised to see FaZe do a little something here today. Not starting off well with them since they didn't get the circle this time. They're going to have to come in a little bit late, but they're used to that.
Yeah, I feel like getting the first circle on Miramar in particular is probably the map where it matters the least.
Yeah.
There are definitely some areas of the map where it can be very beneficial, but overall, it's the phase 2 potential hard shift, even more so phase 3. If you get that going your way, all of a sudden you're starting to look real good.
Yeah, especially a circle like this one where it's majority playable, right? You know, it's going to be kind of centering up somewhere. A lot of angles to come into this. Nobody's really going to be hovering around the edges too terribly much, you got to imagine. So you can come in super late and get away with it. As we take a look at Virtus Pro, they definitely would like to get into that Circuit 3 final here tomorrow. They're currently okay, but they're right on that cusp of okay.
Exactly.
Well, again, it depends, right? Like if Luna Galaxy and Weibo and New Happy and Cerberus all pop off today and all end up in that Circuit 3 final, then it starts to become a little bit more of a concern, right? But
definitely.
If 2 of those guys don't go, then all of a sudden it becomes a little bit less concerning, right?
For those of you guys who might still have some oh, you know, let me hold that thought for a second. 17 is trying to weasel their way through this T1 1-1-2 split, and seems like so far they're gonna be all right. Ian has become the name of the individual with the frag power of the team as of late. Seems like he's not gonna hit the shots either, and yep, that's gonna allow for 17 to, with 2 buggies as well, actually make their way through unscathed.
I'm telling you.
Oh, the DPS,
the DPS drop. We've seen this so many times.
Risk your life for a DPS.
I know, right? At least he didn't go down. That's a good thing.
True.
But yeah, no, I think if you guys are interested in playing PUBG Fantasy, which you should, it's a lot of fun. But E-End definitely been a darling for fantasy owners everywhere, as he has been low cost and high performance.
Oh yeah.
All through these circuits so far. We'll see how his price changes once it comes to Grand Final.
True.
That's where he's going to start getting a little bit more interesting, as we see Nixie taking those long-range shots down towards Vinny.
That's the important shot coming through as well on the other side, because I don't think they were aware that he was up there. Now you can see Nixie starting to reposition, potentially looking down towards Winnie. Beamy now getting inside the compound proper as well, realizing, oh, okay, guys, we're not alone here. We might just want to be smart on this. So actually, I mean, really clutch reaction or scout coming in from the opposite side of the mountain.
Yeah, this is a very popular compound.
Oh, yes.
In the Americas, specifically. I don't know how popular it is when you get to EU.
It is.
But it looks like, I mean, they're doing a 2-1-1 split all the way around it, which means kind of tells me that they weren't really expecting a full crash at any time. But that is a compound that sees a lot of crashes in America, and that's what you're looking at Luna Galaxy looking at right now.
It's something that you rarely ever get on Miramar. I think it's something people tend to forget about because they kind of just play the game and like the deactivate brain muscle memory works for them.
Sure.
But compounds on mountains are very rare. Usually they have the compounds by the roadside down in the valley, so yes, you get the hard cover, but it comes at the cost of vision over what's around you.
Right.
Where you have those select few compounds that will give you not only the compound cover, but also a high ground position from where you can scout the next couple of circles from. And that one down towards the south there is prime real estate for that reason.
Now the one thing they got going for them right now is that is a little bit south of center. So if it goes hard swing north, you know, it's not guaranteed by any means that that compound's going to be in. So that's probably why they're okay with doing a multiple split kind of around that instead of just committing all four, as we see BB Team taking that E pickup from all the way in the northwest, and they are going to go all the way down to the southern coast, and they're going to find absolutely nothing. So pretty nice little E pickup for BB.
Nice routing on their part as well, coming in on the southern side, knowing that with the plane being further north, there should be vehicles for them to grab down there and playing in on the southern side that they used to coming in from as well. So should be pretty comfortable in doing just that. FaZe, in the meantime, gonna be wrapping side by side with 4 a.m. Now 4 a.m. they're coming in today to the games here after a pretty okay performance in their circuit finals. And yeah, seems like Gustav and Xiaopian almost running into one another there, but look at how they cast, take a few parting shots, but I wouldn't imagine a big chase coming through here.
No. I think they're gonna let FaZe breeze through. They wanted to scout out these buildings. Yeah, you can see in the distance he's going to spot out a few heads peeking out of the top floor there. So 4 a.m. getting a little bit more information, slowing things down just a little bit.
Those shots might actually, I mean, I know that 4 a.m. didn't shoot at FaZe, but I think FaZe realized too, those shots weren't at us. Like, nothing hit any cars. No, that means somebody else are nearby. I don't know if FaZe themselves actually had a chance to scout the 5-stack or the buildings up on that northwestern side of the city. So the few extra shots from 4 a.m. there might have actually alerted FaZe to the fact that there's an opposing team around.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too far gone to conclude that that multi-story, 5-story building on the very western edge of Los Leones probably has somebody in it. But you know what? Actually, FaZe, after stopping down, they're on the move once again. So we'll see where they decide to go. 4 a.m. has moved in to the center of Los Leones. You see Cerberus, they were posted up, and they are now taking shots over towards FaZe. Nothing coming through just yet, but they're going to get a nice passageway over on the roadside here. They see an E pickup in the air. I think EF sent that. Oh no, Himas with the God shot is going to get Gustav right before he rounds the corner.
That's got a lot of distance to it as well. 500 meter not coming through. It's going to be perfected to yoink the point away. But I mean, it makes sense for FaZe to try and make that rotation. They come in from the area of the map that they're used to playing in this game. But now, I mean, they're trying to beat the record of how many teams can we have shooting at us on one rotation. I think it's half the server at this point.
It's bold. It's a bold rotation
still going.
for sure. They're still going. Well, the new circle is popped, and it's going to be a little bit more towards the south. So they're going to try to see if they can find something, anything down here. And so far, they've managed to keep 3 alive. If it wasn't for just the God shot onto Gustav, they would have been 4 up still. But where do they go? Weibo, meanwhile, they're coming in from that eastern side. They see 4 a.m. just below them.
They have to go up for Haven, you'd imagine. I think that's part of the reason they send it so deep so early, because they go everyone down here is in splits. If we pull up as 4, now 3 with 1 down, as the mat gets taken out as well. Yeah, if we pull up as a full team, we're gonna try, like, we should be able to force players off, but that's really worked for them. And FaZe is now stuck in the center of the circle. In the meantime, Rainin gets out of the cart, spots one. It's going to be called Marco to find him a return. So nice trade. Let's see if Ian can do something to secure some points.
This is such a weird position for Eternal Fire to be in, but nicely taken care of there by Cole Barco. Headshot from range. Should be able to get his man in the vehicle, get on out of there. But yeah, they lost the Mad. The Mad took the E pickup, and he was all the way down on the southwest side where he died there. So they end up losing him on that. But fortunately, looks like they should be able to reset and keep 3 alive.
You see Luna Galaxy and Twisted Minds fighting over who gets the scraps of Ian crawling around on the open hill. But I think for Eternal Fire, they'll happily miss that 1 point for the safety that this compound is now going to provide the 3.
They do have Cerberus creeping around.
True.
On that eastern edge, but it's only a duo.
Yeah, and they're split.
Yeah, Cerberus taking up a lot of real estate on that eastern side, playing around the edges. 4 a.m. Meanwhile, they did the long wrap through Leonis, and now they've found a spot on the southeastern side, but they got Weibo just on the other side, just on the outside of the zone. We'll see if Weibo continues to come. Yeah, it looks like they're going to continue wrapping south here to see what happened to the Mad with the Scar, man.
Yeah. Scracking with the shots.
Dirty.
Through, hits them all, and takes one down. Good point for Luna, who, I mean, as we said, obviously they all want to make it to tomorrow, but Luna, as it stands right now, should they finish in the bottom 4, would not make grand finals guaranteed.
They'll be out.
So they definitely want to get off to a good start.
They've got a big wide split across the center of the zone right now, and they've got all the high ground spots that you could possibly want, really.
Yeah.
See Weibo stopping down to scout a little bit more. Look, I think they're getting shot at maybe from, BB team.
BB.
Has an angle onto this, but it's, I mean, it's long range. It's mostly just scaring them away, right?
No, it's good intel for BB as well, because where Weibo is now driving down towards the shoreline, that's where BB came in from. So they got vehicles there. They realized there's no one behind us. Now they can play with the intel. Great, there's one team down there. Let's lock them down. Let's try and force them either to stay back or wrap down the shoreline, which is actually what Weibo is opting to do now. So a good intel gathering for BB, because oftentimes that's what you lack or don't get when you come in with an E pickup late. It's being able to figure who's around us, what can we do with it.
Holding on right now. Everybody's pretty quiet. Wait, that's a scary gun.
Ooh. Ooh.
I've made my opinions on the P90 well known.
Pretty decent.
It's a good gun. Let's just say that.
All right.
Especially when you get in those close quarters here, as we see the circle. We'll center up, so that's about good news for FaZe Clan. Looks like good news for Luna as well.
Now,
they've got the high ground. FaZe has the low at the current.
Exactly. I mean, the observers are highlighting Jeems and Kraken, and I appreciate it. Maybe I think they're highlighting it for the fact that they might fight soon, and they could if Jeems catches him at the right time. The thing is, that's unplayable terrain circle center, which usually ends up meaning that for phase 4, if there's going to be unplayable in, regardless of where it shifts, it can go quite literally anywhere. So it will be interesting to see where this circle is going to take us, as Jeems does take shots. That's the Kraken, but now he was waiting for his teammates to gather up.
Yeah, gotta have an escape plan. Unfortunately, the boys are already arriving, so they should be able to get back onto this. Are they going to get out and hunt? Yeah, it looks like Luna's going to dip too. So
nice.
Meanwhile, 4 a.m. they're pushing right into the Na'Vi compound, or at least the half of the 2-2 split from Na'Vi, as they try to send in. Oh, nice shots from Xiaopian. Will find Sosid. He'll get the knock. He'll get the flush. Now Na'Vi is down to 1. Are the other 2 arriving? Yes, they are.
Yep, they're coming in, but they're coming in very late. So if you're Akatori right now, phenomenal player individually, but you want to stay alive, you want to buy time for your teammates to get around here. You can see BB team on the hillside are starting to look down in this direction too, so this could get ugly very quickly.
That's the other thing you got to worry about, is that inevitable third party that seems to always come, but so far, doing a good job slowing things down for 4 a.m., not letting them crash directly into this compound. And there's Phil first. He's got Angs. He's going to take the shots of Xiaopian, but Bobo will find the nice knock on a Ferris with a well-placed grenade.
I am letting the util do the work for them, knowing that they can't really venture too far out in the open with BB playing overhead. Flaming is off by just a split second.
He's got to get his man up, though.
True.
He's got to get his man up. But
dangerous.
The question is, does Hackatory have a angle, or Diffix? Okay, nice shot there by Diffix. Will open up a little bit of a door here to get that res. As the shots from Phil first, still BB team just slowing this fight down.
Yep, that angle is so good from Phil first. Too hard for Ferris really to crawl anywhere safe. You'd have to imagine that he gets the angle as GodV. Rescue mission commences, and seems like they too will be able to reset and get GodV back on his feet. Now they are all inside this circle as it's closing on in, but again, as I said before, could very easily be the case that this one shifts away from this hillside, despite the fact that it usually would come down in this direction.
Yeah, bad thing for everybody involved in that is that BB team has all day to sit there and stare at that, as we see Twisted Minds making their way into Chuma. They're going to run right into Gen G. A few shots from Batulins at a retreating Barpo will get him down to about half HP, but it's not going to be enough to get the knock just yet. They looks like they might be,
He has them locked down now, and exactly. Example and Lou, they went I mean, they tried to wrap around, try to catch them off guard. They succeed in doing so. Great intel and teammate, but the issue is they've lost Tosi! And Tosi comes in from the backside and finds the double.
Absolutely rips them apart as Tosi gets Gen G back to even, but Perfectix has arrived. You see the new circle has popped. It's going to go far off to the east, so this fight will have to come to a head.
Oh!
Tosi, he's going to three-piece Twisted. Can he get the full meal?
What a performance! Tosi goes unnoticed initially, instantly finds the double, and the quick peek over the top. I believe a body shot must have been connected by Rex earlier, but what a turnaround! Gen G gets 3.
And Batulin's still in the blue. He's just gonna try to escape and live a little bit longer as things flipped completely on their head there for Twisted Minds. Not something you see very often for that squad. Meanwhile, Cerberus and 17 trading utility over the top of the hill. How long can they afford to do this before New Happy starts getting involved?
Exactly. It's so awkward to fight around here. Good thing for them is that New Happy is currently occupied, trying to look down towards Virtus Pro. So a lot of fights out here in the open. And we said it before, it could just go right onto the mountain, and it has. It's shifted straight down the roadside. Really not a whole lot to play in this circle.
And now you got Weibo dropping on top of things with they took an E pickup. So this fight's still taking its time as well. Looks like Navi is going to lose one. They're going to lose Diffix to that Molotov, but they have now repositioned themselves, but they still have Bet Boom eyes down on them. Only one of them or two of them right now. So that's the one good thing is Shapian will find another one. And now 4 a.m. it's a 4v1. Don't lose one for free. Yeah, he saw that. Good read by Shapian. Saw the gas can waiting as they waited for it to burn out. We'll see if they can finish off this last player for Na'Vi.
These staircases, they have a lot of good stories on them, a lot of highlight-worthy moments on them with people getting eliminated by the second. Now, unfortunately, for Hagatori, he doesn't have a shotgun in hand, and it's not going to work out for him. Again, great utility usage from 4 a.m. throughout this fight against Na'Vi.
We've seen those deployable covers ruin so many pushes into buildings, but that time, great flash and great follow-up from 4 a.m., and they keep all 4 alive. As we cut back to Luna Galaxy, who's now Gen G after Tosi dismantled Twisted Minds. They get equally dismantled by Haven and Luna Galaxy. Boy, a team that needs points, and they need to make sure that they get to this Circuit 3 final tomorrow. They're starting off nice.
Yet another case of perfect util as well. Double blue zone forced them out of the shackle. Up and Nate on the backside of the building, get the double. And speaking of getting a double, James, Nate lopped on over, takes down Sparking and Alo. Now keep in mind that they lost Purdy earlier on, so it's just Luke left alive.
Still got some Juggernaut James magic left in the tank after yesterday, as FaZe will try to reset, but Luna Galaxy is on the move, and there you go. James will finish off TSM, but can he get Vex back up before Luna Galaxy gets over the ridge line here?
Not going to be easy, that's for sure. It's 4 a.m. They go from one team straight to another. BB team in buildings, but Best of Luck with nade in hand finds the first.
That's a nice grenade from Best of Luck to slow them down here a little bit, and now more grenades to follow as HSM, the last player left alive, or no, it's Godby, the last player left alive here for 4 a.m. And he's just ducking, dodging, bobbing, and weaving, but Phil First wants all of it. The shots continue to come out, but Godby going to survive a little bit longer.
He was trying to play safety from behind, but just not able to get an angle from where he could really apply the pressure needed. Now he's been spotted once more. Spiro sees him, backpack still visible, and that's going to be him down. BB team, 4 kills, Adusi down with phase 5 coming. No way he's going to get back up. But you know what, actually, scratch that, he just exactly got to crawl inside.
Perfect. Sometimes you get lucky, and this time BB team will get everybody back on their feet. BB team looked pretty good yesterday.
Oh yeah.
As they turned that performance yesterday into a pretty decent so far performance in game 1. But they got a long way to go to get into this next zone as Luna Galaxy still 4 strong, still working around that hillside. FaZe has to know they're coming, and they look set for it as T1 will get eliminated by Suju.
And that's the issue. I mean, the fact that this next circle shifted hard towards the east. This terrain is so brutal.
It's rough,
You have the mountaintop, and the only way you get up there come next circle is either the slim road leading up the hillside or running up a barren hill face on the east. So if all these teams on the west now, they might as well just fight outside circle, because New Happy 17 Cerberus are going to be, I mean, they're going to slaughter you if you haven't finished your fights by the time you get in.
Well, the teams that we talked about coming into today that needed to have a good performance here, so far so good, as Luna Galaxy. They are still pushing into FaZe. James barely stays alive, but Luca Rux from range will spot him out on the hillside. And Luna knows exactly who they're pushing, as Batulins will eventually go down to the blue zone. So we're down to 10 alive, or 10 teams up, 33 alive.
Yep, it's going to be It's going to be in the low 20s.
That
I think by the
P90.
time this circle
Oh,
has
boy.
closed in, as Posa now, P90 in hand, starting their eventual run on forward. They know that they have FaZe nearby, but are they aware that Vex is
saw
right
him.
here? The timing! And Kraken with the Lynx in hand takes Vex down.
God, they got a P90 and a Lynx? Goodness, Luna, 7 kills on the board, and they are still making their way across here, 4 alive, as we've got, looks like BB Team is trying to make their rotation into the south side, but they're running into the juggernaut, or the gauntlet here of Cerberus and New Happy. They're going to lose a couple right off the bat. They still have 2 alive, but that's a flipped car, and that is just about done.
Yep.
And yep, nothing you can do about that one, unfortunately, for BB Team.
They flip it on the back end of the Bronco that their teammate got shot out of. Could not be any more unlucky with the approach on that one. But down they go as we only just now hit placement points.
All right, Shen still alive for Weibo. You've got, he's a million oh, well, I speak too soon. Xiaowu has eyes growing out of the back of his head and the front of his head because he saw him proning down here. Luna Galaxy still trying to fight their way out of the blue. Long-range shots coming in from Suju is what's forcing them to drop that smoke wall.
Now, we've talked about Skorogami in other games in the past. I think this is Circlegami. I cannot recall the last time I've had a game end on the edge of this cliffside. It all happens because that phase 3 went straight onto unplayable terrain. These circles are incredibly rare, and they're going to be brutal for these teams that aren't set circle center already to try and play into. Now it's VP on the chopping block.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. If VP can actually get to the base of the cliff, they might be okay for a little bit longer, but they've got Cerberus just staring down at them. Cerberus, they're right on that edge. They can go, they can play high there, they can play low. Right now they have got VP pinned up against the wall as Himas will get his second, well, he's got 2 kills. If he gets that flush, that'll be a 3rd.
I mean, it's scary to see him as actually start to go off in the beginning of the day. Yesterday, he kind of came back in the end of it, but him that starts off strong. We've seen the danger that man can bring.
A -6 off of that man yesterday, but he also saved me in many, many ways towards the end of the day, but he definitely heated up. Now, we do have still one snake solo in Belmoth that's just on that roadside behind VP, so that could get involved here as well. But Luna Galaxy, they have no fear. They are crash pushing into everything, but they don't see the close man, but it doesn't matter. Quick flick with the P90 will take care of Xiaozed.
P90 too strong. The fact that he has the time to spin it and take him out to only take half damage, he's going to continue his onslaught as they continue to run further forward. Posa, he has AC down already now. Those shots coming through from Nan, that's going to be too much for him to deal with.
Good work from Nan there to get that man down and slow Luna Galaxy a little bit here. Let's see if they can get the res onto AZ. Yeah, it looks like Ming Ming is going to go for that. And both teams really going to try to go for the reset here as a Kraken will stop down to do a little bit of looting. And it looks like, for the most part, these two can fight it out fairly cleanly. 17 still keeping eyes on Eternal Fire on that north side, but nice knock again by Nan. We'll find Posa.
Yep, Posa went for util usage rather than try and get healed on up, and that's going to be the downfall of him because of it. Belmont does get seen as well, so that's going to be the solo down and out as we hit our way into top 6 with Cerberus on the south side still, and these fights happening pretty much isolated from the rest of the teams in the lobby.
Yeah, Cerberus kind of choose your own adventure here. As they've got 2 on the low side of the cliff and 2 on the high side of the cliff, kind of keeping eyes on everything. As nice shots from Ming Ming will get the knock onto Haven, and you see the kill feed starting to light up as 17 is getting involved with Eternal Fire as well. Cerberus just overseeing all of this.
The main trigger in this one is going to be VP from down below. If they can take the fight to Cerberus and wrap in around because of it, there can be a lot of fights escalating because of just that. Cerberus able to hold off right now against these 2 teams in front of them, but once VP fully commits to the push down below, you'd have to imagine that Haisaki has to go down and help there too.
New Happy doing a heck of a job keeping everybody alive right now, but Luna Galaxy already up to 10 points. What is this? The drop down from Haisaki, and it is absolutely throwing VP into shambles. 2 alive still here as Nixie's trying to do everything he can to get more points for his squad. New Happy, just like that, is eliminated while this is going on. Luna Galaxy is feasting.
Top-bottom fighting all over the place as Cerberus now trying to reset, trying to get the angle down below, but no util available for Haisaki. He has to play up high. And while all this has been happening, in the meantime, 17 completely given up in the fight on the eastern side. They have opted to wrap around the western side. Haisaki able to get one that's beaming down, but instantly more shots come through as Nixie finds Stockmai.
I don't even know if Himas meant to drop down onto VP like that, or if it just happened. but he goes down as, there you go, Virtus Pro will get eliminated. We are now down to our top 4 as Eternal Fire down to just Quepa, but he is causing big problems for 17.
17 down 1 already. Has Lil Ghost knocked as well. Quepa has really become the name of this roster. I think people say Eternal Fire instantly go to Code Manco, but it's been Quepa throughout this tournament who's been popping off as Isagi gets taken down. Vinny now with the P90 as well.
Oh my goodness, Luna Galaxy showing out here in game number 1 as Quepa finally goes down. So 17 should be able to get the res on their man, get back up to 3 strong. Sololzi jiggle peeking this man, but they are just not going it.
I mean, this game should be 17s to win. If they're fast enough and trying to react to it, you can see now Sololzi is realizing it too. If Luna Galaxy commits to try and keep their teammates safe, they're going to get shot in the back by 17, but they're not fighting. They're not too eager to try and push forward because they have not maybe kept track of everything. Here's Vinny, able to get 1, gets the 2nd and the 3rd as well. 17 kills for Luna Galaxy to start off the day here, and there could be more coming.
This is why I have strong opinions about the P90, but it doesn't matter. Luna Galaxy is eating right now, but they have that low side. If they can get up as quickly as possible, but 17, they're doing a darn good job of spreading out, trying to get multiple angles. They know exactly where this fighting was going on, so they know exactly how to pin Luna up against the wall here.
Still a rare late response on the side of 17. I saw that Little Ghost was running around without a vest on, so I think they said, you know, we can see we're not going to take the advantage of potentially pulling up on them from behind. Let's get loot, let's get some vests and util before we take this fight instead, because there were a lot of that people up on the top of that hillside. So now they've reset, and now, well, as you can see with the percentages there, it's a pretty straight up 3v3.
Yeah, problem for 17 is that most of the crates were on that cliff edge.
True.
So you saw earlier they showed their utility, what they have in the bag, and it is not much. They don't have smokes. They don't have offensive anything. They are just poverty right now. But what they do have is some really, really good shooters on that squad.
Definitely.
So we just got to see if they can find these angles. Lil Ghost trying to go for that low side and look for the inevitable wrap.
The good thing for 17 right now is there's only one place Luna can come in from. They have to come in on that eastern side due to the way the terrain works. The issue is I don't think they're fully aware of whether or not one stayed up or if they all came down on the bottom side. The shot comes through that might bait some attention. That's what's happening. I think Lil goes with that shot because he wasn't really shooting at anyone. Try to bait the attention. If there's one up high right now, he would be peeking. He would think, oh, they're peeking down below. I'm going to get the off angle. That was a nice attempt at a trap. And again, this is just 17 with little to no info to go off of, trying to lure Luna, trying to lurk them in to make mistakes, to overstep their boundaries.
That was really...
I like it.
5-head stuff. And yeah, you can see they got 2 flashbangs. That is the only utility that these guys have left in the tank here. And so they are doing their darndest to bait out.
They're waiting for one up high.
Well, I mean, that might have been the shots from Lil Ghost. He's baiting those grenades, trying to even the tables here a little bit more. But look at this spread that they've got. This is going to be really, really hard for Luna. Unless the only thing that can happen here is 17 gets impatient and shows and gives away information before they're ready to fight.
I can't keep him. I can't wrap my head around like who got the last couple of kills for Luna here. But is there a world where 17 thinks it's a 3v2v1? Or are they just expecting Luna to already be up on the hillside? I mean, technically they could have been up here already, but as we can see, Luna,
that's a good question,
despite being really aggressive early on, has fully slammed the brakes on this one.
Yeah, Suju is...
Maybe they lost track of the kill feed.
It might have been, because, I mean, look, there was a lot of stuff happening all at once, and it is possible that they may have lost track. You can see Suju just looking at that cliffside, and he's just being really careful. I think Luna has a pretty good idea of what's going on, but they are waiting for that final circle to come in. They know that they have the advantage when it comes to close range. They've got the P90. They've got utility left. So we'll see if they can be patient here.
What a
force 17 to do something here.
Yeah, what a change of pace in this one, too.
I know, right? Like, it went wild to pumping the brakes.
Chaos to just full stuff. Let's
never make that sound again.
Oh, it's a good sound.
Please don't.
First time, last time. But yeah, I mean, util, as you said, very much in favor of Luna. Now smokes are being deployed. You can see the flashes coming in. Little Ghost saw that one flying through the air, so they know where they're coming from. And Little Ghost has a tall order ahead of him, trying to fend off anyone wrapping around the southern side. It's FAMAS versus P90. It really doesn't get more fair than that.
Yeah, I like this. I like putting the guy with the P90 on that low side.
Yes.
Keeping eyes on that angle. So Little Ghost is going to have to be very, very careful about how he peek battles this. But the high side still being taken care of by Suju. He's just waiting, right? He's only got 2 flashbangs. You got to be real careful about how you use them, when you want to use them.
And you know that once you lob one over, they see exactly where you threw it from. So it's about being smart. Sushu still peeking with util in hand. Xiao Bei now down at the bottom side as well. I think Little Ghost really wants to wrap this, but he also knows that he's going to be exposed to the up high position early. And if Sushu can't wrap far enough forward to protect that, then he can't really make an aggressive play on it. This is a really interesting stalemate. Smokes really in between them too.
That's just playing around the sides of these, like nobody. Oh, what a grenade from Vinny will find Little Ghost, and that's going to be the low man out. And now Xiao Bei has been knocked within an inch of his life. The molly's going to fall just a little bit short, but Luna Galaxy, they're going to use the smokes to make that push as Vinny will finish off Little Ghost.
You better aggress on this one. 100-0 Nathan on the guy with the famine as well. Vinny is going for loop, but it doesn't matter. Kraken finds Xiao Bei healing, and now it's just Sushu left alive. Are they going to get it? Are they going to get it? Yes, they will! Luna Galaxy with a 20-kill win to start off the day.
What a performance from a team that desperately needed to have a big game to start things off. All of a sudden, the rest of this day is looking pretty cake for these guys. They needed to make it to that Circle 3 final, or Circuit 3 final, but what a show here they have put on. Now, they got some great gear to work with, but man, did they use it well.
And not only do they come out with the win here, but they were the team on the furthest west that had to brawl their way through team after team after team. Anyone second-guessing Luna, anyone thinking they don't have the capabilities of fragging out in the lobby like this, they just humbled all of you.
Absolutely. Those boys just feasted here in game number 1. Let's throw it over to the desk to hear what they had to say about it.
What was that? Luna Galaxy on an absolute crusade through the Dusty Dunes. The Imperium of Man would be proud. Henry Cavill would be proud. Everybody would be proud. Luna Galaxy flying through the cosmos. 20 kills and a win. Avenger, that was insane.
Yesterday, 6 games, 25 points. Today, 1 game, 30 points.
What?
What a way to up that, and what a way to put themselves essentially into the circuit finally, and essentially to get another chance to getting enough points to get to that grand final, because right now they're actually on 25 points total only in the circuit standings to make it to the grand final, so they are not in the top 16, so they need this. So now they are no longer a target. Nobody will focus them for the rest of the day, and they can make some moves if they want to. What a fantastic game for them.
It was insane. It was like almost preordained. They were following the light of the Astronomicon and just being able to blast them. Every single move they made, even towards the end, right, where they're going up against 17, who had technically what it was a high ground position, they knew exactly when to hold their utilities hill. They knew exactly where to throw it after gaining the information, just like specks of information here and there. And before all of that, sweeping teams across that high ground, which is a bit of a hard place to play, to be honest.
They had to fight all the way through that too, right? New Happy was a potential stopper for them, but they completely closed that down. Kraken with a nice shot onto Fix. And they had to fight their way in from that western side, right? And obviously that's why we see them with a 20-kill win here. That's just insane. Next level here for Luna. It's good to see them turn on.
I bet if you ask them, they probably think they played the game of their lives just then. That was fantastic to watch from Luna Galaxy. Brilliant stuff on the world stage here from them, going up against some of the very best to be able to make it happen as well. The biggest win of the tournament so far.
Making that P90 sing, Vinny. Holy.
Lovely. Lovely stuff coming in.
Vamos!
Even the triple desk slam, yes, I love it. That was passion right there. Fantastic to watch that kind of game coming out. Outstanding from Luna Galaxy, and what a way to get yourself into the circuit final. And I mean, if they put up games like that later on, whoa boy, we are in for something special.
Yeah, honestly, that's really unexpected, and that's really what is so lovely to see on the grounds of PGC. Like, having a game like this, memory for life right there for them.
Yeah, memory for us too. Like, we are going to remember that game for a long, long time to come there from Lunar Galaxy. But of course, all the other teams trying to scramble for that high ground, having a bit of a rough time, right? A lot of them ended up being the victims of Lunar Galaxy in a lot of those situations. And I mean, who is there to focus on actually other than Lunar Galaxy? Of course, Cerberus technically had a bit of a decent game, right? They were able to start things off. 17
Gaming, of course, two teams here that are, you know, teams that needs to get a little bit of points in the first few games to not be focused later on, because if you are in the danger zone, if you're in the bottom four, once we get to those last 2-3 games, you're going to get pushed, you're going to get third party there. So that's a fantastic start for those teams that need to get into either get into the top 16 or get in to defend that spot in their top 16. But yeah, Luna, 20 kills going their way along with that win. 25 nades used to. That is just next level. 25 stun grenades. They had so much, 24 smokes. They had so much utility.
They stole it for everyone else.
Because they killed so many and just rumbled in. So and that's just, you know, the snowball effect of utility. Use on utility, take the guy's utility you just killed, and then just roll. Yeah.
I mean, this actually might be one of the highest util games I've ever seen. That is, that you're talking about 70-some util being used during all of this. 80.
80, yeah.
80
plus. That's just
from a single team.
It's just next level. They spend more time with the utility in their hand than running.
This is crazy, crazy stuff. And all of their kills seem pretty efficient as they were moving through, right? Like, they're not what you would have considered from a 20-kill game. You'd actually expect the damage to be higher than this, right? But they were just very efficient about when they were hitting these teams, when they were third-partying, when they were moving across those rocks, how they were engaging 17 towards the end.
Yeah,
everything lined up.
Yeah, exactly. Both Haven and Posa managed to have extremely high damage here, so the other guys were just extremely efficient with either, you know, the last hits or stealing kills, which is also super important, right? Because that takes points away from some of these other teams here. So, but yeah, there's just next level here. Who's going to be the man of the match? We'll see just here. It is going to be Vinny with making that P90 sing. That was just amazing to see, and also huge impact towards that late game, being able to sweep around, being able to take some of those clutches and kind of front it. He had a level 3 helmet, just get next level, like you get so much confidence from having that level 3 gear, especially level 3 helmet, right? You go from 40% damage reduction to 55% damage reduction. It's just, you feel unbeatable that
Stage buff. Wow. We had him interviewed at the very end of yesterday, and now he's going to be able to pop off here. 30 points even, I should say, coming in for Lunar Galaxy. At the same time, though, Cerberus 13 points. 17 Gaming and Eternal Fire get themselves 10 on the board too. So for those 4 teams in particular, this is a brilliant start to the day. Of course, for Lunar Galaxy, congratulations, you're through to tomorrow already. Cerberus 17 and Eternal Fire, a brilliant kind of first step in their campaign for today. Their mini campaign. I'm going to call it a mini campaign because it's just 6 games.
Just a single day campaign.
Yeah, single day campaign.
Yeah, I like that.
There you go.
But yeah, yesterday was 18 points cut off. We had some 27 points days cut off. It's been a little bit around that mark there. So now with them being in 30 in one, you're absolutely completely safe. The other teams, as we talked about, one more decent game, James, maybe 2 more kind of half okay games, and you're actually fine too. You're not going to get focused at least, and you have a chance to, you know, just get salvage a little bit of some of those points, get 3-4 points kind of per game in, and then they're going to be fine. We're going to be playing one more Miramar though. What's your expectations going into this?
I mean, obviously a far south circle wasn't easy for those teams up towards the north. We had a few emergency pickups coming on in and stuff like that, but for all those teams, playing around that rock that we were playing around at the very end is tough to play. So I think some teams will be hoping for a little bit more of a lenient opportunity.
I really hope we're going to be seeing some northern circles soon, because it's really not been much of them here. And if, you know, all the teams are looting kind of around in the same area, it's got to be somewhat more equaled out by some of these northern circles.
Let's do it. What an outstanding beginning to the day here from Lunar Galaxy. Let's get more Dusty Dunes on the go with Toby and Poro.
Second Miramar is abound as the players take to the sky once more. And again, I mean, the Des broke down perfectly that last game. When do we ever see one team come out with that many points in an open ending like that, Poro?
I mean, hey, everything just set up so perfectly in front of them, and they took advantage.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you want to see a team of a high quality, high caliber do. And Lunar Galaxy showing once again that they are that team of high caliber as we see what they decide to do or what they can do to build off of that big 30-point performance in game number 1.
Insane. I mean, honestly, at this one, they can do whatever they want. They are the heroes of Miramar, at least as it stands right now. We'll see. Last game didn't invite us to any hot drop situations. Maybe this time around it would, but you know what? Again, we're giving them fair planes. We're giving them decent planes to work with, so wouldn't expect to see a whole lot of commotion.
Yeah, and plus, if we were going to see anything, I imagine we'd see it more towards the end of the day. But once the leaderboard starts to get a little bit more clear, but what do you see? You're giving me a look.
Yeah, I want to toss a out of nowhere question at you, because as we said coming into this, Luna Galaxy is one of those teams that, as we get to see Dodgers and Weaves, do you get into the car and jump out on the other side? I kind of wish you could sit in the car and punch the driver.
Whoa! Oh yeah!
Get in. Oh no, Ian! You would do that. Unlucky. Quidba falls as the circle goes towards the northwest. Martin gets bits of what he wanted a northern circle, and there we go. But no, I mean, to finish off my point real quick.
What you got?
Luna Galaxy getting this many points in this game. Of course, we know that it's going to be a full reset for tomorrow, and 30 has never not been enough to make it out of the bottom 4. Do they now go for some of the teams that are also not in yet, so there are less teams to fight against?
You know, look.
You're the America's expert here. Tell me, teach me, preach to me, Mr. Poro.
You know, all credit where credit is due to Luna Galaxy for that fantastic performance that they put in game number 1. I don't think I want to be making enemies of anybody in this lobby right now if I'm Luna, because they still need to have a very good day tomorrow.
Valid.
To get in. So I don't know if I would go out there and start just ticking people off here today.
I mean,
when you still need to perform tomorrow.
I'm just okay. So I see what you're saying. Targeted confrontations. Yes, that is people going, we don't like them anymore because they came actively for us. But you know, let's listen to Beamy and hear what Bloomy has to say.
To say, it's been interesting to join VP for me, because I have been playing on like very slow-paced team in the past. Like very slow edge-focused teams. And joining VP, it started off as being the exact opposite, very center and send-heavy playstyle. So it took a lot of time. It took a lot of time to adjust for me. But after that, it's been a pleasure to join the team. The vibes have been insanely good on the team, and I think we're improving every single day we're playing together. And I hope we're going to show this at PTC. The secret of the snake. I mean, that's going to be a huge shout out to our coach Scoom. He found out that the blue zone actually doesn't do that much damage. So if you want, you can just loot first stage forever and stay outside forever.
Look, man, all I'm saying, for a team that sends center, supposedly, my man has been in the blue a lot.
True. It's, well, you know, center-heavy playstyle. They go center. Beamy does.
Beamy he gets there.
Beamy vibes.
He gets there when he
yeah.
That's okay, yeah.
It is.
He's figured it out. He's cracked the code. Him and Coach Scoom have figured out a way to survive very late. So, kudos to him.
Yeah, speaking of going center, TSM pathing their way through the south side of El Pozo. Wants to get up on the hillside out towards the western side of the city. You'd imagine now with the city itself being, well, slap back in the middle of the circle, it makes sense that you would be in and around the area. And this is nowhere different to where TSM would opt to go normally. They like to play in on that southwestern side of the city. We have seen them on in the compound by the crossroads west of the city in the past, but they struggled to then get into the city. So it makes sense that this is the adjustment to go a little more city heavy this time around, but still with an escape plan if need be.
Well, it's the other part about it is it's a great place to hide cars too, right? Just in case the circle does pull away and you have to leave the city. You're not fully committed to being in El Pozo, but you also have vehicles just in case that you do need to leave. You can get out of there pretty free and easy.
Yep.
As we see Luna Kraken, or Luna Kraken.
Luna's a Kraken. They are Kraken. I mean,
yeah, well,
Kraken some skulls.
That's true. Well, looting up around Monte Nuevo after that big performance in the last game. They've started sending Vinny over towards El Pozo just to kind of scout out the area, but they look to be pretty content to hang around here and maybe take some shots at anybody who may be passing through.
And that may be the issue, right? I mean, just to quickly dabble back into the discussion we had before the Beamy interview, you said if you target someone directly, they come for you in finals. You don't want to do that. Well, I mean, if Luna Galaxy continues to play, obviously not expecting 20 kill wins every game, but if they continue to just go out and win fight after fight, maybe you don't have to actively target anyone other than people going, you know, at least Luna boys, they're getting pretty scary. Maybe we take them out now, so you become the target that way without necessarily like directly having gone for one specific team.
We'll see. We'll see. Looks like 17 is going to make their way. At least they found a path that has gotten them past Haven. Although Suju, he's sticking around in Monty a little bit longer than the rest of the boys. As see Xiaowu, Xiaobei. Again, they're going to see Vinny off in the distance. Yeah, immediately
reaction play.
Hit that left turn and head back.
I love it from Vinny, even if he doesn't really care about playing those double barns, because you usually don't get a lot from sitting in there. It's hard to scout south. You can scout east, but the positions that double warehouse location is good for is to scout the buildings that Luna technically already have control over. So they don't really need that position, but to just go there, show presence, and say we don't want to be around you is great. And Posa, well, you know what? Why not just continue right where you left off in that previous game? Get yourself some more points. That is once again Little Ghost getting caught out on his own.
From range, too, man. I don't know if he picked him out of the car or not, but it's a heck of a shot by Posa.
I mean, they were tracking
and
pretty aggressively, and it paid off.
Well, they still have Haven left in the city as well, so they're kind of just corralling, shepherding 17 right into the middle of that city, right where they want them, and now T1 has arrived as well on that south side of Monty, so we'll see if they get involved here as you see Luna just kind of getting a read on exactly where the 17 boys are.
And it's actually kind of interesting to me that 17 is... They always strike me as a tilt-proof team, especially in global tournaments. They tend to play incredibly well as Haven is now crawling forward. But the last 2-3 days, I mean, halfway through Circuit 2 and now, not only have they not played that great, as we see one, that's Xiaowu jumping out of the car way too early. Had really not found him. He would have thought, like, fallen to fall damage anyway. But this just underlines what I was about to say. Like, they have seen shaken. They've seemed a little out of sorts.
You know, and look, they're not the only ones, right? There's a couple of really good teams in this lobby or in this tournament that have just... It looked like it took them too long to catch up with the pace of the game. Yeah. Right? It looked like things were moving too fast for them. Masuju will at least find Haven, and that's at least 1 point picked up. So 17 down to Xiaobei and Suju, but it looks like Luna isn't wasting any time. They're going to push in, and they'll find Xiaobei as Zakraka does get knocked. And now, Suju, you're all by yourself. What are you going to do? It looks like they should have time to reset. Yeah.
Not a lot. Not a lot, I think, is what Suju is going to do.
17, man.
T1 coming in to say hello now as well, looking for some free points potentially. That has been their kind of, I was going to say main source of income in terms of points garnered. They like to set up on these, let's not get muddy. Let's not go down on the battlefield. Let's just stay on the outskirts and go boop, boop. That's a point there. That's a point here. And you know what? Teams have won tournaments by playing by that playstyle. So kudos to you, T1, for being able to get points without really risking too much yourself.
Hey, 1 point makes all the difference in the world sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And T1 trying to figure out if they can maybe get something sneaky off of these Luna Galaxy boys. They know exactly where they are. They don't know about Suju, though. So we'll see how that plays out. FaZe, meanwhile, they're coming in just past water treatment. They are all alone on that northeastern side of the zone. It looks like they're going to continue to go even farther north, maybe up to La Cobe, as they wait for this circle to collapse.
That would make sense. I mean, of course, this is part of the reason why we're seeing teams this split is, again, because El Pozo is in the dead center of the circle. There's so much terrain here that we call unplayable in terms of what Phase 4 shifts away from. Phase 8 does as well. As EV takes to the sky. Now we see Luna. Well aware that T1 is in the nearby vicinity. They're going to try and scare them off as well. So honestly, overall, Luna has done a phenomenal job at keeping people at bay. Issue is, T1, well, they didn't fall for the bait of Vinny being in the vicinity of the warehouse. They're going to claim it.
Yeah, Vinny.
Actually, Cena is going to take the top side of it to Luna. I take back what I just said. They're losing terrain to T1 over this rotation.
Oh, we got an aerial battle? Let's go. I've been waiting for one of these for so long. VP versus Navi. Are you
Danger zone.
Seat swap.
Yep.
All right, where's the next circle going to go?
At least somewhere with gliders. And it will be somewhere with gliders. Let them roam for all eternity. We need that hunt down. Come on, EB. Turn on the thrusters. Catch Fairest. We want to see it happen.
Kenny Loggins' music is just blasting in my ears right now. But, okay, so now the question is, do you crash into El Pozo? Now, a couple of teams already making that move. Obviously, TSM was already in there. Eternal Fire going to send it in. Gen G was halfway in. And now you see Virtus Pro getting, they're doing the shots on to, oh, he's high.
He jumped out. EB landed, became a AA turret, but seems like he's not going to continue to go for it as fairest.
He's still seats him.
He's shooting back. He's shooting back. Connected 2 in a row. Gets EB down to low HP. Keep in mind, if he gets knocked up here, there's no one coming to pick him up as we see Fix and FaZe going to try and take out Cerberus. It was a little messy initially as Fix will get taken down. Gustav knocked as well, but they have to manage to, at least for now, reset this engagement.
I mean, I don't know about reset. James is all by himself, and yeah, the rest of Cerberus has already arrived, so they will lose hit mass, but they'll at least make sure they secure these points for themselves. And now it's a question, do you really stick it out? Do you kind of get James here at the end? And I think Cerberus is 100% committed to getting this final point.
Oh yeah, they want him. Haisaki's going to see him soon enough as well.
Haisaki, what are you doing?
Man. You are on your own running up the staircase. Now you're going to get flushed because of it too. That is a player you did not at all need to lose.
Oh no, man, you hate watching that happen as James is just going to give him the okie doke. He keeps playing around the second floor, going first floor. He's got the grenade in hand. Duckmai is, would love to, I guess Gustav actually going to feed information over. Yeah. James let him know. So Gustav doing his best as a knock player. That's now off the table as he has been flushed out.
4 AM starting to look in this direction too. They've heard the shots. They're spreading out like sharks in the water. And they want a piece of this. You can see with how they're setting up right now, trying to get off angles, trying to catch people looking the other direction as James finds himself all alone.
Oh, Duckmai saw him, so yeah, he's got that grenade ready to go. That could be well cooked. Goes too far.
A bit too far on that one. Try to bounce it off the fence, not quite to be. Duckmai spots James once again. I believe James has a level 3 vest on as well, and he does indeed. Barely any damage taken so far as well, but now the shots are starting to come in from 4 AM.
Yeah, and they're also coming in from Navi as well. Sosid and Hakatori looking down in this direction, so James has to be on the move. He has to keep repositioning himself around these crates as he's spotted out Sololzi. I think the idea was for Haisaki to keep James's attention while Sololzi wrapped around and got him flanked, but unfortunately for both teams, really 4 AM and Navi kind of putting a spanner in those works.
Two teams that desperately need to qualify for the finals tomorrow can't go out here, or you'd pretty much, I mean, for Cerberus, they're guaranteed to be out. There's a very strange scenario where FaZe somehow makes it even if they don't make it through to tomorrow, but that would be very unlikely.
All right, things have slowed down a little bit here as we're down to 53 alive in phase number 2. And, Bobo's got the angle. Doesn't take the shot just yet, as Xiaopian's got the angle as well. We want to have 2 people looking over in that direction. Big shot from Xiaopian, gets him down to about 15 HP.
I was wondering, why are they allowed to go out and play like this? But if you look at the map right now, because El Pozo becomes a big kind of roadblock on the southeast side, and you have the mountains in the south doing the same thing, the entire north is completely free except for these 8 players. So north side right now completely open. You see Daytrade on the eastern side right now starting to rep north. Thank you, Observers, for lining it up there too. That is a very, very smart rotation on their part.
Really nice here. There's a number of teams already on the move. TSM leading, going to be the first team out of Pozo as Bobo will take care of James. As Duckmai and Sololzi still inside the compound. I think 4 AM, do they know? Yeah, they have to know because they have to know James was hiding around somebody, but I don't know if they know how many people are in here. They're going to lead with the flashbang here, but they're not going to follow it just yet. They're waiting for the rest of the boys to arrive, I think.
We talked about Circle Gami coming into this game, or in the previous game. I don't think I've ever casted an Alcantara ending before. So just throwing that out there. Throwing that out there. What if?
Hey, we're getting to see some fun stuff here on Miramar that you don't usually get to see.
Alcantara City ending. That'd be a new one. I don't know if it's possible with the way that the unplayables around the city works, but you know what? Let it happen. Give it to us. We want to see it.
You see a couple of different fights happening in the kill feed. This is just people getting picked out from rotating. That's a good nade. That's going to fall right on top of them. Yep, Duckmai going to go down, but the Sandstorm has arrived at the perfect time. Sololzi will find one. Sololzi will find 2, but Xiaopian will get him in the end, and they should have time to reset. But Daytrade, like you mentioned, they're on the move.
Yep.
But I mean, the Sandstorm, this might have actually hit at the perfect time here for 4 AM.
Yeah, I mean, it was initially the worst time because it meant that they didn't see the last Cerberus player initially. But as you're saying now, Daytrade forced to play it a bit slow, not being able to see what they wanted to, because they could have actually caught GodV out in the open. He was still making his way down towards that compound, but now they are able to fortify all inside the building as Kraken makes his way out on that south. There are still quite a few teams on that south side having to figure out how they make their way on in, and Luna is one of them.
Luna one of them, Weibo one of them, and you still got Twisted Minds and Eternal Fire that are still inside El Pozo, as we see the replays of that FaZe v Cerberus fight. Both end up going down in the end. But so while all that was happening, I think Twisted Minds lost one. TSM, I believe, lost one as well, as they made their way outside of the city, and then they set up just on the other side of the road from Na'Vi. Na'Vi dead center circle right now. They've got a great position.
And with how the unplayables kind of come into play here as well, as we see some 360 pop shove it, whatever you want to call it when it's done with a vehicle. Na'Vi's compound right now looks very good for next circle. And if they get that, that's going to be most likely a lot of points gone their way as Weibo. Well, your vehicle explodes, and you would have to imagine they're going to be soon to fall.
Oh no, yeah, Ibby is... Well, it's Ibby, it's Eternal Fire, it's Luna Galaxy. Everybody's taking shots. Can they manage to get the last one? Okay, so at least a couple of kills will go over as that hard shift to the north. So Alcantara still in play on that western edge.
I was going to say, I mean, Gen G, I think they feel a little cheated on that one. They thought they were going to get it right on top of them, but not quite the case. And now, all these teams having to wrap in towards the northern side, this is going to be interesting. VP, well, they look like they're in a good position right now taking shots, but they have a circle they have yet to make their way towards.
Yeah, VP, remember, Ibby was on that real high ground, so you kind of imagine that this is probably where that circle was going to go and go away from that unplayable high terrain. As the Kraken, the last player left alive, he's just going to eat a little bit of blue, but Eternal Fire, they know he's here, but how long do they want to stick it out in El Pozo when they've got a long way to go?
Someone once told me that if you just have enough first stage, you don't die to blue.
Yeah, I heard that somewhere.
Let's see if Kraken has enough first stage to not die to blue, because he has a little bit of a journey ahead of him.
He sure does.
21 for Suchu. He's read Bloomy's playbook. We'll see if we'll see for how long he gets to live in this one.
All right. Well, where are these guys going to go?
Into each other.
Yeah. Well, a little kiss, a little brotherly shove here. Is
a hip bump.
Yeah, they got to get in. But I mean, there's just nowhere really to play, and they're actually a little bit late here as VP has already sent two, and they're in a perfect position to take shots over. And TSM, well, they are looking as well. The mag gets knocked down to about nothing, as Na'Vi is now the next player in the gauntlet. And Code Marco, the two-piece at least, has made it through with Code Marco and Ruin, and they have found the tiniest of shacks. But you know what? They're safe. They're in.
The good old days of Turkish PUBG. So you say there's a shack in the center of the circle? Well, they got here. Issue is the door is definitely breakable, and there is a free vehicle for him. They came in with two. I take that back. I mean, the Cerberus and FaZe had vehicles here.
Still going. It's going to pass right by them.
9 vehicles in that compound now. As T1, they came into the circle as well. They got some space to play. They lose one, but with how they're positioned right now, I mean, it really ain't too bad as long as their issue was the VP could see them from up high, but now they're out. As Suchu gets found, I'm not sure if that was him yelling in frustration or Luna laughing, but hey, that's 18 more first states for you, Kraken.
I think that was the Kraken, and I think they're celebrating the fact that they wiped the entirety of 17, even managed to get the last guy. And the Kraken going to come over here and he's going to drop a first aid for him. Just let him know he's got his back. 23 first aids.
That's become the highlight of the tournament now. This is just we're back to 17 PUBG where kills don't matter. It's all about healing in the blue.
Look, I said Luna Galaxy probably didn't want to get involved in any scraps with anybody, but apparently they want to take it right to 17. So let's find out what they do in the next game. Is Twisted. They are pretty battered coming out of El Pozo, but they've got at least two inside the circle. Batulin's still way off in the distance. So
going to the sea.
There you go. Okay, new circle pass, and we got to get Batu out of the blue as quickly as possible because that thing is hurting right now.
Definitely is. As you can see, Kraken falls victim to it as well. Couldn't stay up. He's going to be taken down as they trade now. Yeah, I like what the observers are drawing here. You have Flash on the other side already. There is room to roam, and if you can time this right with a Gen G and Twisted fight, that would be potentially space for you to play around. The issue is, as you can see here as well, great lineup from Perfectix. It's very, very open hillside to try and come off of.
It is. It is. And, you know, the one thing you worry about that spot for day trade is if 4AM has vision on it. But BB team, they have a nice little spot here for themselves. And Na'Vi, Yeah, they've got the mortar, but where's it? Oh, don't shoot it into the building. Please don't shoot it.
I kind of wanted to just because you said it, because I was thinking the same thing. Just go boom and oops. That was not intentional. That's now Twisted Minds. They've been able to wrap around. They've been able to get away from Gen G, and now the fight is straight on to Daytrade, who are 4-man up and well aware of where Twisted are playing in from.
And they're going to try to do something here. Unfortunately, it's just the two-piece as Batu is still out in the blue. He can't even start to run. He's just got to heal through all of this, so it's just a two-man as the mortars come in, and they'll fall just shy of Rex. Where's the follow-up? There's got to be another one, right?
You'd have to imagine shots now being fired. Norrens was taken down to low HP by the blue, so Perfect is going to be able to find one. Example, the frontline player, at least for now, it's going to... If he can get Thanadol here, they might be able to wrap north. The issue is, where do you go? I mean, you have to turn around and go into BP team immediately after. This is a salvage fight for both these teams. I don't think any of them are expecting to get to the next circle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, well, it might open up something here is that with that knock onto a Uzi, so the BB team has something else to worry about here. We see the replay of what happened to Weibo a little bit earlier on here. As Twisted Minds does wipe out Daytrade, and it's all down to Perfectix. Example is going to bleed out to blue, and Perfectix goes down as well, so it's just Batu healing through the blue at this point. Twisted Minds should be out shortly.
You would have to imagine, as we get another replay coming through. Kraken falls, didn't time his first aid right. That's Example falling down as well now, as Bimi finds one. Distance to it with the 4x spray there on the orb. And yeah, VP continuing their escape, or at least trying to continue their escape out of Alcantara.
Yeah, this has been a really, I mean, this has been a really weird fight for New Happy. They've been hanging out in Alcantara for quite some time here. They lost one, and now they've got VP right on their backs, but they have got to hold the line here. No kills for them so far, and yeah, you can just see they're just holding angles at this point.
Yep, definitely saw a lot of knocks coming through there from Hagatori. Not all of them been flushed just yet, as Adder is trying to still stay alive on the side of Gen G in the meantime here. If VP can come up victorious against New Happy from this position, they could potentially roam out on that southern side of Alcantara proper.
Uh-oh. I don't know why Adder is flushing Tosi there, but Adder all by himself now on that eastern side, and he's going to just go out to blue. I think he knows that BB team has got him dead to rights, essentially.
Yep.
So drop the smoke down. It's not going to bloom in time, so AZ will get flucked out by Luca Ruff and Nixie. And now Ming Ming coming up over the top will get some damage in, but gets taken down by Sparking. TSM in beautiful position to third party this.
Happened earlier as well. We saw that when EF, or Eternal Fire, tried to roam up the road, Sparking was actually isolated from his teammates, but in the middle of all that chaos, and with Na'Vi looking towards the east, he had a chance to regroup with the rest of TSM, and now they're in a really good position to try and hold out technically both BB team and Na'Vi, as we see Adder say, I am not longing for this world no more.
No. TSM actually in a really tough position right now because Na'Vi has to go somewhere, and their spot is looking real juicy, and they've got BB team on the other side as well. And BB team still full 4-man strength. They've got Code Marco in their midst. Code Marco will pop the helmet, but a doozy will pop his... Yeah, we'll pop Code Marco back in the lobby, I guess.
Yeah, take him down, shut him down. BB team lives to see another fight potentially, but now is where they pick their poison, because as you said, I mean, they can't really play inside the circle on the east side of the road. They gotta go either south into TSM and Na'Vi or roam north, but I think what they're doing right now is smart, is saying any 5 seconds extra could be us getting a third-party opportunity. Just guys, start shooting at each other, please.
Yeah.
We want to have a third-party opportunity. Right now it ain't there, but right now we technically don't have to move.
Sosa doing God's work right now. Is if BB team gets a knock onto Ferris or Hakatori, that just opens up a door for them to crash right on top of them. And I mean, Sosa and Diffix have to get out of that compound here eventually. And again, TSM's just on the other side of the road, so it's not a great spot, but it's a spot if nothing else.
If you're BB, I'm surprised none of them are looking for knocks on 4 AM. They know they're up in the northern side. They know that half the compound is now out of play. You can see them are all sat here. I mean, if they get one in the building,
a tough knock to get,
it definitely is, but they're all looking that direction. I mean, there are heads peeking in that area. I'm surprised they're not eyeing that fight rather than going down in a, 4v3. Sosa, though, gets the double behind the building. Damn, he's on fire.
Absolutely huge. And yeah, Ferris is actually just sprinting up there with Hakatori in tow. And they're trying to get right into grenade range. Can they get there? TSM also looking on that direction. That's a great grenade from Ferris. We'll find Phil first, and now it's all down to one. The next one won't find him, but that is 3 points picked up, and Xiaopian will be the one to get a doozy, and that's going to be it for BB team.
Phenomenal cleanup here by Na'Vi as they can now turn their attention north or south, regardless of what they want. They have the space to maneuver. Lugarooks trying to get out of the city. They have T1 waiting on the other side, and Zenith is going to be able to find the first.
Go ahead, Zenith. Pop off, King. Raining and Type still kind of over here on the low side to see if they can maybe get the flank where VP is not looking. The new circle is going to let this fight play out a little bit longer. TSM again on the clock here as they've got Na'Vi that has to find a way in. This is going to be tough sledding for both teams as nice spray from Nixie will find Zenith, but he is on fire, literally and figuratively. Raining will get the knock and the flush as well.
Trying to reset, trying to get back off the hillside, maybe get Zenith back on his feet. Na'Vi right now can't really do a lot to engage from their side of the circle as they have TSM on their side to deal with Thought. Maybe there could be a third-party angle, but all this fighting is taking place in the valley down below as Ebi now with the nade loft in finds one. Lugarooks goes down and returns, so continuing this final blow for blow back on both sides.
And Type, the last player left alive, and Godby comes over at the perfect time. They're going to clean up a couple of points off of this. 6 total for them, and Type now the last player left alive for T1 as VP has an opportunity to maybe get this res onto Lugarooks, but nope, there you go. Type will finish him off and is down to just 2 for VP.
And that was the danger for him, wasn't being contained, so they get open eyes on the other side, but now TSM trying to push out Na'Vi. If they can deal with them here early on, they could potentially wrap their way further forward. Godby makes the arm sing and finds the headshot onto Ferris. That's a flank play on the side of Na'Vi. Big loss on their part, but Diffix will not be shut down because of the loss of their flank. He takes the fight head on with TSM and finds 2.
He's going to secure those as well before he goes down, as now Na'Vi has arrived across from the other side of the street, but Sparking still alive for TSM, still getting involved, but 4AM wants to come across here and get as much as they can get. They don't know where Sparking is. Na'Vi is done. VP is back up to full strength, or 2 strong at least, and they're going to come over. They'll find Sparking, so it's a 3v2v1 for the win.
Na'Vi has the, 4AM has the numbers, but can they make it happen with it? 4v2v1. They have a Grocer, they have a arm, they have everything they need to win. They have an MK and a FAMAS. 4 great guns. Why not give them all?
Type.
As Type is able to get something here in the end of it. 1v4 against an Onslaught, an armory of great weapons. We'll see if he can do it as he finds the first, finds the second. They're lining it up for him.
There's no way he does this. Type in the 1v4. He gets Xiaopian so low. He knows exactly where HSM is as well. The sprays with the AUG are godly. 821 damage for Type so far. Does he have any utility? He's trying to get in range. He's got a flashbang. That's it.
HS, if you don't hit these shots on the approach, your teammates could be down. Type is feeling it right now. That was his last flash to use. Spot Xiaopian over the hilltop. Has Godby down to low HP, but he's going to get the first aid off.
We'll at least flush out one against Godby. And now Type is a monster. He's making his way through the entirety of 4AM, but they've got themselves back together. Don't line up for him, boys. He's going to find another one. Type is now down to a 1v1, but no, 4AM will end his reign of terror.
They smile, but there's not a whole lot to smile about, because oh my god, was that almost a thrown 4v1. Type hitting incredible headshots to even make that a possibility.
Type is him. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. What a performance from the solo in a 1v4, a 1v2v4. He double knocks VP, takes them out, gets 2 instant knocks on 4AM, and then almost swings an improbable win for T1. What a performance from Type.
And what a way for Miramar to deliver on this day. I mean, the first match was insane. Second one has been equally entertaining. Now let's hop back to the desk and let them break down those amazing games we just saw here.
Well, 4AM gets the victory, but What was that almost? Type almost became the great devourer, casting a shadow all over 4 AM. That was scary. I cannot believe what we almost just witnessed. We witnessed 99% of it, and they managed to deal with the monster that is Type.
I'm on the T1 hype train, and the hype is called Type, that's for sure. Wow, that was just next level. What a, like, it was clutch.
It was scary.
The double, the back-to-back headshot double knock there, it was just insane. If he made that, that was going to be the player of the year for PGC 2024.
That would, yeah.
That was insane.
And the thing is, we were losing our minds in backstage.
Screaming, Type, Type.
That was absolutely nuts. What a play almost coming out. I mean, we should be praising 4AM. Of course, they got themselves the win. But when you watch a play like that, already, this day 2 of Circuit 3, we go off the back of Lunar Galaxy getting a 30-point game, and then seeing Type almost make the impossible possible. It was really, really close. Yeah, I want to see it again.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, screw all these other highlights. Just get to the end.
Yeah, but obviously some important stuff happened throughout this game here, James. We had some teams go down early on.
True.
We had some teams somewhat focusing. T1 in a situation, you know, like they're trying to hold out VP. VP is a team that needs the points. Right now, VP, they're up to double digits, but they could have gotten a little bit more from that if it wasn't for T1 stopping them, right? And now, in the next 2 games, they need to get points. Otherwise, they could be one of these teams that's being focused just a little bit there. Yeah, and of course, Luna on the 17 kind of focus, and Monte, right? That's also an interesting thing that kind of went on. But
they popped off.
Yeah, that too. Godwe with an arm takes down Fairest, and Foreign actually with a really good amount of points here, really good amount of kills that's able to kind of sweep, take from that northern side, take on TSM. But Type in this situation here, we didn't see the double headshot again. I really want that. On that range with a red dot.
Well, the really concerning thing for me for 4AM against all of that was the fact that he had a really good bead on where the 3 were on the left-hand side. He knew which HSMM was over on that right-hand side as well, was peeking that. And of course, I understand why he has to push up against the 2 knocks that he has on the left-hand side. It buys a little bit of time for them to get that res off. And it's good that they did stick it, because without that, I think Type just guaranteed wins that.
Imagine he had 1 nade, right? 1 nade that would have gotten that would have flushed the 2, and it would have made it a 1 versus 1. That would have been insane. But yeah, Type brings the hype for match number 2 here at Miramar. Last Miramar of the game here, last Miramar of the circuit before we go into the final. And that's going to be kind of insane here. Look, you got Peach is laughing. Yeah, that was too close to
way
comfort.
Too close. Oh, look at him. Oh, I know what he said just then. All right, well, but what a performance, what a play. So close. But 4AM will take the win here with 9 kills. T1, 7 kills. But again, I think a lot of people will be remembering that Type play for a long time. It was so close. Na'Vi with 10 very important points. Virtus Pro also kind of solidifying themselves in what would eventually be the safe spot, the comfort spot.
Yeah, one more good game from them, and they're going to be into that, like, 20+ points or so, and they're going to be comfortable, or 2 decent games here. Once we get to our wildcard maps, it's not as easy to stay consistent. As easy.
Yeah.
And that's really what it comes down to, right? Because circles, in terms of where they're going, is more defining for how good your game is. If you have a good circle, first, second, third circle, kind of the high priority circles, and you have a good spot in that, it's very likely that you're able to kind of convert that positioning into points on the board here. But it is going to be Xiaopinyan with 5 kills and 400 damage, likely to take that MVP spot here. A lot of damage dealt to most of these guys here. They were in some of these fights here with Na'Vi, with TSM on the northern side there. They kind of third-parted the Cerberus FaZe Clan situation a little bit, right? So they were able to kind of hold on to that northern side. Remember what I said when I said, you know, maybe we get some different circles here. I didn't expect it to be that far. That northwest, right? There's so many teams that needs to traverse so much ground to get into this position here. That's why we had such a huge chunk of the teams kind of being on that west and southwestern side.
Yeah, normally when you get a circle up there, it's towards Pozo or towards the more southern western edge or whatever.
Like the Copperia ending-ish.
Yeah, not very northwest that we normally get, but there you go.
To see some difference here.
Gets the man of the match. Our honorary man of the match, though. Good old Type.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I think Type also only got 4 or 5 kills because he didn't get most of these, like the flushes.
It was still cool to watch.
It was super cool to watch, and that also garners them 13 points alongside Foreign Agreements 19 here. Na'Vi also fragged out 10 kills there for them. Most kills in this match here also gives them 13. Very kind of high amount of points for these top teams here. 4 teams managed to get double digits. Virtus Pro here, as we're talking about, managed to get themselves 10 on top of what they had before too, right? So they are actually gonna be just needing 7, 9, maybe 7, 8, 9-ish points before they consider themselves safe.
7, 8, 9, 10. You could have kept going.
Are you gonna show me how far you can count?
Yeah,
but they're in 15. Yesterday our cutoff was 18.
Right.
We also had a 27-point cutoff day, but it really comes down to how top-heavy it is, right? And right now it's kind of even out quite nicely. In the bottom though, New Happy Esports, a team that has yet to see a circuit final, James. What's going to be happening with them?
It is a good question, because right now they're looking in danger. I mean, at the same time though, as you say, I mean, we're only 2 games in, and those 2 teams up towards the top have already sponged up a little bit. So there's the potential that we get some more svamping going on, more sponging later on from all of these teams.
Is 23 safe, you think, now? Foreign, they're fine?
Yeah. Considering what is likely to be occurring. Like, even if you just get 1 point
there's no point they don't bring 5 more points in the rest of the day, right? So I'm not really too worried about them. But yeah, on the other side, New Happy Esports, former PGC winners, alongside big old Ming Ming. And so far, we have not seen what the potential that this team have, right? We've seen a few mechanical situations for Ming Ming come out. Some few good games, but it's not really come to the kind of high level that we know that they have been capable of through the years.
They're definitely stuck in a rut, and somehow you've got to break that right now, because otherwise it is over for 2024. But anyway, it's time for a break. When we return, we have the wildcard maps coming up for a day 2 of Circuit 3.
But you catch me when I'm caught. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos, because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Miramar is done for the day, and the journey will continue over to Tago, Rondo, and Erangel in just a short moment. I'm Toby, joined by Poro. Poro, you know what? I love the fact that we're here with the player set behind us coming in just now. I saw Fex walk up with the Cerberus boys. He was going, oh, nice shooting, guys. And all him had to do was like, nice driving, Fex, because he flew out of the vehicle and got himself knocked. Love the interactions that we're seeing between these players playing here on stage for arguably the biggest award that you can win in PUBG Esports.
I ran into Toffees as we were in the break, and he was like, yeah, I ran into Visa in the bathroom. He was like, who was shooting at me from the plane? It was like, oh, Ferris. He's like, I don't know how to deal with being on top of a mountain. I was struggling for my life up there.
Now you know how everyone else feels when you're the one sat there in the glider, ready and waiting for them. But it's going to be Rondo up next. And honestly, with how phenomenal these two first matches have played out, I'm really excited to hop over to Rondo. It's been, I feel like, where the last couple of days have been chaos and wild circles and all that stuff kind of dictating the flow. This has been just raw mechanical skill we've seen out of these last two games from all these teams.
That's true. I mean, and I feel bad a little bit. I almost didn't give 4AM enough of their flowers for getting that big win, which they absolutely needed.
Yeah.
But man, he had me feeling some type of way. Like, it was just absolutely insane. The singular mechanical play that we've seen coming out of some of these guys, like in clutch type situations.
Oh yeah.
I can't stop saying his name, Toby. I can't. It was just that much fun to watch.
Yeah, it was. It was insane. I mean, I feel like there's always a case of if it's a 4v1 that you throw, that has to be mistakes made on the 4-man team. But in this case, I mean, the initial double headshot to get 2 knocks and then almost making it happen was phenomenal to watch. And you know what's also phenomenal to watch? Rondo. And what better to spice it up with a little double plane coming in.
Oh boy, is that what we get to deal with?
Of course it is.
Sure is.
There should be 2 planes on that video. Because that's what we got to work with. One coming in north, straight down to south, and then the Joker plane from Jadina over Yantin.
the old Joker Jadina. Yep. Well, we've seen some pretty wild finishes on Rondo here so far this tournament, and I don't think that I'm not expecting anything different from this one.
I hope
here.
not, no.
Especially when you throw in the double. Yeah, you see them both in one shot there. They cross, and so well, actually a lot of teams dropping right on the cross.
Yep.
Cerberus, Eternal Fire, and Virtus Pro all in the same boat, but it looks like since everybody's got their drop spots picked out, although Twisted is getting to Neox a little bit earlier than Na'Vi, and maybe they could take advantage of that. We'll see.
It's always really interesting when we do get these double playing situations, because that means
Tommy gun.
Calm down, my man. Trying to tell people something.
Ian was like, wait a minute.
Stop being exciting at the 1 minute mark.
Everybody was talking about type. Remember me? I was really cool yesterday.
He was. They take turns, man. They take turns.
Fair enough.
But no, it's always interesting because it kind of throws a spanner in the works of the IGLs. We know where these teams like to loot off of this plane path. All of a sudden now your plane path ain't all you have to worry about.
Yep.
It's also which teams are in our plane, which teams are in the other plane, and if that's the case, which drop do they end up going to? So how we can normally easily, based on the plane path, tell where the main the main heat of a circle is going to be. With these double plane paths coming in, all of a sudden that becomes a lot more difficult.
Yeah, we got a number of teams that are a little bit close together. It looks like Twisted Minds actually flexed a little bit further east into Neox and kind of muscled Na'Vi to a corner, essentially. We'll check in on that later. But Day Trade passing by real close to TSM here, but it looks like they'll avoid each other for the time being. Yeah, Day Trade is going to continue going south over the bridge over to Long Ho.
I love that now that we have so many tournaments under our belt in these things, that we get to see some of these kind of highlights. We saw Day Trade there with their 150th kill in the previous game off of this tournament. I think we also saw Na'Vi. It was very quick, up and gone in the middle of a fight, so it didn't really... I think it was Na'Vi with their 100th halfway through that Miramar game earlier as well in this tournament alone. So phenomenal to see us. Belmont now is wide wrapping on the western side. They get their glider, hard spawn, whatever they want. They have all the room in the world.
And you know what? Look, you got a huge shout out to Day Trade for the performance they put in so far at this tournament. I'm not going to lie. I had them written off. I mean, they were one of the teams that had made every PGS Grand Final and had 0 points going into PGS 6. And they managed to right the ship then, secured their spot here, and now that they're here, they're showing out. And it's something that's really hard to do, especially when you had just such a tough year so far. To turn things around the way they have is admirable.
And where you highlight the team as a whole, and I completely agree with everything you say, I want to add to that and say Belmont individually has been a phenomenal player to watch throughout this tournament. I think he has impressed a lot of people. Usually, I mean, quiet, smiling guy on the team that isn't the spearhead of the operation in terms of taking fights, but where Thanatol, I'm not saying he's underperformed, but where he was brought in as we need one of the best fraggers in all of Thailand. You get Thanatol on the team, that's phenomenal. Hasn't really, I feel like, brought the amount of oomph that the team hoped for. In the meantime, Belmont has just been like, guys, I'm actually pretty decent at this whole fragging thing too, and he really has shown us and the whole world exactly what he's capable of in this tournament already. So Belmont, good on you, my man. You're delivering.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way it is sometimes with these teams, right? Is are they going to fit in instantly or not? And meanwhile, we got the Kraken interview.
I'm joined by Luna Galaxy's Kraken. That was a crazy Miramar. Your journey from the west to that final fight with 17 was miraculous, and you surpassed the most kills PGC 2024 with 20 kills. So I want to ask you, what enabled you to bring out this out-of-galaxy performance today?
Então, ela falou que esse jogo foi insano, principalmente a rotação que vocês fizeram do Oeste até a guerra contra 17. E para além disso, vocês também têm um novo recorde de 20 kills no jogo. E ela está perguntando o que é que você fez que conseguiu levar a equipe a fazer esse tipo de jogada.
Nessa partida em específico a gente tinha um centro, mas a gente optou por jogar na borda para a gente ir limpando os times, progredindo. E foi isso, a gente só progrediu, jogou avançando e matou todo mundo.
So he said like basically they start in the center, but they decided like to play like on the outside, so they could just like had more opportunities to clean the other teams. And basically that's what they did, and they killed like everyone else.
Yeah, you killed everyone you came in contact with. All right, that was Luna Galaxy's Kraken. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, thank you.
Bye-bye. Well, the Kraken had a heck of a performance, and that was an awesome performance by Luna Galaxy in that game. I mean, like we said, everything just laid out in front of them and perfectly, and they did everything that they needed to do correctly in that game. So there you go, the record breaker, 20 kills in Circuit 3, Day 2, match number 1. Meanwhile, while all this was going on, TSM went hunting.
Yep.
They saw Day Trade cross that bridge, and they followed right behind, and they managed to get a kill off of them.
Yeah, sorry, then at all. I didn't mean to curse you or anything, but you will be the first one down this game.
No, it was a Belmoth, it would be cursed.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's true, I suppose. Let's see now, as we might get an M24 off between Quetpa and Jeems. That's not something we see too often. It would be kind of interesting if we did. So, no, Fix,
awesome.
go away, Fix. We let the bolt action guys do this. Same thing for you, Marco. Get out of here. Get out.
No.
We're in the middle of a thing here.
I want to see the M24 off. Just to, all right, draw. Pilgrim.
M24 off?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
Why not?
Yep.
No, now 17 is getting involved.
Go away, guys.
You can't have a good 4v4 fight in this lobby, man. There's always somebody that's just sniffing around, trying to get your knock stolen away. So
exactly. But to go for what you were just saying with the circle shifting where it did, I mean, TSM, I don't think they went for Day Trade per se, but they caught them, got a kill off it, and now that allows them to go past them, grab all the way up to the west. If they come in, as I assume they will, up on that northwestern side, they're going to have all the room in the world to make something happen here.
A little bit of a revisiting young type, all with the AUG too, man. Just all with the AUG. 821 damage. Almost pulls it off.
Gets Xiao Pan as well. Has that other shot not been a headshot? He wins those. I mean, that's... Oh, come on! You can see it on them, too. They were excited for their... That's going to be the hardest thing. I mean, I like to think I'm pretty loud when I play video games, but that's going to be the hardest thing, seeing your friend in one of the most important moments of his career, potentially, as I hold that thought for a second, but trying to stay quiet in those situations as a teammate, that's got to be so incredibly hard.
I mean, you don't just scream, clutch, or kick at your friends anytime they're in that situation.
Just get hyped on their behalf. I mean, I'd be jumping around in the chair if that was me seeing my friends pop off like that, and good thing on them is that they held it until the fight was done.
Heard the vehicles approaching, but preemptive grenade, MS will find a doozy. Unfortunately, a doozy coming at from the wrong angle. Himas had that high ground, and now Cerberus and BB Team, they are involved. BB Team would love to get out of this, but Duckmy ain't going to let it happen. Best of luck going to go down.
Again, I mean, Cerberus with a good first game of the day. That becomes a whole different Cerberus as Phil first is seen. Thought he had one initially, but not quite to be, and he's going to get flushed now as well. BB Team in trouble.
Okay, Duckmy, we see you, boy, with the high ground. And look, of course, Toby. There's got to be another team that's right there, the third party. But it looks like they're a little bit far away. And yeah, VP, they're in vehicles, but they're not sending it over to the compound.
All these teams have played Sanhok. They all know the importance of finishing fights fast, or you are going to get third-partied. So they've learned. They've learned the hard way. They've brought their way through the jungle, and now they can bring that expertise into Rondo, where it's equally important.
Well, Spiro will get to hold the hopes and dreams of BB Team on his shoulders for the remainder of this one as we check in with Weibo. They are on the south side, and 4 a.m. is rotating just past them over by Dancheng, but it looks like they should avoid each other for the most part as doing just a quick refuel.
Yep, slowing things down for a mere moment to then aggress and go further towards the north. They're side by side with 4 a.m., which could turn into a fight, but I'm not assuming that's going to be the case. Next circle, though, has a lot of people center and equally many to the east. It's really only TSM who are now coming in on the hard western side that are over in that area. If this one swings towards Stadium, towards Yao Tin too, we are in for a pretty tough rotation for a lot of these teams coming in. And here is, well, the fight that we never got to see before, because the M24 didn't hit anything.
They got the knock-on effects at least, and Jeems is he's definitely resable, but Jeems is not going to be the one to be able to do it because they've got him pinned. So Correxy going to have to come from behind. You'll see him just on your map now as we wait for that next circle pop. Will it go to that northwestern side? Ooh. It will indeed, as we have a dead center stadium finish.
Are we already now starting to talk about the north hard shift next over the river? No, let's hold that for the next circle to come. But yeah, stadium, dead center. You don't want to be in there. Honestly, at this point in the game, it can cater to one, maybe two teams, and then you have another team down in the southwest side of it. that's really all you can really do in the center, and around there is a lot of open fields and a lake to make matters even worse too. This is going to be brutal circle center, and everyone is coming in on the east side.
I mean, every team right now in vehicles right now, except for T1, who is just shooting the backs of Luna Galaxy as they escape here. But a number of teams getting very, very close to each other, and now the electrical storm really falling right on top of VP. I think they may have slowed them down here just a bit. Weibo going to escape for the most part. Xiaobei, 2 shots at our lad Spiro, the last player left alive for BB team, and Xiaozi will force Xiaobei to pull his head back down.
Yep. Vehicles rotations denied for VP, as you say. Out on the southeast side might actually come to benefit them, considering how many teams were wrapping in front of them. And here is Spiro.
Here in the stadium.
Able to get away. He's now going to find the best place to lie prone, which is here, right next to a smoking hot Pico. It's hey,
it's the best place to stop for a second and heal up.
Yeah, true. We'll see if he continues his rotation on foot, if he opts to drive elsewhere.
Well, look, you said it yourself. Nobody would want to play in stadium right now. So what better place for a solo to try to hide out till the late game and survive than in the middle of the stadium?
You are not wrong, my friend. Spiro read that one like a book, and he's going to be just fine. And of course, want to play it safe, want to be smart about it, don't want to go out with a big old 0 in this game. As you'd imagine, soon find out that he actually does have all of this to himself.
Yeah, now that little, the shops and all that just to the south of stadium. Now, Day Trade and FaZe have set up shop in there, and you also have Gen G that's just on the eastern side of the stadium. So nobody fully committing to stadium itself, obviously, but a number of teams opting to play in those hardcover spaces just around there.
Looking at that EMP just before, I came to wonder. I like to think that I'm pretty on point with
EMP,
like what you can. I like to think that I'm pretty on point with what you can do in the game and whatnot. I know like cast don't work, like the red dots and all that get Yankee, but can you shoot a stun gun in an EMP? Because technically that's like an electronic pulse coming out of the thing. Does that not work?
I don't know.
I guess I've never fired a stun gun in an EMP zone. Huh. Viewers, you know, you've all been there. You've all trolled your friends with stun guns while you're in those.
Dude, that's the best part about this map, honestly, is just shooting stun guns at people nonstop. If it's not stun guns, it's crossbows.
You've all done it. I'm just not sure. I mean, and if you can do it in the game, can you actually do it in real life? I'm not sure.
Oh, there we go.
Get some lore. Oh, there you go.
Lore
this is all for you. This is all for you.
I love this. A resounding bang echoed, leading to the formation of an overcome.
Past tense as well.
I know.
Oh.
How does that relate to the blue zone, though?
I don't know.
Come on. We gotta wait. I need my lore dump to be a little bit more thorough.
Blue EMP zone. You know what? Let's continue this game instead. Go up towards stadium, and with that lake down there and phase 4 coming up next, you'd have to imagine that we might get ourselves a proper stadium finish. That wasn't on my bingo card for this one, but we'll see if that's going to be the case or not, as now both BB's Spiro, alongside TSM, Cerberus, Day Trade, and FaZe, and Gen G for that matter too, find themselves very near to the stadium proper.
Yeah, TSM committing to the stadium itself, and Cerberus is actually right behind them here. Spaceman has been hiding on this hill for so long. You had the drop on him, but Lukaruk says no, sir, and immediately flips over.
Yeah, very fortunate for VP not to lose one there. Spiro is able to find one, but Sparking comes in, shuts him down. He had all the time in the world to find a place to lay low. Unfortunately for him, the circle came to him again, and that had a lot of players coming with it.
Well, unfortunately for Weibo, they're going to lose Mamu as well, so they are down to just 2.
Yeah.
They are holding the very, very edge of zone, and VP is taking shots at this. What they don't know is just off to their southeast, they've got Na'Vi making a rotation through the blue zone. And they might hear these shots and might look over in that direction. We'll see what they decide to do. And meanwhile, oh no, is it an actual stadium battle? We have not seen one of these yet, Toby.
Imagine. It could just come down to it. I mean, this next circle, off of how
a three-way battle, let's go.
I mean, the three-way for now, there could be way more teams joining in on this party, with the next circle supposedly going towards the west here.
All right, VP, after taking those shots at Weibo, still kind of hanging around. But Na'Vi, it looks like Navi's going to leave, so Na'Vi, so VP's back should be safe for the time being. Na'Vi just making that full, long wrap rotation around the south side. I guess they're going to come in from the west and hope that it's clear. And I mean, it is.
Exactly. They've been backfilling for so long now, so might as well play on the smart side. Nice double headshot to initiate that fight as Lookarooks goes down. We'll see if they get more of it as the kill feed pops off with the fights happening in Stadium at the same time.
Ozai with a big spray. Ooh. Shen now holding the low side is going to find Beamy and VP, maybe biting off a little bit more than they could chew as they crashed in here without having a really good idea of where these guys were. Ibby has that Panzerfaust in hand just in case one of them peek at the wrong time. Shen, though, looks like he knows exactly where he is. He hears the footsteps. Will he get him before the Panzer can get off? It looks like he won't stick around to find out.
Oh, EB is on his own right now. Nixie is still getting into the vehicle now. Shots coming through. Oh, almost took out himself in that one. But Lookarooks will fall. 4 AM fall immediately after. Now EB getting knocked by Sushu from afar.
The third party coming in from 17 from that north side, but 17 can't stick around for that as well because they've got Twisted Minds bearing down. So VP down to just Nixie, playing around the outside, playing around the compound, waiting for either of these Weibo players to peak, but they have held their compound admirably.
Yep, definitely have. Sushu able to find EB.
Oh, stolen
Well, maybe that's
away.
Shen actually. Shen tried to go for it, but EB gets claimed by Sushu. Circle, as we said, does go Stadium and Stadium proper. We'll see now with all these teams still out on the eastern side, how do they make their way on in? Or do all these teams just say, you know what, forfeit? Let's go for the fight in the blue and see what happens.
It looks like exactly what they're doing here. They are just peeking every which way they can here. Cerberus just death balling around the outside. They're going to get Eternal Fire very low. Sparkin will steal Quepa away, but that grenade will fall right on top of Code Marco as he goes down. Cerberus has to stop down, though, to heal up here. As Duck Mine him as very low.
And great reaction play from Cerberus as well. They cannot have more teams in the nearby vicinity. They know they have Genji out in the hills, and they're limited in where they can take these fights from. So smart to try and deal with them fast. Issue is that Matt and Ruin are able to stay alive through it. Now they have Day Trade right next to them.
So quick just catch up. Vertex Pro will get eliminated here. Nurens will find the Mad, and he goes down, and he is out. As Day Trade still getting involved, but 4 AM was wiped by FaZe. Remember, FaZe was holding those compounds just to the south side of Stadium, so they keep all 4 alive. Na'Vi has come in from that western side. They're still not committing to Stadium just yet. Luna Galaxy and T1 are on the north. They're getting very close to each other. New Happy playing the edge, and meanwhile, you got 17 and Twisted Minds. They're engaging a fight outside of the zone right now.
In short, fights are taking place everywhere right now. As example, peeks on over, finds Little Ghost. They were down 2 players just before Twisted Minds, that is, but they were able to reset, and who better than Example to be able to go out and dish damage here in return. Xiao Bei down, Little Ghost down as well, and Sushu and Xiao Wu now trying to figure out how do they make this happen as Perfectex gets seen behind the vehicle.
Big spray from Sushu there to turn things back in their favor as he's now going to have his teammate arrive, and nice shots again from Sushu as Twisted Minds is down to just Lu, but a beautiful grenade will take him down, and now it's a 1v1, Xiao Wu versus Lu.
Could potentially get 2 players, make that 1 player back on his feet as well. Can they get Example on up? That nade is going to bounce a bit off to the side, but it still has 2 more to work with.
Too far, and that one's going to go right into the smoke. That one might be right on time. It bounces, but he gets the res off in time and escape, for example, as he stays alive. Lu has him pinned right up against the shack side here. Xiao Wu being very careful about how he wants to peek this. Sushu feeding over information, but Lu is on fire. Lu is going down. Xiao Wu is still in an Example, trying to get the first aid off to get back into this fight.
Absolutely clutch that Example was able to get back on his feet. Thank you, Lu, is what he's going to say, but nice initial shots coming in, and they're coming in from the other side. It's Weibo applying pressure from behind now. Example realizing I have to take this fight, and there she does, just to go down seconds later to Weibo, who again played this one smart. They were outnumbered early, able to wrap around and claim some much needed points.
Weibo flexing their muscles this game, holding off the full 4-man press from VP, and now turning into a third party. They've got 2 alive still, but the circle is far away as we still have just a huge battle going on inside Stadium. And look at Na'Vi. They took the long wrap around that south side all the way to the west, and now they have so much space to work with on this northern side.
Very good position for them. They'll be able to sit here, wait, practically top 3 guaranteed at this point.
It feels
unless if the next circle hard shifts back into Stadium, then they're looking really good. In the meantime, in Stadium, we'll go full TDM on you, as some of the best, if not the best players in the world both are gonna brawl it out to see which one, maybe 2 or 3 players can make their way out of stadium alive should they have to.
It does seem like the TDM carousel has slowed down and maybe stopped as everybody is just kind of holding their own spots right now, as Nan will spot out Diffix from long range, as New Happy trying to make that rotation. They've got to go somewhere, but so said the rest of the boys already looking down that road. They're going to take some opening shots and put New Happy on pause. As look at FaZe, they had to come in from somewhere. They come in from the south side and they're going high.
And New Happy is actually pulling up on this one. They were waiting for AC to get into the vehicle and get ready for it. I think they thought, or think they figured, that Diffix was a solo player, and he's now caught behind his vehicle, so can't really use it to get away. And if they can isolate him down here,
oh, what a
nade! Teammates can do, and Ming perfectly placed nade over the top, 100 damage done, finds him, and that is Diffix down and out. And if New Happy can spread over here to the northern side with one more player potentially going down, I mean, that's New Happy in prime real estate to win this game.
That was a fantastic read on the part of New Happy.
Oh, yeah.
Figure out where the solo guy is, separate him, and now you can see the mortars are coming in from Na'Vi, but it might be a little bit too little too late. New Happy continuing to press right when they have them up against the wall.
Nice nades thrown over. Even if they don't hit, it's still going to suppress them a bit. But New Happy is smelling blood in this one. They want this position. They know that the fights are happening inside the circle. They've been sat here for a long time, so they're well aware that no one is in a position to third party. That is why they're playing this so aggressively right now.
Absolutely, and you got to feel like the winner of this fight is going to come out huge. But there are still shots coming in from long range. FaZe, remember, has that high ground. They see this. So they are taking shots through the smoke, landing some of them as Sosid is getting knocked a little bit low. Yeah, you can see, there you go, Jeems has vision on that from way downtown.
Yep. For FaZe, they have to figure now, like, what do we prioritize? Who do we go for? Yes, we can shoot at these guys out of distance. We also have opponents real close. This next circle shift is going to be huge, as Vex is able to find Ferris. That's going to allow for New Happy to wrap over the hilltop.
Oh, this is so free for FaZe here. Like, nope. I mean, everybody that's around them is below them. They have no angles.
Nope.
So FaZe is just free to just ADR farm this as long as they want. And that is bad news for Na'Vi and New Happy.
And this is even better for them, because if they can apply enough pressure to the north, that allows them to play the roof side in this next circle as well. So see how many you can get with the position you're in, as Cerberus now starts shooting towards the north as well.
They got the knock on AZ, so New Happy going to have to make a decision about, do you go for this res? They got the smoke gun already in hand. It looks like they're going to try to get him back on his feet. But Na'Vi, they still are lying low on that roadside. It looks like they have broken the line of sight of FaZe, so they could get involved here again, as now Gen G has made their way into the north. They don't have to get involved in any of this nonsense in the stadium, but FaZe is on the top side. You got Weibo, Day Trade, and Ruin from Eternal Fire that still have to make their way into the zone, while TSM and Cerberus are holding everyone out.
Yep, New Happy right now. Sorry, maybe Gen G currently playing for top 5 guaranteed by just waiting outside to say, yes, there are points to be gotten inside stadium, but it's not really worth the risk of potentially going down in order to try and claim it. So play outside, play it smart, wait this one out. Na'Vi, in the meantime, as you're saying, because of the pressure that's being applied from the other side, not all that they can do. This could not be worse time for New Happy.
Where are those shots going?
That was the bait. They needed the vehicles to be bait, but now there's no one to come up and punish them for going for this fight. They're going to all be slaughtered. 3-piece for Hagatori, and it all happens because Soset finds the rooftop player, or the high ground player, with the nade. He was the one to peek down when they were all looking the other way, but that never came to be.
Beautiful stuff from Hagatori as he puts on a highlight reel play for himself, and now Na'Vi have all the space and all the time and all the loot boxes that they could possibly need to get themselves right for this late game. Now we're cutting back to that stadium situation. Weibo, they are playing around on the outside. It looks like TSM is playing around on the inside. They're just trying to scout out the best possible route into this next zone.
FaZe have to play around the eastern side. They can't grab the northwest, because now, especially with the Na'Vi New Happy fight coming to an end, they would be easy pickings for the players up towards the north. So they're going to slow things down. Everyone's going to slow things down. And honestly, I mean, for the sake of this game, just keep the circles coming down to the south. They're not going to move anywhere anyway.
This is going to be a wild finish.
It's going to be a 3-2-1 blink and you miss it.
It's going to be absolutely insane. As you got to imagine this is going to slow down a lot. As Day Trade, they're actually getting a little bit close to Cerberus. So I think Nurin's hearing the footsteps, has the grenade in hand and ready to go. But Cerberus, they heard the footsteps as well and retreat a little bit farther, but that grenade going to go just a little bit short. And now Cerberus, they've got all eyes pointing towards Day Trade.
And it's fights happening on both sides. It's TSM and Weibo in the west, and it's Day Trade and my brain malfunctioned there for a second. But Day Trade fighting towards the east, but there are still solos in the midst of all these. And as I say that, Ruin does get found, so one of them eliminated. That's the last remaining sneaky play here now. Sai tries to creep forward as well.
Oh, Hackatory's on the mortar. Why not? Yeah, send it. Gen G, I mean, Gen G's just laughing right now, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean until the mortars hit.
Well, until the mortars hit, but they've got 4 alive, and they are bobbing and weaving with excellent play. Oh, Haisaki actually can find the knock on Rex as the mortars continue to fall. But it looks like Rex. Okay, I don't want to speak too soon as the mortars are continuing to come in. Sosin is doing a really good job of range finding right now.
Do you dare to go for a Res and a Mortar Storm? I'm not sure you're really feeling too eager to go for that one, regardless of how much your teammate is going, safe Res, safe Res, they ain't hitting us, I promise you. Yeah, we'll see now as Day Trade. Smokes have been deployed to allow for them to creep further forward, but they're going straight into Cerberus.
Yes, Day Trade trying to slow things down. But playing out of the smokes is so dangerous. As Zai, the solo from Weibo, TSM knew he was there, but they just lost track of it because there's so many different places you can hide inside this stadium.
So difficult to maneuver your way through, and even if you want to play on top of each other, sometimes being right next to each other can be equally dangerous. A mistime flash there slows down the push initially, but seems like Sparking and Luca on a mission to try and find this last player from Weibo.
So low. Yeah, he had to stop down and actually steal some first aids. There it is. Okay, Sparking will clean that up. And now Cerberus, they have taken 1 down from Day Trade as Belmoth has been knocked. Hamas is going to get knocked as well. And Day Trade, what is happening in this fight? Sololzi down to 3 HP. He's got to retreat real quick to go ahead and get the res off. And TSM, they're coming over. Na'Vi using this as an opportunity to make their way in. And FaZe is on the top side, overseeing it all. Barpo in perfect position to wipe out Na'Vi.
Had to come off the north side hill. The new FaZe were up there. And if you catch them looking the other direction, it's just a brief moment. That is you potentially getting a quote-unquote fair fight against Gen G. But they were already in way too good a position for you to be able to dismantle them. So nice hold by Gen G. Of course, a little help there from FaZe, and now it becomes interesting. The circle, should it shift south, should still end outside of the stadium itself. So FaZe eventually will have to get off this roof.
This is nuts. And I mean, again, you got to imagine that Gen G. Oh, what is happening here? Duckmine, no, don't get knocked. What are we doing? TSM, meanwhile, they've still got a window. As you said, they're going to have to come down eventually.
Got to keep in mind as well, TSM, they're inside the stadium still. I mean, it makes perfect sense they're playing it as slow as they are because they're probably looking for solos as they make their way forward. But can you get out on the western side? There is a building outside the stadium itself. It might not be much to work with, but again, it's cover and it's inside the circle. And by getting in there, you evade the confrontation from FaZe. Issue is Gen G might get angles on you.
Well, most importantly, right now, I don't think anybody's looking at it because Gen G, they're just lying prone, trying to avoid FaZe. FaZe is just all eyes over towards Gen G. So, yeah, we'll see if TSM decides to creep out that direction. As Cerberus, they're completely content to just hide under this awning right now for the time being. But they're going to have to go again soon here as well.
Gen G knows they have a position. They're saying, guys, if you have to come to us. We're not going to throw a 4v2 against Quantum Freaks the first game of the tournament. We're not new happy. I mean, you guys have to come to us. We'll just wait this one out. Get off the roof. Let us know when you're about to. We'll shoot you mid-air.
You see the utility and who's got what here. Cerberus, not a lot of grenades, but they got a lot of smoke, so they could at least maybe push themselves out a little bit closer to Gen G, but once they're there, they're not going to really have a whole lot to throw at them. Gen G, meanwhile, 3 grenades. They're sending them already, and they are getting Cerberus pretty low.
And with Util alone, I mean, TSM...
Way Sparking coming out on top.
Meteor storms coming down from FaZe up high. Amazingly placed Util to try and...
Fishery at the end, they played that western side so nicely. They came out at the correct time and end up winning the 1v1, but what a finish.
What a finish indeed. Miramar delivered, Rondo delivered. Now let's go back to the desk where we head over to Takeover.
Well, TSM will sit upon the throne here for this Rondo match, and it was a wild one. We ended up so close to Stadium. I thought we were going to be sitting around Stadium, but hey, we've kind of shifted out towards the end here, and this was TSM capitalizing on the utter chaos that was going on all around it.
And they actually lost one player early on, then lost one more to CYY, and they're down to 2. It's just Alo and Sparking. But the king of clutches is Sparking. That was just insane. The Ego Peak with a knock. He had a safe knock on Alo. Ego Peak with 40 HP to take down Gen G. That's just next level there. Good to see from TSM and the boys. And that practically makes them safe as well, right? And they're already looking good on our overall standing for the circuit. So for this one here, they can now make moves. We have 3 more games to go. And they can now make moves, right? And that's really the interesting thing. I actually had a bit of a talk with them before, and I was like, okay, what's going to happen there? We need to secure points first. This is their chance. Now they have all the opportunities, all the chances to third party, whoever they want to third party. And we're gonna be having some super interesting matches, because there are going to be 4 teams eliminated from PGC here. And it could be 3 teams that are directly eliminated. It could be 4. We'll see.
Well, we've already had such a memorable start to the...
See on it. Luke got knocked here. Obviously, it was Luke and Sparking towards the end. Sparking gets him ass down. Safe rest on Luke, but nope. Ego peaks like that. That's just crazy. Really good to see here from the guys. Huge clutch. And look, it's just another day in the office for the game.
Apparently, yeah. Well, they know the work's not done yet, right? Of course, they've had a really strong meteoric rise throughout this year. Very, very consistent at the internationals. And overall, they are looking to become a champion, basically.
Yeah. This is their chance, right?
Yep.
And again, with establishing the roster, after having lost Luke 12 last year, he played in Apex for a year, Sparking joining the team this year, it's looking like a more phenomenal roster that we've ever seen this core of Pretty Curdy and Alo being, right? With the Luke 12, of course, joining back for that 3-man standout core. Fantastic for Sparking.
And not exactly, I mean, when it comes to a game like this, right, you have potential threats all around you where TSM is obviously able to critically analyze what they have to deal with at what particular times, right? Obviously, you don't want to go out too far in a situation like this. Having a team above you like FaZe, I mean, of course, almost gives a little bit of safety for you whilst you're kind of like looking towards all the other teams that are kind of trying to shelter away from that, right? And eventually, unfortunately for FaZe, they will have...
After looking down, and Gen G was just pinched so and kind of pinned down for so long with the utility, with the blue zones coming in, with all the kind of high ground angles that they had to be way more patient. They should not have been peeking so much. They actually had a full 4-man roster going into that without being pressured by anyone except for Na'Vi. But yeah, TSM ends up here with 9 kills, FaZe with 11. Yeah, they had a huge amount of points gathering there from the top of that roof.
Bit of a banger game. Doesn't result in the win, but yeah, still 11 kills is a good spot. Cerberus up there as well alongside Gen G, and we will take a look, and it will be Sparking at the very top here for TSM.
Wow.
Really, really good stuff to be able to clutch up there.
Yeah, 0 knockouts without getting them. Like, it's effective here. The kills are Nox kills. There's no Nox, no DBNOs, and 600 damage to come his way. That's good to see. Happy for them that the guys that have him on his fantasy team.
Okay, all right. Actually, you're doing really well, aren't you? Like top 16 or something like that?
Yeah, I think top 16 going into this one here. With this, I might go top 10, actually.
I say top 16. It's very specific. No, it was like, in fact, 16th.
16th globally on fantasy before going into this. And I have Sparking, so it's good. I couldn't afford Example, though, but a lot of had Example. I feel like Perfectix yesterday really performed well. I figured out a team that could go well together, and yeah, I managed to get Sparking. I feel like with the situation that TSM has been in so far, them being safe in terms of circuit points, they can make a lot of moves, and usually that comes around to them being like aggressive and proactive in a lot of the stuff, which enables Sparking to do his thing. And yeah, it's good to see these guys stepping up, and 19 points coming their way. That's going to be a total of 26, I believe, for the total, which is huge for them. But a lot of other teams, 9 points for both Na'Vi and Gen G here. Obviously, placements high for Gen G. Na'Vi managed to get a lot of kills on that northern side.
As I was saying, it was kind of a bit of a rougher start for FaZe, but now getting the 15 points from this game is going to situate them very nicely, as all the other teams here. So we take a look at the overall leaderboards. The teams on the left-hand side are shoring up their defenses against what is potentially to come from those teams down towards the bottom. The teams in the danger zone with 3 games left right now. Teams like BB Team, Weibo have 0 placement points. That's weird.
They're fragging out. They have more kills than Virtus Pro. And they have as many kills as TSM on 3rd. So yeah, just some placement points coming there where I'm not too worried about them. No. But they're also putting themselves into these situations here. Like, they're okay, it's 17 gaming. They're committing everything to them. They could have disengaged. They could have maybe had 2 or 3 guys alive and try to get later into the game. But they were focused on wrapping that fight up with 17 gaming, right? It was so important to them because, again, that can have an impact. 17 gaming, 15 points is not safe for them.
Agreed.
So we'll see what happens for the last 3 games. But still, their focus is still on these kind of bottom teams, right?
Yeah.
Weibo and New Happy, they have to make it into the circuit final to even have a chance to get into the top 16 teams, to get into that grand final. They have to make it by themselves, and they have to have some huge day tomorrow even, because they need to take over teams and potentially knock out teams to make sure they have a bigger chance, right? Because currently on 0 points for circuit final points for New Happy. Weibo is also outside the top 16, so it's going to be rough. We have one more wildcard game on Takeover, though.
We do. There's still vulnerability for some of these teams who need to get into that circuit final tomorrow. And will anybody pounce at the opportunity to be able to put the boot in against them? That's the question coming into this Tago. I don't see it happening just yet. But
the hot drops, or?
No. Well, I mean, we'll see.
Or the lockdown. They're landing around one city to lock someone out. Pop all of their tires on the cars. Make sure they have to run out of the city. Yeah, we'll see what happens here in Tago, though.
All right, let's get into it here. Time to Tago. We have got it on the way as all of these teams scramble for the points. Let's head over to the commentators.
Not only have the games today delivered in terms of what the players have been able to bring, but we've been taken to areas of these different maps that we have not often gone to. And my eyes are instantly drawn now to the map feed here, Poro, of Tago, and I'm looking, where would we love to see this one go? There's a lot of good options in play, but let's see where this plane first takes us down to the south.
Look, all I'm saying is that on this establishing shot, as we call it in the biz, in Rondo, they were showing pictures of Stadium. And now we've just shown pictures of Ozan Prison.
Ooh!
I'm just saying.
Yeah?
I'm just saying.
You're just saying, and you're saying it loud and clear. I don't mind that. I do not mind that whatsoever. But I feel like for the first time now, we're seeing a plane path that aren't as fair as the previous ones have been, as you can see on these drop spots that are where we assume the players would like to go. There's quite a few that like to go up to the north, and that is a bit of a stretch for those teams that want to go up there. And because of it, look towards the south now. Weibo, TSM, and New Happy kind of entangled down in the south.
We've seen some fun matches on these maps when we were casting. I know we saw finished nearby the airport, which I've seen forever. And then we also, I think the last time we casted, we had a 50% circle, much like this one, although it was albeit a lot farther east last time. But this is about as nice as you're going to hope for on this south side here.
Now, if you're a circle conspiracy theorist, you are going to expect, like, this game ends within 300 meters of Lu and Perfectix.
Okay.
That's what I think many people would go out and say. But I will also add to it that you remember once upon a time when down towards the south there was a studio.
There was.
That's now a hospital.
It is.
And that hospital has not been given a whole lot of love just yet. So I wouldn't mind the quadruple southern hard shift just for the sake of seeing how this newly added location plays in to competitive PUBG.
Now, I will say too, back when it was the studio, we had a number of circles that ended in those hills just off to the east, and all of a sudden it changes over to hospital and we just don't see it anymore. So maybe this will be the time that we do, as we see 50 kills for Sparking. We saw 50 kills for, I believe it was Nixie as well.
Yeah.
Just a minute ago. And TSM, again, I got to agree with Avenger. The ego peak from Sparking to win that game was just quintessential Sparking.
Yeah. When Himas hit the initial shot on him, and it was a headshot with a Groza, and he just flicks on him and takes him out, I think that's what made him go, yeah, I'm not going to heal anymore this game. I'm just going to pop fights left, right, and center. And he did it once more against Gen.G. Phenomenal way to be able to close out that game.
Well, remember, chat, we had our eyes specifically on 4 teams today.
Correct.
that desperately need to get into that Circuit 3 final. Cerberus, Luna Galaxy, Weibo, and New Happy, and you can see that currently 2 of those teams are below that 12th place cut line, so we definitely have to keep eyes on Weibo and New Happy to see if they can continue their climb out and try to put themselves in a position to try to make something happen tomorrow.
And the main reason for that, of course, is that those 4 specific teams, as I don't say that now, because let's listen in to Haisaki first for a quick interview.
Mình nghĩ là sau mà lần ăn gà đầu tiên thì mình nghĩ team mình và mình đã cởi bỏ được áp lực về điểm số, nên là bọn mình cảm thấy rất là thoải mái cho những trận đấu tiếp theo. Bọn mình thường chơi bài cùng nhau để cho mọi người cảm thấy thoải mái, và cũng như là nghĩ là bọn mình không còn gì để mất nữa, cứ cố gắng hết sức là được.
Just playing card games on the off day. Just vibing, chilling, having a good time. That team always strikes me as a team that's just a team of 4 friends.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
They're always out there having a good time. As we see again, I mean, a bit of this early game entanglement this time around. It's going to be 17 and Face running side to side with a little sprinkle of Twisted Minds in the distance.
Well, 17, they pulled up like they wanted all of this, didn't they?
Yep.
Tokyo Drift, power sliding into the walls as Suju will go down to Corexi, but now they know where Corexi is. It doesn't matter. Corexi getting 2 before Xiaobei takes him down.
Almost found the 3rd as well. Xiaobei down to under half health now, with the rest of Face well aware of his current whereabouts. There's a gas gun in here too, so Luppin will place nade on over.
Oh, look at
that
this.
Could be a lot of points going your way.
Lou was taking shots in it, but then he started getting shot in the back by 4 a.m., so he had to pull away. Now Suju back on his feet. And now 17. Oh, Suju's so low here. James will find Xiaobei, but Xiaowu will get the trade. And now it's Suju and Xiaowu trying to make their way through the wall. No, Fex will get the knock on the Suju, and it's down to just 1 player remaining for 17, and it's going to be Xiaobei.
Look at Perfectix. Look at Perfectix. He's coming. Eternal Fire is here as well. What is going on, guys? Just because 17 here doesn't mean that the entirety of EMEA has to join this party too. Get out of here. There's still a whole game to play. Eternal Fire looking over the hill. They now have eyes on Face, but I think they too at this point realize, wait, are you hearing 18 vehicles through the air? This is a bit much, guys. Just let's back off.
A little spicy.
A little spicy.
I mean, this is exactly what happened the last time we cast is we had the T1 chasing down 4 a.m. and it turned into a 5-way party battle.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden it's happening again. But 17, they get Xiaobei back on his feet, so Xiaowu and Xiaobei are going to be able to reset. Nice little spray there on the Fex. Specs will have to reposition.
Guys, that was the halftime show. They just came in, you know, did their cheerleading routine, left again, and now you can continue your fight as it was before.
What is going on? T1, meanwhile, you see a E-pickup stripe over the top of the mini-map. T1 just went a little bit further south, and all of it started with Ibby.
A little fat finger?
Just fat fingering himself out of the vehicle.
It's not, you know, it's been a while since we've had, like, I know that when they pull up on compounds for fights and whatnot, and you think your car hits the wall at the perfect time so you can get out, but a proper mid-of-the-road fat finger, Ibby, you know what, thank you. It's been a while. They're just like us. They're not immortal.
Look at how much space T1 has to work with on the south side. Is Gustav holding that angle. He's going to see that throw from Xiaobei. He's trying to be sneaky about how he wants to play around this, but the... Yeah, they spotted him. The Molotov will... Oh!
What a...
Fex so low.
Throw one
Another
more,
one?
That's a kill.
Another one.
And another one.
Another one. And he's dead. What a read. Oh, my goodness. Xiaobei. And he's letting them know, too. You see him screaming out. It's 17. They now have 4 kills. 2 left alive. They got a compound for themselves at least.
But if you're 17 and you just heard 19 cars roam your compound and now it's dead quiet again, you have to imagine that somebody stuck around.
You have to, I would imagine. Well, so, okay, cutting back to what we were talking about before really quickly. Below 12th does not get to go into the Circuit 3 final. Right now, Weibo and New Happy, they would be done for the tournament if they don't finish above 12. BB team, rather, they are not safe either.
Nope.
Like, they are right on that cusp of I think they have 45 points overall. If they don't make it to that Circuit 3 final, they are in big trouble. Day trade, they should be okay. They're sitting at 61 currently overall, so they should have a shoe into the grand final regardless. But you also don't want to have to take that risk, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Belmoth on rotation.
Quick
here,
reset.
Seen by Na'Vi. As now we've broken down something, then we go straight back into the fighting again, because we can't have 2 minutes of calm in a game of PUBG. Not these days, at least. Not in this tournament with how these best of sixes treat us. As Norrens goes wide. Seen in the open, unfortunately. Thought he could get an off angle over the hillside, but Dogfire had him locked down.
And Na'Vi wants a piece of this too. They're kind of hovering around just off to the west, and you see their vehicles are starting to come over in this direction after they hear the shots. You can see the shots coming in from range as Sololzi gets knocked to about half HP. Good spray for Flash will do some damage onto the Cerberus fragger. Haisaki trying to escape. Sololzi hasn't even had time to stop and heal, and Flash hitting the first shot will take down Sololzi.
Sit down, my friend. There's more where they came from. That's now Cerberus, I think, thinking better of it. They still have all the room in the world to roam back north.
Yeah,
and
so much room.
And I think now is when they're going to do it. Lose a loss of that one, going, you know, thought we could just get an easy pick and leave. Now we lost the player. This ain't worth it.
It ain't. It really isn't. Well, you see Luna Galaxy getting really close to T1. T1 also getting shot from far off to the north from Virtus Pro. So that shots from Virtus Pro may end up pushing T1 into Luna Galaxy. We'll have to keep track of that as we check the replay from that 17 FaZe fight. After FaZe goes down in 16th place.
And this is when the chaos happened, when all the players came in and drove away again.
Yeah.
And Xiaobei, if you were wondering whether he knew where the FaZe players were or not, he had that on lockdown. You can see Fake's like, okay, I guess he is those. I mean, what can I do about that? Not a whole lot.
That's filthy. Those are really good shots
It
there.
was.
It looks like Vinny has spotted out Type on the rock. Just dancing around, spotting out what he can see, but he doesn't know about Vinny.
I was just going to say he has a player on the south side as well. Kraken might be able to creep on up and get a kill off of this as the circle swings in Virtus Pro's favor. Over towards the east we go. Keep in mind, of course, that the big red line on the far east is you do not want to go here, land. So rotations like those wide wraps that we've seen many teams like to do, the likes of Na'Vi and Daytrade, that is practically impossible here on the east side of Taker.
Is, but they can at least come in from the north.
True.
As that's still open north of Kon Nung. But
they seem.
I feel like you have to know that will probably be around that area.
Yep.
Type will get flushed out. And you can see actually Gen G having vision on the Kraken will get that initial knock. And now Gen G, they want all of this. They're sending the whole squad.
Yep, Luna hitting kill number 150. Good on them to be able to step up here today. As Kraken, he wants to get back on his feet right now. That's not really going to be the main priority. They need to try and dissuade Gen G from making this play happen. And Vinny does a great job of that initially, able to take down Adder.
Huge sprays from Vinny. Will get him low to start things off. So Kraken will get flushed out, but Posa is in that flank position. Gen G doesn't know about him just yet. But might not matter as Vinny is going to eat his dinner. He's going to find Rex. They'll find Tosi. Posa is down, but Vinny is down. And it's all down to Barpo. It's a 1v1, Barpo versus Haven.
Good nade, could have his name written on it had he stuck around that car for a little while longer. Could have been him down, but look at this now. Purdy from up on the other side. Hitting some shots in, and Weibo too was starting to look down in this direction. They're actually fully pulling up on it.
Man, how many fights have we seen go this way? A full 4v4 and nobody getting out scot-free. Weibo immediately sending the whole squad over here to try to clean up just a little bit as Haven will finish off Tosi. And Gen G, I'm not sure where that last player went. Oh, that's a good grenade. It bounces just away as Haven will get Vinny back on his feet.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo don't know exactly where Barbo is positioned, so if they don't watch out, that could be one of their players falling real soon. You can see it's just down the hillside there as Haven is trying to single-handedly dismantle the entirety of Weibo, but not going to happen. Down they go. If Weibo's been tracking the kill feed right, they should know that there's still a Gen G player around here.
They should know, but Barpo is being very, very quiet. Very, very sneaky as we got yet another fight breaking off as Eternal Fire is going to be pushing through New Happy. I think those Eternal Fire's compound, but New Happy came in. But look at Luke 12. He's got the angle on the Roarin. He gets the initial knock, and now Xiao Zed is pushing through. Ming Ming finds the knock onto the Mad. Roarin is flushed out, and New Happy getting some support from the most unlikely of sources.
That timing could not be any worse for Eternal Fire. They come in, they have a pretty well set up 2v1 push, but then the smoke off the side, just shots in the back, and then allowing for Xiao Zi to get around them out on the outside and survive that one. They lose 3 because of it. Make it 2.
Unfortunate stuff for Eternal Fire as Quepa is still off in a compound by himself. Don't know if he's been spotted. It looks like Code Marco has been able to disengage from this fight for the most part. So they still have 2 left alive, as you said. New Happy, though, they're 4 deep in that compound. TSM, you see the 2-2 split that they're working with, and they've got Twisted Minds in there as well. We'll see if they collect, get all those people back together into one compound as we see some highlights from that wild stadium finish in match number 3.
Here you see Luke, that's what I was alluding to earlier in that match. As soon as you get out onto that rooftop, it's very hard for FaZe to do a hold of, and then Sparking 43 health, holds down, left click, sprays him down through the smoke, and that is a great game for TSM.
Absolute monster that man is, and he knows it too. Look, he's cold as ice.
Yep.
TSM looks like they will pull everybody back together into this new zone. Cerberus, they've got 3 alive after getting involved in that fight early on. They're going to get a little bit close to, I believe that's the duo from 17. 17 going to flex their muscles here just a little bit to ensure that they don't get crashed on, but Hisaki will get spotted out by Xiaopian, and that's Cerberus now down to 2.
Yeah, it's a tricky position for 17 to be in right now. Good thing for them is that they're shooting at wounded teams, so they're kind of dissuading them to really go out and make a whole deal of it. But 4AM is coming in the northern side. Twisted Minds is out towards the west, where they've been for a while now too. And they have a pretty decent amount of space to roam, depending, of course, on how Na'Vi opts to push in here from the northern side. So I wouldn't imagine 17 getting to sit by themselves in this position for much longer with how many full health teams are around them.
See a little bit of care package falling just on top of Na'Vi as they're leaving their Kongnung location.
Famas.
Yeah, that's a nice little come up. We'll take those. They were taking shots over towards Virtus Pro, so they know exactly where they are. So they're just going to go ahead and opt and play towards the hills, and they know that they've got time to really sit down and loot this up as much as they want. Meanwhile, that New Happy Eternal Fire conundrum has kind of calmed down here just a little bit as Code Marco just playing it quiet.
Trying to lay low, but of course, Ming Ming and the rest of New Happy well aware that there are still Eternal Fire players around here. Quetpa could potentially get good arm angles should they opt to wrap further into this compound. Looking towards BP team, they're looking out over these fields towards TSM, but also have good eyes on New Happy towards the west, so they have to make up their mind real soon as Adusi is now joining them. I think for now, it's guys, we're technically inside the circle. Let's not engage before we know we have to. We're set at 9 points currently. It's not looking good. Let's be smart and patient about this.
44 alive, 13 teams remaining, and currently only a few shots being sent across the map. Nothing really too dangerous. Everybody just holding and waiting for that next zone to pop. Where will it go? Got a lion's share of the lobby right now on that south side. So if this thing cuts north, that's going to make things real interesting.
It's almost as if we have a lot of space to work with. Yeah. We remove a third of the server in the first 10 minutes. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Kind of how that stuff works. It's crazy.
Kind of changing the
that
pace
math.
of the game,
that's how math is mathing.
Exactly. 4AM, good on them that they get eyes on Na'Vi towards the east, because Souza and Nagatori were kind of creeping up the hillside, and they got really, really close before being spotted. Now they know, though. Circle, on the other hand, not quite in their favor. Swings east, and Daytrade get to reap the rewards. They were wide wrapping on the south side. Remember, they were sat far west with Na'Vi. And look at where they both are. Na'Vi came all the way north around. Daytrade wrapped along the shoreline all the way south-southeast. And with this hard shift, because it really is as hard of a hard shift as can be, they are really going to feast off of this one.
And VP will collect everybody into that one compound. They'll leave that Crossroads compound open, but I don't know if Na'Vi had anybody spying that, so I'm not sure if they even know. They're pulling their attention over towards 4AM. BB team immediately sending it. They're going to find themselves very close to 17 shots coming through. They're going to get close to VP as well, but no shots coming from VP, no angles to be found. So BB team will find a safe rotation into a, well, tenuous spot at best.
Safe rotation into Morses is what I'm seeing with how they're currently rotating forward. I mean, it's clear to see with the way they're pathing right now. They're kind of scouting on the fly, trying to figure out what's actually available. What does this east side area look like? Because we're not sure. Issue is they're going straight into a Daytrade trap. They're completely surrounded, and Adusi falls as the first.
Oh, unfortunate for BB team as they found, like you said, well, I don't know if Day Trade trap was what they were setting, but now they've got to turn their attention towards the south because Weibo has arrived as well. Looks like BB team should be able to get on the top of the hill and at least break line of sight from Day Trade for the time being. But yeah, Flash immediately taking those shots down to the south as they found Weibo out in the open.
Exactly. And good on them to read that one fast as well, because Weibo being able to pull up behind that fight, had BB team gotten the initial knock, that would have been very, very dangerous. Eternal Fire, that fight with New Happy comes to an end, and they will fall in 13th place, while everyone else out on that eastern side are still trying to figure out how in the world do we get inside this circle.
Twisted Minds has been battered up here by 4 a.m. Looks like they've managed to get Batulins back on his feet, but Xiaopian is right in their midst. Meanwhile, New Happy with the blue at their back. They've got TSM with one knock here. Yep, this is the fight we were looking at. Xiaopian will get another 2 knocks. Lu is down. Batulins is down. Twisted down to just 2. As New Happy still trying to fight their way in from the blue. They snake behind TSM and find the knock on a Purdy Curdy, and Sparking is going to go down as well.
Sparking tried to drive off, knocked in the car, but not going to work out. Ming Ming able to deal with him. Find his kill number 3 as New Happy climb, or try to climb their way out of that bottom 4. In the meantime, up towards the west side, that fight is still far from done. Example, Perfectix still out there alive, not kicking so hard. As I say that though, Example able to find one, get flush onto Xiaopian as well, shutting down 4 or at least trying to.
Well, 4 a.m. wasn't able to focus their full attention on this because Navi is shooting them in the back, forcing HSM back into the distance, but Hackatory will spot out Perfectix, and now it's all down to Example. That grenade could fall right where it needs to. It does, but God V was already healing. He's back up to at least temporarily short. No! He gets the knock on a God V, but HSM turns it on him immediately. Twisted Minds is out.
Nice turnaround on their part. Twisted, not the game they would have wanted, having all the space up on the left-hand side, but once that circle shifts east, it becomes incredibly hard to try and rotate their way on in. And now T1 on the southwest side on gatekeep duty, trying to fend off against New Happy. Ming Ming will be the first one to fall. Believe they still have a solo lingering in the blue somewhere. I can't see him on our screens, but he's out there somewhere.
All these teams really just playing around on these edges. They know, I mean, Virtus Pro is in the driver's seat. They've got 4 deep, and they've got a compound in the center of the circle. They're trying to clean up as much as they can, get their points on these edges while they have the opportunity to, before they have to really put themselves at risk if shots from VP. Weibo, okay, New Happy is going to go down. Weibo still looking over at Day Trade. Navi starting to get a little bit more aggressive. They're going to find Xiao Bei, but Diffix is going to go down as well as HSM is still active. Oh, it goes down to blue. Okay, HSM is done.
Would fall eventually, you'd have to imagine. As Xiao Wu now, solo player left alive. 417 has to move off of that blue zone. 8 Elo will fall as well as TSM down in 9th. And only now, while we're making our way into placement points, this game has been hectic enough already.
It's been wild, and 22 left alive. 8 teams now left alive as Himass will find Hackatory, gets the knock, gets the flush. Cerberus with 2 alive, still trying to be as active as possible. They have T1 creeping up from their south, but VP has angles on that to prevent that push from coming any further, but Navi looks like they're taking the fight right to Cerberus, and he bounces away from the grenade. Himass put it right on the money.
Yep, second one. It's almost as if he had him completely locked down with those nades. Knew where he was going to go. Nice read on him as his part, as he now takes the fight from Navi straight to BP team. If I can hold down 1 fort, I'll hold down a second 2.
It may have been a slow start for Himass at this tournament, but he is lighting it up in the last couple of days. And now he will get the flush onto Ferris to secure that point for the boys. And now retreat through the smoke. Duckmai is playing a little bit further off to the south, just trying to play that insurance policy or make sure the T1 doesn't wrap on him. Shen, meanwhile, you can see them in the distance. That Weibo versus Day Trade fight is now coming to a head.
Fully chaos game mode here as BP team try to dodge and weave out of this one. Somehow that nade does not get neither Nixie, Spiro or Filfers, but it's going to be Nixie's nade from afar to take out Soset. So BP team for now gets to live with a scare, but I speak too soon as Sluggerooks finds Filfers, finds the second with nade number 2 as well. BP team falling 6th.
And VP doing exactly what they should do. They had the compound, they had the safety, but they stretched 2 out here to try to third party onto these fights from a safe location and make sure that they get some more points. Meanwhile, Weibo is going to get finished off by Day Trade. Day Trade still has 3 up. Actually, no, Weibo, they still got Mamu up, but Mamu is all by himself, and they've got T1 sending Ian over there. He's going to find the spray, but Mamu not going down without a fight. Raining will get him out, but Belmoth will flush out that kill. T1 down to 2.
You'd have to imagine that Day Trade is going to get a lot off of this game, and now this circle shift too. Keep in mind, they lost Norrens in the very beginning of the game. Had to do a hard wrap around the southeast side, and now find themselves still with 3 alive, having battled off 3 teams towards the south. Incredible performance, but the game is far from done.
Yet another wild finish setting up here for the middle maps as VP. They've got 4 alive. They've got to start stretching out. They want to get as many points off of this as they can. Duckmai, the solo for Cerberus, still alive. T1, they've got angles onto this 3-man squad of Day Trade. They have been fighting with Weibo for quite some time.
Yeah.
They're pretty beaten and busted. Duckmai will get spotted out as VP has flexed from their compound. They would love to be able to get that point in their pocket.
5 kills.
Look at Luka.
He was on a solo mission over the hillside. I think initially he was just kind of tasked with going up, help Nixie get the off angles and whatnot. But then when Nixie fell back, tried to hold off the players on the other side to kind of help out Beamy and EB, Luka just stayed and just started the slaughter up on the top. And, well, worked out for them. They got plenty of space for themselves. Now crates to work with as well. If they don't like the loot, well, that's hard cover in the open still.
Sure does. Trip, chest, and helmet for Ibby, so he can afford to peek all day long if you like to. Day Trade, meanwhile, looks like they are just pinned up against the wall here.
Yeah.
Whether by T1 or by VP, they just cannot really move. They're just going to wait for this next zone to pop. You see, they have. Yeah, just take the E-pick up. Why not? They got a Panzerfaust. That's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a pull up with a Panzerfaust always makes it more fun. But let's see now. If Nixie, I mean, they know exactly where Duckmai was before. They shot him through the bush. You'd have to imagine it's a matter of seconds before he spots him on the other side. Oh, shots are coming off. Lugarux is the bait, and now actually Lugarux is going to take shots from Zenith on the far side. Everyone's shooting across the map here at one another, and Duckmai will find him.
Okay, Duckmai, the biggest thorn in the side of Virtus Pro right now is Lugarux hasn't gotten flushed just yet. So, I mean, I guess the res is possible, but look at the ridge line he's got to work with. It's so small, but it's so effective as Nixie is just waiting for Duckmai to make a mistake, and he's just not going to do it.
Nixie's being very, very smart with his util here too, because, oh no, maybe I spoke too soon, because I saw he had a blue zone nade still. Force him to make a move, force him to do something, see if you could shoot him through. Thought there's a bigger need for that later down the line, and well, because he hesitated, that's going to be one player down, and now Duckmai K2 in hand.
There it is.
We'll see what he can make happen.
Did that not do more damage? He's got his vehicle exploding at about. Duckmai just crawling around on his belly, but he's doing it very effectively and avoiding all the offensive utility from VP. As this is about the only action going on in the zone. And okay, Day Trade.
You know what? We give those, I suppose.
Go ahead, son. They've got something to work with now.
Their backs were literally against the blue, and they are somehow still in. That's a hard shift. But you know what? They got the hardest shift away from them 2 circles ago, so I guess it's only fair that now they get one going their way.
Sure, why not? Hey, VP, they've got all these crates worth of gear to work with. They know that they've got Duckmai pinned up against the wall. Just don't give up a knock to him. That's all you have to do, really, is Zenith has eyes over in that direction as well. T1, they're going to have to make a move here soon, too.
Oh, he didn't hit him. It was the grass. I was like, you just hit him. Why are you not keep shooting, my friend? But it was the glass, or the grass that just, or the dirt that kind of flew up in the shot there.
Oh, did he spot him?
Yeah, saw
tracking him.
A little toesy.
Ooh, the vision on these.
There's only so many places he can be.
Yeah, Raining still taking shots towards Day Trade, but you see Day Trade,
they might have the circle, but
they are comfy.
That is all they have, is the circle, not really anything else.
Poor Duckmai, man. He's just like, why is every single team looking at me right now? I
have a K2, guys. Come on, give me a break.
I'll just eat a little bit of blue zone here, and there you go. Zenith will finish off Duckmai. So we will be down to our top 3 teams, and Day Trade actually using that as an opportunity to get a little bit of better position. They've got dead center circle, but they are in range of all the utility from Virtus Pro.
I love the timing on that move as well, because they saw Zenith take the shots over the hilltop. They knew it's just going to be raining there. If we leave Belmont behind to suppress Rainin, we can send 2 people towards the circle center. Smart play on Day Trade, but now VP, as you say, are coming up over the hilltop, and Belmont needs to find a way to get active in this fight. Thanadol right now is doing a lot of damage, but Belmont from where he is can't do a whole lot to help.
Oh, this was beautifully done from Day Trade. They knew to expect the utility from VP, but instead they just forced their way down on that south side. They had Raining pinned up against the wall, and they knew it. So they've just sent 2 to deal with him. Now Zenith is the only one left for T1. Does he have an angle onto Virtus Pro?
He does.
Look at this, yeah.
But do you take the shot before you see all 3? He's prone. Let's get the POV.
Oh, he's just trying to be as sneaky as he
wants
can.
them closer for a spray.
Yeah, he wants to survive. He's inside the zone, so that's the one thing he's got going for him. But Daytrade, they're continuing to just wrap around on their eastern side and southern side of this hill. And they know. I think they might have an idea exactly where Zenith is, but you can't really push more then because you'll put yourself at risk.
Exactly. Has 3 nades to work with as well. Zenith, that is. So don't bundle up, VP, or you might just be down before you know it. Zenith. Now the push from Daytrade. I like their initial aggression here, but also with how Belmoth is positioned behind and looking towards the north, they know full well, or should at least, that no one is among them. No one is in between, and they're all either outside the circle or on that northern side. And now, if I'm Daytrade, I go, Zenith, do your thing. Yeah. We're waiting. Like, no, you are our engage. You are our bait. We need you to take a shot, do something, throw a nade, anything, to bait them for literally a split second, and then Flash and Thanadol can peek on over. They're using their util now, maybe to try and dissuade them. That's early util, at least to clear the rock. But I don't know if I wait here if I'm them.
Gotta clear the rock a little bit here.
Yeah.
Oh, nice shots there. We'll get him very, very low as Zenith is so creepy crawling on this eastern or southern flank, really, of VP. Daytrade doing their best to spread out and keep moving around this hill. You can see VP, they're right up against the hill, but they don't have the ability to move around as Ibiza is going to spot out. I'm not sure who he spotted out there, but look at Zenith.
His positioning, like
he's
breaking line of sight with the bush as well.
This is so big. Zenith could be the biggest influencer in this whole match. Ibby not even looking in that direction. And now Zenith is going to have a bush free to himself to crawl right into as VP is just creeping more towards the north side.
Thanadol, Belmoth, and Flash have full circle control, and VP does not know what's waiting for them on that left side. Ibby takes a car, drives off, Beamy runs off. Little do they know that they might have just completely avoided confrontation on the other side, but Ibby now finds himself completely isolated. Belmoth able to get the first.
Huge spray for Belmoth, and now Zenith comes alive. He gets 2! T1 once again at the end of the game is ruining people's lives, and now it's a 1v3. Can Zenith find that type magic? He's still got some smokes, he's still got utility, but Daytrade, they've got the other side of the hill.
We've seen it from Ian, we've seen it from Type, and it was only going to be a matter of time before it was Zenith's turn to pop off. He played so patiently, and when they lined up, he took the shots, found the double, but now he has a close to impossible 1v3 at his hands. They know exactly where he is, and the nade from Belmoth locks down the game. Phenomenal win for Daytrade. Hard rotations through the mid-game of it, and then their ability to make space on that eastern side. Great win for the Thai team.
I mean, we talked about the fact that they needed to have a little bit more, they need to get in that Circuit 3 final desperately. So, look, this is, actually Daytrade, but they were okay. But this is going to put them even more okay. Right? Like, this will get them set. But what do we even say about T1 at this point? Like, they are finding their way into late game every single time. Even if it's one player, that one player is proving to be absolutely just monstrous.
You cannot count them out before you see the full team eliminated. That's for sure. Now let's go over to the desk and let them break down that game of Takeo. Daytrade finds themselves the victory here on Tago and manages to put in the boot against everybody else. Good stuff. Virtus Pro, though.
Yeah, and especially from the fifth or sixth player on Daytrade, named Zenith.
Yes, he helped quite a bit.
Yeah, that was obviously an unfortunate situation. And I feel like they were aware. They knew that there's an additional player. They're just hoping Zenith to be behind Daytrade rather than themselves, right? And EB actually managed to disengage from that area because they were too exposed and like they felt like it was going to push from that side. But they got kind of herded into a smaller area, and Daytrade took so much base, especially on that left side of them. And yeah, Zenith, he struck exactly the right time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I was even talking about it in the back. The bushes on Tego are so thick.
Yeah.
They actually, he was precisely line of sighting his opponents with those bushes to make sure that he wasn't going to be visible to them. Obviously, they were a little bit unaware as to kind of check behind them anyway during all of that, but the snake in the grass, the snake through the bushes, was able to strike and really cause them a lot of problems. That said, though, I mean, as much as Daytrade, yes, did get the victory here, Virtus.pro on the other side of it, holding down that compound the way they should have. Poro was already mentioning during the cast, right, flexing out, making sure you can kind of deal with some of those threats. And eventually, I thought it would materialize in a victory, but this push forwards by Ibi and then the backstab coming in from Zenith really spelled their doom.
Yeah, I feel like EB thought that they have more space on that side and that they were kind of on the other side, and he wanted a different angle kind of further away from them to lock it down. But yeah, it wasn't really the spot to be in, and yeah, that really opened it up. And then Zenith just completely destroyed their composition in the team. And yeah, that's not much you can do in that situation. You're just hoping for that other team to be on their third-party end rather than your own. And if you checked everything that you feel that you can check, even though there was a point. And if EB is playing 17-28 stretch, well, there's a point where there's potential he could have seen him with full HD maybe, or, you know.
I mean, there's
broader vision.
I guess. There's multiple facets to this, though, right? Like, the fact that, one, Tego actually is quite difficult to... Those stalemates occur quite a bit on Tego, right? Where it's just one rolling hill between you, and then you're trying to think, okay, how are we going to enter this point? How are we going to dislodge this? Also, another potential that could have occurred during this is maybe a kill count feed mismanagement or something like that, right?
BME's the best in the world for that.
You think so?
100%.
Well, okay, so I guess at that point, then you need to be thinking to yourself, okay, there's probably 3 over the other side, or 4. I guess if there might be a snake or something like that. But the fact that there is still a snake alive means that there is always the possibility of a backstab. You've surely got to be looking out for these angles.
Yeah, there's no chance they don't know that Daytrade is 1 down, and Beam he's just one of the best in the world for kill count. Everyone you talk to, everyone he's been on the team forever, he's like, he can tell you how many is alive, probably even who is alive from that team, right? So I'm pretty sure they have the information, but it's just about locating it, and it's just about kind of isolating that, And you could tell by the way that VP was playing, where they weren't playing aggressive, like taking all the trees, taking that big rock. You saw Nixie was
potential.
Yeah, they knew that there's potential, so they're playing the back of that circle to kind of circumvent that a little bit. But Thunadol and the guys are going to have some big points coming their way here. That's huge for Daytrade. That's going to put them quite safely into that kind of middle pack of a lot of teams right now, because we've not really, besides Luna Galaxy and Cerberus, we've not really had some teams that have had, you know, huge points that we've seen. You know, your Freaks or your FaZe Clan, or, you know, like these 2 or 3 first games have been huge. So it's quite close in that mid pack, and a lot of teams are extremely tight. But the bottom is also tight. But it's going to be Thanadol. Good to see him back here on a man of the match screen for him here. 4 kills, 500 damage teams.
Well, Daytrade's been able to impress in the past throughout this tournament, which has been exciting to see. And Thanadol definitely, for me at least, breathed life into this team. I think that before they actually took him on, I think they were having a bit of a harder time, but he's definitely been able to make this team tick just a little bit more accurately. We've got 19 points for them coming in. T1 with another 12 points on the board. Again, for Virtus.pro, another 11 points there, and Cerberus 10 points. These are just big gains to be able to solidify them. And then now we only have 2 games remaining, so if they wanted to exert themselves on other teams around them, maybe, but it's getting to a weird spot right now with the overall leaderboard, if we take a look at that, right? Because the targets that we initially had theorized could be messed with seem relatively safe. Maybe not 17 unless they kind of like get a few points here or there, technically. But the thing is that if you drop them, I mean, FaZe obviously attacked them, or were in the vicinity
gave them 4 points.
And then gave them 4 points, right? Yeah, exactly. So that's one of the kind of potential occurrences that can happen there.
I just feel like there's no way that 6 teams pass 17 Gaming in 2 games. Like, it would need to be exactly those teams getting 10, 10, 7, 7, 6, and 5 points exactly the next 2 games, and then 17 getting 0 points in both those games. So see, I feel like it's kind of unlikely, and no, it's not happening. I know that we one day had a cutoff being set 27 points, but it was also with teams in our mid-pack getting a lot of points, and it's not that many sponges in the very top right. So I feel like 17 gamers kind of safe at this point. It'll most likely be like, okay, what's happening with BB Team, Twisted Minds, Weibo? Like, Weibo is outside the top 16 right now, so that would be an easy target for a team like Virtus Pro. It'd be like, they are not safe, but if Weibo was in the circuit, they could chase. They could, they could make some moves with that. So overall, I feel like that's more so a focus on some of these teams that are in our lower end of our circuit point leaderboard. That would focus some of these teams that are currently not in the top 16, because that's an easy target to eliminate, that then don't have a chance to get into that circuit final and get points and maybe overtake these teams that are directly competing with.
That said, if you want to do anything crazy, Erangel is one of the more predictable maps where people will be going, how people may be rotating, so we'll see how that goes. After the break, we have the penultimate match on the way, as we will have Erangel going on here to see if these teams can get just a few more points before the circuit final.
It is my pleasure to introduce you to Cruising Chaos. We've set the stage, and Sandhawk stands ready. And now, it must be knocked down. The covert deliveries of heavy weaponry are not just for flash and flare. They are your new tools of survival. Each one finely tuned for maximum destruction. Likely more than you expect. This battleground, once familiar, will evolve into a more ruthless, more cunning, and, dare I say, more destructive arena. Let us begin. Now, we watch to see who will stand atop the rubble.
2 matches left on the day as we hop on over to Erangel. Poro, you brought up 4 teams just coming out of the midway through that previous match, and they're bringing them up for a good reason too, because we're mentioning Cerberus, Luna, Weibo, and New Happy. The reason we mention these 4 teams are because if this tournament was to stop right now, go straight into grand finals, they would be out. No points at all. But they're all fighting to get into the circuit finals tomorrow. Unfortunately for Luna, for Cerberus, they're set up in the top. They're good to go. They have a hard day ahead of them tomorrow, but for tonight, they're good. Now, on the other hand, Weibo and New Happy.
Weibo and New Happy.
Talk to me.
They're in trouble. They're in big trouble. They have not really shown much of anything so far today, and we're down to 2 games remaining, and everything is really reliant on them finding some amount of success in these final 2 games. Now, you look at the bottom 4, Twisted Minds is down there, they're fine. No, they don't care. Now, BB Team, they're going to be kind of sweating things out if they don't make it.
Yeah.
And Gen G, who's currently sitting in 12th place, if they get hopped and they find themselves in the bottom and they're not making the Circuit 3 final, they're going to be sweating things out. So there's still a lot of situations that where the most important thing you need to know right now, though, is that if New Happy and Weibo do not make it into the top 12, their PGC is done.
Exactly, and the reason that we know this is because we're keeping track of the Circuit Finals leaderboard. Important to note that there are kind of 2 leaderboards taking place, the day-to-day leaderboard and the overall group stage circuit leaderboard. And because 2 Circuit Finals have already been played, points have been garnered throughout those 2 days of games. 1 more will be placed tomorrow. Well, New Happy and Weibo have yet to make either of them and really make anything of it. They would need a lot of points today, but also to be able to replicate that performance should they make the finals tomorrow.
It's a lot of stuff to keep track of.
It definitely is.
We're doing our best to keep you apprised, but you know what? It's best to just sit back, pour yourself a nice drink,
watch the game,
get you some snackies,
yeah,
and just watch these last 2 games for what are sure to be some wheels-off action. They have delivered in a big way through 4 so far, and you know that these final 2 games on Erangel will deliver as well, as we are heading in to our 5th game of today.
And what better than a game of Erangel with an atrocious plane path?
Why not?
I mean, when even Pachinki is a stretch, you know you're in for a hard time. Now, we didn't get the Hosan Prison,
we did,
as you promised everyone
I'm sorry.
in the previous game.
We're also not going to get a Stalbert.
Who knows? Maybe we get a Stalbert or not. because the playing path won't really allow for it. You see it here. Dangerous looking playing path for everyone. Curious to see how many teams are going to opt to go military, because the map says 5 teams could potentially go.
A lot of alt drops.
Yep.
A lot of alt drops. It looks like Luna's definitely going to Millie. VP going to do the same. It looks like 4AM will do it as well. TSM going to go down there, but they're stretching a little bit farther east than normal. Are they going to get involved with 4AM? They did say that they had a list at the beginning of the day, Toby.
Yep, and seems like they're flying shoulder to shoulder. 4AM seems to be fully committing to Novo proper. TSM kind of slow floating over towards that eastern side, over towards the intersection. See if they can get themselves some weaponry and set up for the fight to come.
Now, that being said, there's really no reason for them to drop 4AM. I mean, 4AM,
they're in.
they're safe for tomorrow. So,
but you want to make enemies, right? Isn't that what you were saying?
There's always that. There's definitely always that. You see everybody else kind of dropping around, and it looks like for the most part everybody's going to be safe. And we get the double.
50-50.
50-50. And we saw how that played out last time.
Just because you think the circle is going one direction doesn't mean it necessarily will, as Beamy finds Haven, an unusual early loss there for the Luna boys. I mean, fair is fair. They got their 42 points. They are definitely good to go for tomorrow. But they, too, have themselves a tough task ahead of them, even if they make the finals tomorrow, or when they make the finals.
I mean, you know, it makes your day infinitely easier when you get 30 points in the first game.
That is true.
And you know what? You can afford to get 12 points in the rest of the games after that. Barpo will get taken down by Adder.
I would like to request a replay. Just,
his parachute.
He parachuted
no.
and right. He didn't even touch the ground before Adder took him out.
Yeah, that's efficient.
Toxic.
You love to see that. That's.
You know what would have been even better?
What's that?
If they just carried him, put him in the car, and didn't rest him before they got to Severny. Imagine.
If there's one thing you're learning about us through these slow early times, is that Toby is incredibly toxic.
What do you mean? I know that's not the case. Himas, on the other hand, playing phenomenally. Just to casually segue off of what you were talking about then. Able to finally, again, get something going. Cerberus came off to a pretty decent start to the day, but my main concern was, can Himas get into a rhythm?
Yeah.
We've seen him be, I mean, arguably the best mechanical player in the world in tournaments past. This tournament, I feel like he hasn't really lived up to that title, but we know him to be an absolute beast of a player. And, well, if he's getting comfortable now, getting into the grand finals, then that's dangerous times for everyone else.
Hi guys, I'm joined by TSM Sparking. What a crazy game on Rondo. You secured that early spot in the stadium, and how do you handle the situations where teams are always pushing it at all angles and meteors from FaZe just flying in?
So the first teams that we were worried, was Daytrade and Weeble, and we just had a pre-playing like crossfires and like playing off audio to make sure we don't get surprises. It's a pretty big building, right? It's a big stadium. And then with FaZe, we knew that we had a spot that had a roof, and as long as we make it there safely, they couldn't jump down because Genji was also shooting at them. So
you used all the situations to your advantage, right?
Exactly.
All right, that was beautiful play from you, and we're gonna go back to Erangel.
Let you know, Mini is ready to pop at any given moment, and leave it to Sparking, man. King of the stadium today. As I say, Belmont.
Yeah, but don't take a car. Just stay with the bike. They got infinite gas, bro.
It's a vibe.
Yeah.
You know?
All it needs is quads. Yeah. Just go bring, bring.
All right, so I'm gonna put you under the crosshairs, Toby.
Do it.
This going north or south?
Both.
We're just
and you will make with that what you want.
And you know what? It could be like we saw
a little bit of one, a little bit of the other, and then we see what happens.
Why not?
It's gonna end on the middle of the bridge.
In the middle of the bridge?
It's gonna be heel off on the ferry.
Okay.
Yep. We'll see. We'll see if that's gonna be the case or not. Eternal Fire.
Ferry, heel off. I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's not gonna be the case.
You know, we had a stadium finish today.
Oh, that's true. And we had a Persona finish.
We're living in a world of unknowns.
You know what?
Oh, thank you for the replay, guys.
Oh, beautiful.
Wait, what?
Okay. You know?
I guess cars driving away from you are now also lethal.
You know what? I'm not faulting Barpo on that one. I'm gonna
Never stand behind a car when it accelerates forward. It can be life-threatening.
Got hit by the exhaust, I guess. Maybe that was
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
Someone farted.
Is that what we've evolved to? Is that where we're at now?
Yes, and once again, I can segue straight back to Himas.
There we go. Himas here to save
Thank
us
you,
once
Himas.
again.
He saves your fantasy team. He saves my casting. It's amazing.
Oh, God. He really does it all.
The main issue right now, if we were to actually talk about the game for a second, and it's my fault entirely that we weren't, but because so many teams jumped out of the plane early to military, all these people that hopped late saw that.
Yeah.
I think that's why a lot of people are hesitant right now to go south. Obviously, there's a lot of space in the north still. But look at the traffic jam that is created down towards Milta.
Yep.
FaZe are the ones sat in the very bottleneck of it by the bridge side. But we have 3 teams now right behind him. And then Eternal Fire, Twisted Minds kind of in the second row of teams that want to go through. We still have yet to get BB team, Gen G, T1 as well into this mix. If this shifts south proper, even if it's just phase 2 shift, they can't get out of that mess. Like, they can't shift west bridge. They can't go out east. They're so entangled down there.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a giant gumbo of many teams right just to the north of that eastern bridge. And more to come for sure as we see that aforementioned T1. Not playing it right.
Oh, the headshot!
Oh, okay.
Mayday! Mayday! EB's going down and there
He's
on the hunt.
never going to get in a glider again. After what he had to deal with before with Ferrist on Miramar, he's just never going to get in one again.
Are they? Oh, they're not hunting him.
Okay, I thought they immediately hopped in that car, didn't they?
Yeah. And good on EP too, because he's all alone. I think Luna thought maybe there were teammates in the nearby vicinity, but EP was all alone. When that first bullet's a headshot, you get a little terrified.
That is, yeah, that's danger.
Yep.
That's danger. Well, Luna is still running around, and they are heading south. But they're not sending all the way to Ferry. They're looking for him, but they're not looking. They're looking to see if they can just find that busted glider.
42 points. They can vibe as they see fit.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want, really. They've earned the right.
They get baited by... There's no way. I thought for a second they might have gotten baited by the fire in the car. I thought that was the glider initially, because you kind of follow the trail of smoke.
Yeah,
but not the case.
No, they know their way around this map. They know that that's...
They're driving so slow. I don't think
where's
Beamy knows they're here.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. Maybe now he does, because he won 80s.
Okay.
Because Nixie didn't see them initially, I think. And keep in mind, VP is actually keeping Lookarooks all the way up by the bridge.
You know what this is? I think Beamy was baiting them to keep their eyes on him while Nixie went for the pickup onto Ibby, because I think they would prefer to just play around that bridge by where Lukarux is. And so that way when it does cut north, if it does cut north, they have an instant rotation path and they don't have to worry about any of this. So fortunately, although Ibby does take some damage there and loses the glider, they will be able to reset and get back to their game plan here pretty quickly.
And so smart, too, that they keep Lukarooks up by the bridge, because they know there's a real big world where this circle swings back towards the north. Wait, what?
Godfrey is on a mortar in Novo.
As you would.
What is he wanting to mortar?
So we have been doing a lot of Senok destruction. He's currently trying to blow up the bridge.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
Why not? We'll see if that works out for him. Twisted Minds. Lou playing a little bit south. They're playing around Death Road, but they've got all of it essentially covered, and they've set Lou down here to the south just to see if anybody does occupy this compound. He should, if he hears anybody, I mean, he'll be able to escape this pretty quickly and easily, and he's got Batu kind of doing Overwatch for him here.
I would say, with Lou currently proning in the corner, sat behind a window doing absolutely nothing, barely even breathing, 17 knows he's there, and he knows 17 is there.
Well, I don't know if they know he's there, because Lil Ghost is getting creepy with it. He's looking everywhere,
Maybe
but
he
he's looking in the
closer.
compound. He's looking in the building just in case somebody is hiding. But for somebody who's being very careful, he's also very much by himself right now.
And that's part of the reason why he's not doing more to move, I think. T1, smart timing on their E pickup. They don't have to commit to it if this one shifts back north. If it does, they might be, I was going to say one of the first teams on Millie, but there's already 4 teams there, so that won't quite be the case. But let's now see who's going to get it, chat. Is it going to go north? Is it going to go south? Is it going to keep everything in? Nope, north is guaranteed. And Lou, all of a sudden your position looks pretty good for 1 or 2 teammates to join.
All right. There you go. T1 won't be taking that phase. Meanwhile, they're going to collect everybody back towards this bridge and keep eyes on anybody that may be crossing over from that military island.
Yep.
VP, as you see, still on that western bridge, so they did rejoin with Lucarux, so they do have free passageway over. They can be the first ones that send it. As Vinny is doing a little pre-scouting for the Luna Galaxy boys from that beach on the north side of Sosnovka Island. And, well, VP, I said that they had free passage over this western bridge. They're sticking around, Toby.
Well, the thing is they have free passage, but they don't know that they do. We know that they do.
Well, Lucarux has been there for forever,
he's
so
been
I mean,
he
should have that scouted.
Yeah, he's been set on the south side, but knowing how many teams are in need of points and knowing that New Happy is a team that loots east side of Ferry Pier, it wouldn't be too random if New Happy was setting up a camp on the other side. We know that they aren't, of course, but could have been the case. T1 in the meantime, we said it before, didn't have to take the glider, opted not to. Smart on them. And now instead they find Gen G kind of caught in the open.
Yeah, got very close to that death road. They're on that eastern side of death road, but unfortunately for Gen G, they're kind of caught in a sandwich here between Twisted Minds and T1. Fortunately, it looks like they've been able to keep 3 alive, although they will lose Rex. And yet you can see Gen G set up here as Batulins has been knocked. So Twisted Minds will have to stop down a little bit here to get that res.
Should be able to get the res on up. The only position this is really in danger from is that straight down below, and they have that lockdown, obviously, with Lou being in the compound. We saw that earlier. They should be all right. Gen G can't really move too much closer either, with the pressure now being applied from T1 behind him. So a bit of a stalemate up here on the dirt road as Luna Galaxy looking to figure how do we go north with VP right in front of us.
This is, well, so Vinny just took shots at Lucarux in the boat.
Yep.
So now VP knows that they've got Luna Galaxy on the south side of that bridge. So Luna Galaxy, I think, is thinking, okay, we can't cross now.
Yeah, Haven
right?
did already. Yeah, it's a little scary.
TSM managed to make it across that eastern bridge though, and they're running into the middle of a 2-2 phase split.
Yeah, actually pulling up on this too. There's a Panzer in hand. Curious to see if he's going to use it or not. Doesn't have to. Sparking. Off of that interview. Let's get the first one. That's corrects it down.
Rest of the phase boys are arriving, though. You can see Hisaki taking shots at them from range, but they will make it in, and they'll be able to regroup on the north side of this compound, at least for now. So a little bit of, oh, James.
Trigger. It's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure right now.
Definitely. Well, TSM will at least have the south side of this compound. And Cerberus is still taking shots over towards phase from that northern, just on the other side of that compound, as these guys are just going to trade bullets back and forth between the buildings as Alo's just waiting for somebody. He wants to use his Panzer so bad. So bad.
Open that door, Gustav. I dare you. I double dare you. Oh, he's going to open it. He's going to open it, or he's going to peek something.
Oh, Sparking found James again. So Sparking, well, that one's going to go a little bit high, but Sparking's doing work right now. That one goes through the door. It will. It gets him down to half HP. And now they've got Fex pinned out as well. They know exactly where these guys are. And TSM doing a really good job as the circle will go just off to the north.
Double shift towards the north, this time around full north. Up towards BB team, of course, could still shift back towards the south in just a circle's time. But for now, it's just them on the southern side that have to make moves. Alo finally gets to use a Panzer, but Lup's a bit short.
I always wonder why they probably should have taken shots in the door before.
Yeah.
Save the Panzer, but you see the bicycle just blocking the way.
That's what saved it. The immortal bicycle.
I'm telling you, man, bicycles are so useful.
They really are.
They block doors, they block RPGs. It's just great, you know?
PUBG, the world where you can't open the door towards you. And bikes are perfect for preventing pushes for that exact same reason. Ferris now trying to make the pull-up happen. Not going to happen. Tori, in the meantime, trying to get the off angle, but seeing that it's able to catch him off. So Na'Vi under a bit more pressure here on this approach, and I think they thought there'd be multiple teams with Weibo now joining in as well. Takes out Na'Vi.
God bless. You can't even crash a compound without 4 teams collecting kills off of the crashers. And Eternal Fire is just sending thank you cards to everybody surrounding them as they managed to keep all 4 alive here. And take a few more shots over towards Gen G.
There they are. They were waiting for the trigger. I think it had just left Novo when 4AM were down there before. And yeah, they were hesitant. They waited. They didn't bring any vehicles with them either. And now
Don't take a shot.
There's a weird world where I want them to hop in the water and just go full beach mode, take out TSM from behind, but also you might just want to get safe to bury B first.
Well-organized push here from TSM, using the smoke wall to the best of their ability, as Alo will dip back and forth inside there. The M249 not going to win against Vex as he gets one. Alo will get him with the ump. Gustav going to find Luke 12. Sparking now the last player up for TSM.
Yep, trying to stay alive in this one. Believe he has one more by his side. Try and make something happen here. In the meantime, New Heavy opting to push north. They had to make a play happen at some point, and they find a knock onto 17, allows them to push in, and 17 weren't able to group up fast enough. They were kind of committing north side in this one. They see Lou leave, go up towards the high ground position. Because of that, end up falling. Sparking, able to get down Gustav. That is phase out early here once again.
All right, New Happy, they need all the points they can get here, and they would absolutely love to get rid of 17, but it looks like 17 is going to disengage, and New Happy will just take control over this compound on the edge of the zone. We've still got a few teams that still have to make their way in as we get a little quick replay of that Na'Vi crash that went so quickly awry.
Yep.
Good work by Eternal Fire, but you know, you take all the help you can get.
Frustrating one. And Na'Vi, seeing their faces, not happy with that engage. I mean, the initial angle of the push was fine, but they were swamped as soon as they came in. For him, they've made landfall. They've run on up. Thank you, observers, for indicating the route that they'll have to take in order to get there. Keep in mind, they came by boat, so do not have any vehicles with them. We'll see if they get something down here.
Oh, Classico. We get a little Death Road finish as Gen G, they're holding the eastern side. Twisted Minds have all 4 alive. They know they've got day trade off to the west as well.
Yeah, important team to mention in this regard too, as we see that T1 will most likely look to group up, I agree, is actually BB team, currently sat dead last. Now, there is a world where even if they don't qualify to the circuit finals tomorrow, they could still make grand finals, but that takes a lot of very specific teams to go out and do absolutely nothing tomorrow. So they, of course, would much rather be there, play for themselves tomorrow.
Yeah, if they don't make it to tomorrow, then they have a shot, but it's going to be completely out of their hands, and they don't want that. Meanwhile, Weibo, they need to make it. If they don't make it, they are done. As Nurans will find the knock on a Lou, and that's going to actually pull Twisted Minds away. They were wanting to set themselves up to take shots at Weibo here, but they have to pull back.
Timing could not be any worse. Good thing you have a guy like Example on your team to go out and dish damage when need be. I mean, he's really the only one right now that can go for the rest, so he's kind of both playing Protector and Savior at the same time. He has to go over and get his teammate up, but he's buying enough time for BB team now to join in. Shen down, side down as well.
Yeah, BB team getting the angles from the low side, and now they're just going to try to escape with one. But where do you go, Spaceman? You're all alone.
Yep.
He's got 20 HP, and you've got everybody knows exactly where you are, as the rest of your team will get fished out. It looks like BB team going to leave their compound location, start making their way up there, trying to collect these points, as 4 angry men have arrived onto New Happy. New Happy was not expecting this, but 4 a.m. so far, they've got 2 knocks as Shopdown is down. I believe it's Ming Ming and AZ, the last 2 left alive here.
Yep, trying to make the push happen as Bobo gets the rest on to Godvi. He was the first one in, instantly took a bullet to the dome. Not too much you can do about that. Good thing there. Xiaopan actually make that, falling down on that one. As now Ming Ming. Did he get lit on fire with that one? I think he might have. Yep, down to no HP. Bobo accidentally taking out his teammate with that blue zone nade. Issue is they go for the flush, but Godvi got too greedy in that one.
They didn't know where AZ was, and AZ was peeking that window at the perfect time. And now he's going to peek again. He's going to find Bobo, as AZ is keeping New Happy alive and keeping them in this tournament.
One mistake and they lose 3. As you're saying, New Happy dead last right now, but look at how close it is.
So close.
3-way tie at 15 points. BB and New Happy both at 14. And we can only assume that BB is going to get at least something out of this game. Twisted probably will as well. For the teams down there in the bottom right now, 1 point separating 5 teams. Any single point here, AC, any single more point you can get could be the difference maker.
Weibo has been finished off as well. So remember, Weibo and New Happy, their tournament lives are on the line here. They need to make top 12, and it is down to 1 more game for Weibo and down to just AZ in this one.
Observers predicting BB to wrap west. I would agree, but not yet. Wait for a potential fight, or if the fight happens right up above you, you go straight towards Alo, Sparking, and Purdy.
TSN, Twisted Minds rather locking down that western side of Death Road. They've got Luna Galaxy right where they want them here. Perfectix actually spotting out Nixie as well. The shots coming through, and they're missing. Not something you see from Perfectix very often. There you go. He can only hit moving targets, Toby. That's the problem.
Example gets him as well. Bro, no, you have to do like this. Let me show you, Perfectix. Let me show you how it's done. He goes, oh, right.
Oh, okay.
I have to change the bullets for not blanks. Okay. There you go. Example, able to get the flush on him. As Scracken goes for a long-range nade. 17 now taking casualties as they try to get up the hill.
AZ actually went out into the blue to collect that kill off of HSM, so that's another point picked up by New Happy. Was absolutely huge. Keep an eye on that cut line at 12th place. Twisted Minds obviously climbing up as quickly as they can, but Gen G has now dropped low.
Dangerous times for these teams who desperately need things going their way. Luna, of course, in already, but we're staying on to Kraken. He's going to try and make a run for Posa.
It's a huge game for BB Team here. If they can manage to capitalize off of their 4 alive playing from this north side, they can crawl up, and that's a big flush there for Barpo and Gen G as they climb even higher above that 12th place cut line.
Still far from safety. The last couple of days, the cut line has been around 20, a bit above. I expect it to be the same thing this time around. 17 now. Down in dangerous territory here as well. Even though they're in 10th as it stands, they fall low. And so does AZ. New Happy out, but much needed points gotten by him here in this match.
Absolutely, Lil Ghost just sticking around. He knew that there was at least one more player coming out of the blue. He was the only one left, so collect that point and move on with your day. Luna Galaxy down to 2, and they've got Twisted Minds staring down the barrels at them. They know exactly where they are. Big shots from Batulins, big shots from Perfectix will find the Kraken, and they will flush that kill and get that point.
Swap the blanks for live ammo, and he's going to find one. Batulin's able to get the second. Do they know that Beamy is still here? I feel like you always have to expect Beamy to be around you if you're on the edge of the circle. If he's
well, he's not in the blue, so
yet.
Yeah.
He'll get there. He'll get there eventually. As a BB team now, with all the action taking place on the south side of the road, have opted to leave the compound. Makes sense for them. And Cerberus creeping ever so slowly up the hillside, but they too have a solo in their midst. Little Ghost is still in the compound out in the blue.
Yep, he's healing through all the damage. Eternal Fire going to take the fight to T1, but the Type immediately going to find the knock on the Mad with that Lynx in hand. And now Gen G, they're going to start flexing out as well. You can see that X, that's exactly where that fight is going to be. And while BB Team absolutely will sweep as much on that western side as they can, but they know that Twisted Minds is there, so they want to be careful about how they approach that.
Big fight for Gen G. If they can force Eternal Fire and T1 in against one another and clear the entire eastern side for themselves to play from, not only is it practically top 3 guaranteed, but they are going to be looking very good out there on the east.
T1 got the Lynx, they got the P90 and Eternal Fire. All they've got is some smokes for the time being. As Code Marco just waiting to see. Oh, nicely placed, and that's going to be E-End taking the knock, but you get the rest of the T1 to start to push up. Zenith has P90 in hand, will find one, almost gets the second with the full spray, and now the shot's coming in from Raining, but Raining immediately gets swapped on as Roaring gets the knock, and Code Marco gets the flush.
Amazing timing on that one, too. The fact that they catch them off, trying to make their way through the smokes, but able to prone down.
Oh, that's a guy's grenade
find him.
from
Tosi with the flush there. Quidper wanted to go for the rest. He might go down to this one too. Now he does. Gen G again, perfect timing on this one as they push on forward. Ruin falls as well, and that is Eternal Fire eliminated. Now T1 turns their attention to Gen G.
Gen G, they came out at the right time, but now they've got to retreat back. They're getting shot in the back from Cerberus. Sololzi from the low side, and BB Team, they have complete control over the north here. They're just, the only problem for them is that they are trying to third-party things, but they're not getting there in time. So these points are going off the board, and they're not able to pick them up.
Exactly. Right now, placement points. That's what's being fed to them. They do have 4 kills in this game already, but with how they're currently positioned, I feel like they would want to pick a side right now. I know it's much easier said than done, but if you can go out and clear T1 on the east, if you can wrap west and try and force Twisted in to Cerberus, I think their fear is if we go to one side, we get backfilled instantly. But the fight has already come to an end on the east. It hasn't yet on the west. Once the fight happens again between Twisted and Cerberus, you'd have to imagine BB goes to T1.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, BB has to keep an eye on T1 right now, and T1 is making their way inside of the zone, and BB taking shots over there at Cerberus, though. They are playing like mountain goats on the side of this mountain, waiting for that push from Twisted Minds. They're spotting them out and they're getting shots in, but not getting the knocks. Twisted Minds just not getting the angles they need right now.
BB still trying to maintain their 2-2 split. Again, not wanting to aggress too far forward, but at the same time being smart about the terrain they tried to claim. Haisagi hearing the footsteps of Atulans. Not sure if he fell down or if he actively opted to run down this hillside, but at least he's going to be... Oh, he was scoped in. I don't think he saw him. Now he did.
They spot him out. The spray comes through, but immediately that's a trade as Duckmai is going to go down to Perfectix. Batulins will get swapped, and he knows that there's one right above him. He heard the shots coming from Perfectix, so he's looking down there, trying to see if he can get an angle, but it's just not presenting itself as the BB team sees this in the kill feed. They're starting to come over here. Yep, shots from Bestalok into the back of Perfectix will get that knock. Can he get the flush as well?
And this is the issue, right?
Yes,
because they can't fully commit to the push on forward. In the meantime, Ian does what Ian does best. Sits down Adder and Barpo. So Genji is down to just one player alive as he does get traded in return. Tosi able to find it.
He will, but Genji will get eliminated, and now T1, they may be down to 2 players, but we've seen how dangerous and deadly they are. Twisted Minds will go down. Cerberus back up to full strength, but they're pinned up against the wall by BB Team and by Zenith.
Yep, BB Team again, I mean, fully committing to this 2-2 split, trying to maintain control rather than take circle space for themselves. They're happy with what they're given on the northern side of the rope, but we saw it before with the angle from Bestalok. It's an open field, and if you start making the run towards Cerberus, you leave yourself exposed to Zenith in that watchtower. So smart on them to kind of let the south side teams battle it out and just get the safe points.
Exactly. This is exactly what they should be doing at this point. You've got 4 alive. Your top 3 play for the win. Yes. Don't even try to get cheeky with it. Don't try to get cute and going out there and trying to over-peak and get to these kills. Just get the win. That is going to be enough to put you where you want to be, and that is above that 12th place cut line. So Spiro will lay down the smokes for now. They know exactly where T1 is. They know exactly where Cerberus is going to go, and they know the likelihood of these two getting involved in a fight right now is very, very high, so they can try to capitalize off of this whenever it's done.
Look at that leaderboard too. I mean, it's so incredibly close. 3 teams make it at 21, all the way up to 8th place. Could potentially fall in the final game, as we now see them wrap around the side again. I mean, it's really on BB Team to decide what side they want to go to, but they've said we're not picking a side. We're just waiting for you guys to come to us.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they can do that. I mean, they can take the time, really. Now, the scary thing is that you got 2 members of T1 who have proven to be terrifying in late game situations. Plus, let's give them a P90 and a Lynx on top of that.
They're outnumbered. We give them some crate guns. I see that's only fair. That's, well...
Kind of evens things up a little bit, doesn't it?
You'd have to say. Circle, 10 seconds to go until we get to see the final one. Will it go south, down towards Cerberus? Will it go north, up to BB Team? Are we ending things right down the middle? Let's see. Middle is where it is. A big old donut. It's going to be the roadside. And Himas, well, at least for now, is the one closest to it.
And the one thing that you got to consider here is T1's sniper tower still in as well. So they can kind of take their time with this one. I'm not sure what Cerberus's utility situation is looking like. Can they just do what T1 essentially just did to Gen G and full send, trying to throw all the utility they've got into that sniper tower and clean them up that way before BB Team can even get there? But that's the problem, is that if they do anything, they've got to have it done so quickly, because BB Team will be right there waiting.
You can see they're kind of toggling around their util, trying to figure out what the plan is going to be. I think at this point, because BB Team hasn't opted to aggress on the left-hand side, Cerberus feels more comfortable wrapping east. And also, Cerberus would know that BB Team is pushing on the northwest side, because if they did, Zenith would be shooting. They know there's still one by up in the tower proper, and he would see. You'd have to imagine that they're making their way towards the roadside. So Cerberus opting to wrap east, opting to try and, once they engage, instantly take out T1 to then take the fight to BB Team. I think BB Team playing this far up on the northern side, this far away from Circle Center, could potentially lose them the game.
It might. You know, like I said, you're playing super, super safe right now because you need the win. That is what you want. That Panzerfaust just get laid down there. Okay. But yeah,
keep one for later.
Like I honestly, I don't have any problem with how BB Team is playing this.
No.
Like you said, you've got to play it safe. You got to get this win. So Himas being on the other side of the road, That could be the thing that opens things up here just a little bit. But again, it's all just waiting essentially for what T1 is going to do.
Both BB team and Cerberus are playing off of, well, if either of these two teams move, or if either of us move, T1 will know. They will shoot. They will give us the heads up. The issue is right now they haven't seen him as make his way to where he currently is. And I think if BB team are all going to be running, you see they're playing triple mollying this. That's
aggressive.
They thought he was in there. He wasn't, and good on him for not being so. But this is what I was going to say. If BP team aren't in a position to instantly engage once this fight between the two Southside teams happen, that's dangerous. You do not want to allow Cerberus a chance to reset.
Yep. Type on the move. Wrapping on that south side. You see the smokes being laid down by Cerberus on the edge. Or that actually might be smokes from T1, actually. As,
isolate, force them into BB team. It makes perfect sense.
Yep, absolutely. And unfortunately for Cerberus, this means that they're having to expend utility to try to deal with T1 instead of having to save that for BB team. As you can see, more grenades are being sent in, more smokes are being laid down. Phil first will find Haisaki. That'll be the opening knock.
This is all fighting in the blind. This is the util war, the first half of what will most likely end up being a full-on gunfight because they're expending all util right now. Himas lobs a flash on over, tries to buy himself some time to get the rest on through, but I think we're down to practically no smokes left on any sides right now. So once these smokes are all gone, it's all fighting in the open. Oh, they body shot.
Type will get that first knock onto a doozy, and Himas actually got the res on a Haisaki, so Cerberus back up to full strength. The smokes are still have some time left in them. They might be able to get this res, but Cerberus not going to allow that to happen. They're going to push on the edge of this blue zone as it comes through. The utility coming through, but it's not falling. Phil first will find Haisaki as they get the repeat, but what a spray from Himas as he gets Spiro and Phil first, and it's down to just one for BB team.
BB team has no space to maneuver because they didn't capitalize on it early on. I love the attempt
1v1
in trying to make it happen, but now it is up to Himas. Does he go for the rest? Does he go for the play? He's in a 1v1, spots him on the backside, can't he connect? Yes, he will! Himas able to bring it home for Cerberus.
Himas, the superstar from Cerberus, manages to come through in the clutch, even though T1 almost backstabbed them, almost stole that victory away. BB team was just absolutely destroyed by Himas at the end, and he took matters into his own hands to secure that victory for Cerberus.
You see Best of Luck shaking his head there as well. I think he hoped that he had it. The fact that he actually gets the lift off of the first spray missing, but then being taken down instantly after. An unfortunate loss for BB team, but hey, it's top 2 guaranteed. It's 6 placement points, much needed points for BB team.
Cerberus with the clutch towards the end. Himas is back officially as he's able to take out BB team at the very top of the game. That is a brilliant win for them to be able to get themselves plenty of points.
Yeah, and on top of that, you know, they will be putting themselves into the circuit final. They will be giving themselves another chance to get these points. They are still not in the top 16, James. They are still not going to the grand final. They need to get in there tomorrow. They need to do all of this one more time. But yeah, what a game for them. And you see what we're talking about, the games are really feisty. The games are working out in such interesting ways, right? So many teams are third-partying. So many teams are putting themselves into these situations that they would never put themselves into a grand final, right? The TSM face fight would never happen in a grand final. Some of these fights here, like how it's kind of working out, the aggression is something that's on a different level, but also how the teams are kind of prioritizing what fights they're going into, how long they're staying in the blue, you know, all these things. It's really coming to fruition here. It's going to be an interesting one, right? And this is match 5. We have one more to go. And so far, the teams that are in the bottom, except for Twisted Minds here, that actually kind of put themselves out of this one here. Oof, this this has been a rough day. It's been a hard day to play for a player.
Yeah, tough final circles, tough game, and I mean, potentially tough spoilers as well, right? I mean, when you're kind of stalemated out like that, with BB Team and Cerberus being in those kinds of positions, and then there's the potential of, again, another kind of backstab coming in if it's going to come in from a different angle, but at least it's not as egregious as the Zenith one that we actually had on Tego. But still, could happen to any of them here. But look at this, Himas just holding it down. It's good to see Himas properly back, because those first 2 circuits for Cerberus in general were just a bit of a disaster. But now it's anything but.
It is. It was. I mean, 27 points in a circuit final. That's just not what we expect from a team like this. It's a championship team. It's a PGS winning team, right? They have won.
Yeah.
And they have done extremely well. But yeah, it's good to see him back. The question is it going to be enough? But I really, like, in terms of Cerberus, really been enjoying how Haisaki has been playing, how the team has overall been contributing as well. It's not feeling like there's a huge gap within the team. It's more like they have to really adjust to how the lobby is playing, because it's vast different from what we've been seeing at PGS. It's vast different from what we've seen so far, and this is just really what the format is all about, like this best of 6 every day, and you have to make it into the next one. And once you have 1 or 2 good games, you're safe, and then you can start kind of fooling around a little bit. But yeah, 7 kills go their way with the win. 1600 damage, not so much utility of course from nades and smokes, but still not compared to the 13 nades and 24 smokes T1 had to get 2 people into that top 3 situation.
Such a split game, right?
It
like
was.
when you see these kinds of positions that you have to play for.
Yeah, and we gotta say, BB Team and Twisted Minds, they're in the bottom 4 before this.
Yes,
With the amount of kills they had, with the amount of points they're getting from placement here, this is probably gonna make that bottom 4, bottom 5, bottom 6 teams look even closer and kind of push some of these other teams out. So important for BB Team to be in there. They're that 11th place, those 45 points. It could feel like a team like Cerberus, if they make it, well, they will make it into the circle final. And if BB Team doesn't, that could be a team that could be pushed out. That could be a team that could be in the danger zone.
Did you have T1 on your radar as much as we should now have coming into the tournament?
I mean, knowing of how well both Type and Ian historically has been doing in Korea, but not on an international level. And again, from the start of the year, we were talking about, you know, this situation with Korea where we felt like it was really watered down to too many teams. They were really divided out by too many teams here. But Himas is able to get 6 kills here and 720 damage. It's good for the guys that have him captain on their fantasy team as well. But yeah, Ian, Type, T1. I'm loving the hype of Type, of course, and the rest of the boys, but still, it's not what I really expected. But can they replicate that once we get to the grand finals? That's really the big question for me, because everything changes. Everything changes. The meta changes, how teams play, and the amount of teams and players alive toward the late game must be vastly different from what we've seen in the circuit.
It's funny because I think when actually we get to the finals, and of course man of the match being Himas, good stuff to see. I think when we get to the final, I think that a lot of teams may end up just breathing a sigh of relief. That we're back to like some potential stability, right? You know what I mean? Because there is the potential in so many of these circuits for chaos, craziness, unpredictability, and stuff like that. So yeah, maybe we see more normalness, I guess, in that finals. But anyway, 17 points goes the way of Cerberus. BB Team gets themselves 12. T1 with 12, another 10 coming in for Twisted Minds. It feels like it's been a bit of a quiet day for Twisted Minds. Obviously, they were down towards the bottom, but getting 10 points here will be able to push them up quite nicely. And I mean, they're not under too much stress when it comes to accumulating points for the grand final, because they're already flying.
And the total leaderboard here. This puts Eternal Fire, 17 Gaming, Weibo, and new Happy Esports into this danger zone here. Now, we need to talk about this, James, again, right?
Yes.
We have one more game to go. A PGS former winner, a winner here in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, before in 17 Gaming is in the danger zone. We should be seeing teams focusing this, I would say, one of the big 5 teams that we have had so far and what have been on our favorite radar. We should be seeing teams focusing on 17 Gaming, because that is a championship contender.
Yes, they are. Second place is constantly at PGCs, PGSs. They've won a PGS, of course, before. So the question is, will it happen? For Eternal Fire, they're 59 points in that final already. I think they're probably going to be safe, all things considered, with that. Then you've got, of course, 17, who's at 45 points in those circuit finals, and they could be struck at people could strike at them. They are potentially vulnerable. Who else is down there? New Happy, of course. I mean, they would need to have a blinder of a game here because they're currently sat at 0 points in that circuit final. It's getting dicey.
Currently, it would be Cerberus coming into that circuit final tomorrow, and the team that is not playing, that is in the top 16, is the team in the danger zone, right?
Yes.
We're looking at teams, and as you said here, 17 Gaming, we're talking a 19-point day tomorrow for Cerberus Gaming to take over 17, right? So that would be huge. Right now, I don't see New Happy making it. I don't see Vabo Gaming making it. Eternal Fire, I'm not too worried about them. So it really comes down to, okay, how well are they able to perform? Right now, it looks like Genji and Foreign, they're quite easily going to be able to come in and defend their spot. Virtus Pro is safe. They're going to be able to come in and defend their spot too. So, I mean,
honestly,
it would be a mistake not to focus 17 games.
Bizarrely, in this situation, at this time and period, I think if 17 goes to Pachinki, I think it might be a mistake.
Yeah.
Which is a wild thing to say.
But the Pachinki hot drop is just, it's so hard not to lose anyone, and you don't want to give points away to them either.
They're great at defending it. They are great at defending it. We've seen it for years now. So, I mean, maybe if somebody goes for the... We will see. It's time. Keep your eyes on the sky. It's the final game before our last circuit final.
Phenomenal breakdown here of what we are about to witness. Is it gonna be mayhem in Pachinki, or is it going to be 17 once again getting to go unscathed through to the next circuit day? Let's see as we get on over here to the final match of the day, match number 6 in Circuit 3. It's day 2, and there is a lot of storylines that are gonna all come together here in this final match, Poro.
They sure are, and I gotta tell you, I don't imagine fans of 17 Gaming thought that they would be in this position. Where they once again, 2 days in a row, they are fighting for their tournament lives. As we see the hot drop onto Yesnaya, 4 a.m. at T1.
Now you know what's in store for you tomorrow, boys.
Yeah. Well, Bobo gonna find Ian to start things off. Raining gonna go down as well. Bobo with that SMG is doing work, but he's going to go down eventually to the Molotov. Ian will get flushed out by his own teammate. Godby going to find Raining. And 4 a.m. with 3 alive, I believe, 2 up for T1.
PP Bison better than Sickle confirmed.
Yep.
That's sometimes that's the loot you get.
That's all you need to know.
You get a weapon that you can use to work with hay, and then you die.
There you go.
It
is PP Bison's back on the field.
Bison meta now. You know what? It does have a lovely lot of bullets in it.
It
so
sure does.
For situations like these where your opponents don't have armor yet anyway, pretty nifty, not gonna lie. In the meantime, T1 again, I mean, of course, this is a fight for, in this match, not really a whole lot, but we know that T1 wants a lot of the spots that 4 a.m. are currently playing, and maybe this is going to be 4 a.m. now, I don't want to say scared, but at least warned of what they're getting into tomorrow.
This hasn't been the first time
that true.
T1 has focused down 4 a.m. Now, currently, he's tight on that roof. That grenade going to fall just a little bit low. And look at this. Why not have a far northeastern circle to round things out here on day number 2?
Go Kameshki. I dare you, game. Let's go all the way up there. It's been fun so far today. We've got some wild circles as... Not V, my man.
Genji is making a rotation just past. You can't see it.
They were so far away I couldn't even make out
they
the
weren't
car.
even registering.
I was gonna say, what was he looking at then?
Thanks, Mapstream.
Yeah, thank you. That's the info that we got fed across. Adder on a wide wrap, and Godfrey just seeing a target instantly going forward.
Yeah.
As now, I mean, this fight Zenith has run off, maybe to get an off angle. He's a kilometer away. He'll be fine. Type in the meantime trying to bait some attention. Yep, he's on the off angle duty. 30 bullets.
Now, while this is going on, remember, 17, they didn't get hot dropped in Pachinki, but TSM dropped very, very close. They didn't go South George. They went just into the ruins, and now they're starting to head into that western side of Pachinki, so they may have 17 in their sights.
I mean, I ask you coming into this day, is there one team that you think could potentially go out hunting? And well, here they are on your screen. TSM, they were setting up for it, and now they are here. Alo finds Little Ghost. He's going to be the first 17 player to fall, and I think that's going to... I mean, 17, obviously, they're going to go out on the eastern side of Pachinki because that's where the circle is, but now they know they're being hunted.
Yeah, they sure are, and that's going to be them losing a big, big player.
Oh, yeah.
to start things off here in a game where they desperately, once again, find themselves needing to come up with something massive here in the final game to make sure that they make it to tomorrow.
No one saw that scene. It's okay. Reload. We go next.
It's not. It was a tough gun, right?
It's M4. He only had a compensator.
Okay, maybe not.
He only had a compensator.
Oh,
it's not
yeah,
enough. You need more attachments on that.
Yeah.
Yep. Can't take it away. Zenith, he's been playing phenomenal. They had 4 games, maybe even 5, 4 kills, maybe even 5 in the previous one. So not going to take anything away from the skill set of that man. We all whiff every now and again.
Oh, yeah.
And fortunately for him, in this time, it wasn't quite as costly.
Yeah.
A couple of bullets gone past.
Yeah, definitely got to give props, regardless of what happens here with this this prideful hot drop. But T1 has definitely been heating up at exactly the right time, man. Like, they showed out earlier this year. They've been looking great in Korea only, but it hasn't really translated over into the international stage just yet. But it seems like they're starting to cook at the right time, and that could be scary for these grand finals, says Adder.
He's just
getting
out for
revenge
his teammates today. Tosi, stop getting all the highlights. I want something too. Well, I mean, not a lot of people are running their teammates over.
They're never going to let him.
What
drive
about
again.
if you just start doing that? Well, that's been his memo today. But no, to go back to what you're saying about T1. I mean, James asked Martin on the desk, did you have T1 on your list of teams to look out for coming into this tournament? And I'll gladly answer that and say no. T1 were far from my top pick coming into this. It was all freaks. As we now see Luke getting a little too curious. Gets found
Luke.
by HS. But no, I mean, it was all freaks out of Korea. We knew Genji had potential to do something. And yes, as we've seen here, there's so much individual skill on T1. But in a global lobby, we just don't see it oftentimes matter a whole lot as FaZe. Now there's one as well. Vex falls, so Lolsey might fall in return if Ghost can hit this.
Oh, there you go.
Correxy.
Correxy will be the one that does it. And FaZe sitting on that cut line right now. They could definitely use a couple more points just to be sure that they make it into tomorrow and secure themselves a spot in that circuit final.
That's the issue for FaZe right now. I mean, we haven't really mentioned them too much, but in that entire bottom 8 as it sits right now, it's really only Twisted and Eternal Fire that are safe for grand finals. As Quetpa finds one. Sure, FaZe would love to steal that point away, though. See if he can find it through the smoke. Goes a bit off.
Yep, not going to do it. Haisaki will get flushed out by Quetpa, so Zenith actually going to finish off HSM from 4 a.m. So T1, although they're down to 2, they're still causing problems for 4 a.m. Again, in the grand scheme of things, the 4 a.m. T1 fight doesn't really mean much. This one has a little bit more juice to it, though.
Definitely. The servers, obviously, they're in already, but you know what? The more I think about it, they might have gone for FaZe intentionally, because FaZe are the lowest team that are currently in. Again, we're referring to the circuit finals leaderboard. Look it up if you don't have it up already. That way you can keep track with what's going on. FaZe is sat at 33, tied with 4 a.m. currently coming in to tomorrow's games. If FaZe fall out now, that's real good news, not only to Cerberus, but to a lot of the other teams too, because we've seen what they can do on a good day.
Yeah, I mean, after that day they had yesterday, it would be, it feels like it would be criminal for them not to make the final, but that's the situation that we're in, and you can see just how tight that leaderboard is at that cut line. I mean, all the way up and down. Gen G with 24, FaZe with 24, Twisted with 24, and then BB Team 23, 22, 21. I mean, it is so close. Out, and then you also have to take into consideration that New Happy and Weibo, they're playing for their tournament lives right now, so they desperately need things to go their way.
Think about it this way: if Cerberus takes out FaZe now and FaZe don't make it into the finals tomorrow, they go from having to have... Well, that was a lot of... You have service, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Replay of Service.
That was a very long curse word.
It must have been. I don't speak Chinese, but it must have been one of the longer ones. But no, if Cerberus take out FaZe here, they technically only quote unquote need to get 6 points tomorrow to surpass.
Yeah.
Of course, that's no guarantee that they're then in. Yeah. But that makes their task tomorrow a lot more doable than having to play against FaZe on the day tomorrow.
Sure. Yeah. A lot of arithmetic going on right now. A lot of potential things that could happen. So right now, let's keep it simple. Let's say you don't want to be in 13th through 16th.
True.
You just don't.
True.
We'll have the desk break down what final placement means for everyone at the end of the day. But there's a lot of different scenarios at play right now as we see TSM taking it to New Happy. One thing for sure, if New Happy doesn't make it, they're done.
I love how we're just throwing it over to the disc. That's their task. They'll break that down. We'll let this one go through as well as T1. This fight is about to come to an end. I say that, but the PP comes out once again.
PP.
The PP Bison comes out once again.
Not the P90. It wasn't the P90.
No,
it was the PP Bison. See, I was right.
It was indeed. It was indeed. Zenith will be able to get the point of 1, and now it's just him and Xiaopian left. What a hot drop.
I'm nailing it right now. I've got so many different things going in my mind right now.
There's too many scenarios at stake here in this final match.
This is crazy. Well, Gen G and VP are scrapping it up right now. Gen G, they also really don't want to be in that bottom 12 or bottom 4, and they are pinned up against it by Virtus Pro at the moment. You see Barpo and Adder on that low side, but look at that, they're getting a little bit of support from Suju from range, so that could work out in their favor.
Yeah, they want to make some space for themselves. I think they're well aware that Gen G is currently split, as we see here. FaZe trying to reposition once again.
Ooh.
Circle hard swing south.
Take
BP
those.
team, well, that's unfortunate. But they'll have plenty of space, you'd imagine, by the time that they get to the circle. To Rebin on the northern side as FaZe now starts pushing on forward, but I see a Panzerfaust, and that has me worried.
It does indeed. And they're splitting up a little bit here. They got Overwatch, which is one thing they got going for them, so they at least know that these two are inside the buildings. If they can just manage to figure out which buildings they're in, they're just going room to room like a SWAT team right now. But Himass, oh, look at him. He's right on the outside. The nice shots on the duck mine. Himass with the Panther will spot out James, but he's only going to get one. Gets Fex so low. And now it is down to just the big fragger for Cerberus. He immediately swips onto Gustav, gets him low, and now Fex has got him as just refusing to die. Okay, there it is. Cleaned up in the end by FaZe, but look at that from range. Who is that?
It's Navi, it's Nagatori.
Navi, there it is.
Yep, looking over the top in the meantime. VP now trying to take the fight to Gen G. These are all the teams with a lot to lose that are currently brawling way too early for comfort in this game.
Absolutely, they'll get Tosi, and that's going to be Gen G down to, I believe that's, 2 players left, as Adder and Rex will try to get into vehicles and survive a little bit longer. Fortunately, the long-range shots from 17 will prevent VP from just farming ADR down on top of them.
Look at how close this is. 22
so
in
close.
14th place, all the way up to 8th at 27. Sure, a lot of things would have to go a very specific way. Points would have to be claimed by very specific teams, but theoretically, I mean, there's a world where even Navi isn't in.
I mean, right now, at the moment, it is just the rule of the show right now, flush your kills.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure you get those points because it is so dang close that it is one kill here or there, one stolen kill, one lost kill that's going to make all the difference in the world.
Now, an important thing to mention off of that Southern Hard Shift is that the 2 teams we right now coin the most unlikely to come in to tomorrow's games, down in the bottom, New Happy and Weibo are in 2 of arguably the best positions. Of course, it all depends on where the next couple of circles take us, but Weibo have a 2-2 split with Alamo and Heaven. New Happy is sat just west of that. We've seen teams come out with massive kill wins off of these positions when the circles give them just a little bit of love.
Yeah, the problem for them is that it is a very active lobby, and we're already down to just 47 alive, so those points are rapidly getting off the board here, and Weibo just holding that 2-2 split because they can right now because there's just so much space available. And meanwhile, you've got New Happy just hanging out in the yellows. They're going to get a care package dropped on them as well.
They're going to slow things down again. Lost Little Ghost very early in this game. Currently, Assad tied with Eternal Fire and outside of the Circuit 3 final qualification. Again, for those of you guys watching, not understanding, you don't want to be in the bottom 4. 13,
That's all you need to know.
14, 15, 16, and you're not playing tomorrow, and you're not adding to your point total on the Circuit Finals leaderboard.
All right, BB team has arrived on this western side. They ate a little bit of blue zone for their trouble. TSM in that 2-2 split just off to their north. It looks like they won't have angles onto this volcano spot, so BB team going to slow things down just a bit here. Maybe scout out what the next move is going to be while they wait for the circle to pop, and we're going to go dead center. So Weibo on Heaven, they've got to get everybody back there as quickly as possible.
Yep, seeing the observers draw it up too. Mamu in vehicle with his teammate, so that's Shen. trying to make their way up the hillside, get the safety up high, and look out towards the west now. How many teams are going to look to come in that direction? Lunar Galaxy actually leaving Circle to try and take the fights out on the edge. They're getting eager in this one. I like to see it. Again, nothing to lose in trying to come out with some points in this game.
Now playing aggressive, and that's just been the rule of the day for Lunar Galaxy all tournament long, and it's starting to play out in their favor now. As they started off the day with a 30-kill win, they would like to be able to bookend that with something nice here as well. As we see, Weibo will get everybody to that central circle position, and now it's just a matter of playing defense.
Oh yeah. Sit around, wait, let the teams around you fight, and then get some free points off and knock players. I love how Lunar Galaxy is setting up this pretty wide split. They're trying to not allow for any south side flanks. They don't want to let BB around. They don't want to let Daytrade or TSM wrap around the southern side at all. They have 2 players on U Hill out towards the west side, and then Kraken up in the one hill from which they could look down towards the fields, and then Haven, the safety player, inside Museum proper. I love this positioning from Lunar Galaxy, but can they go up against the 4-man strong BB team?
BB gonna move down. So Kraken gonna be real close. We'll take the initial spray, but won't really send the rest through. He's gonna go for the tires if nothing else, and we'll find one, but that's gonna be a little bit too late. BB team already on the move.
It's an early committed. No, they're continuing. Never mind. I thought they were going to stop on that ridge line, but thought better of it. They're actually going to go Alamo. That is an impressive on-the-fly rotation. Again, I mean, they get this because Weibo opts to wrap back the other way up towards Heaven. That is a very heads-up read that was free.
Well, they get lucky on that one for sure. As TSM, they try to take the ridge line just on the other side of the road, just south of New Happy. They're getting shot at by Weibo. Weibo getting the knocks. They're not getting the flushes, though. And now New Happy is leaving their compound. They might come over here and steal these points away.
One well-placed nade. That could be 2 points going your way, unless if Mamu can claim them.
There we go.
At least Luke has been found. Seems like Sparking will fall as well, so points garnered for Weibo, who now sit 5 points out of the bunch in the lower 20s.
Still got a lot of work left to do, but it's not insurmountable by any means, and they have the perfect position to do exactly what they need to, as the E-pickup is in the air, and it's going to be at least one from Twisted Minds.
Yeah,
I think it might be at least example. Yeah, but Tolan's wasn't there in time, unfortunately, so he's going to eat a little bit more blue.
Where do we go? Do you just jump into the forest and hope for the best?
Possibly,
I'm not sure what example has a plan, but we'll see. We'll try and keep track of what's going on as AC, with level 3 gear and a 5-bullet Lynx in hand, tries to reposition the vehicles, get ready for the potential rotation to come. A big rotation, big circle shift now, as New Happy is hoping this one to go west. And it won't.
And it's going to go south. Okay.
It's open.
It's wide open spaces all the way down on the south side. Now, Weibo, they're on the clock. They've got to keep eyes on everything coming from this north side. And you got to imagine everybody that's on that western side, that northern side, they know to expect a full 4-man squad in Heaven, so they're going to be avoiding that at all costs.
I mean, in a perfect world, you get an entry knock and you collapse on the side of the building that you see. See Nan trying to flex down on the southern side, maybe get a knock onto Norrens, but we're only 28 seconds away from this circle closing, and I think playing slow on the edge here is going to be too dangerous. The issue is if you go center, where do you go? Like, what is available? And we can tell them, really nothing.
This is really dangerous for New Happy. They're starting to creep down south, but they might get locked up in a fight with Daytrade, which, while, you know, that will just slow them down. It'll keep them from getting into the zone. It'll keep them from staying in this game. And although they do need every point they can get, they need to stay alive even more so they can get more points. So
where are they opting to stop? Are they going?
I'm not sure where 17 is sending it.
Are they going to Kinkwin? That might be the best routed rotation we've seen all day long. They have barely been shot at. I think 3 or 4 bullets got towards him, but they're going to get Kinkwin for free.
I feel like the percentage of people in the chat that know what Kinkwin is at this point in PUBG's history
it's here,
is
guys.
probably
It's
pretty
here.
low.
It's
so
here.
There you go.
It's here.
It's this ditch. This little dip.
And it's usually both nade bait and mortar bait and vehicle explosion bait, but for now, they are fine as Zenith fires a few parting shots in the air. Now important knocks coming in. It's Shen finding Xiao Zi. It's 2 of the teams down there in the bottom that has to make circuit finals or they're out.
New Happy. They lose 1. They're going to send it. Where are they going to go? And no, they're not going to get anywhere close yet. Keep the happy feet on there, 17, as they continue to get a few more kills. And this is huge. This is a play. I mean, this is a spot that you see played very, very often. But right now, you got to worry. You have to immediately, immediately smoke off from the east. Make sure that you're not getting giving away those angles from Mansion. I mean, Na'Vi, Eternal Fire still in Mansion. They have shots over onto this, but New Happy, they are in a dangerous spot right here.
This could be the perfect timing for New Happy to make something happen as Weibo is getting pushed on by Daytrade. They're going to be the ones to get the initial down, though. As Norins is going to be the first one to fall. He's fallen early in a lot of fights, so they haven't really gotten a chance to see him in a whole lot of action. Shen found with a receiving nade too, though. Trade 1-for-1. Let's see if New Happy's opting to make a play off of this.
All right, Flash, what do you got? How many more grenades do you have in hand? Oh, he spots him out on the rooftop. You gotta hit those shots, though. Flash, we'll wish he had those back, as him and Thanadol now. They've got a lot of work cut out for them. They can get inside this compound, it seems like. It's not gonna be... They're not going to be able to get that res done. Oh, my goodness, the hard shift to the south. And now, all of a sudden, Weibo, they had the great spot early, but they have to do some big-time work now.
Daytrade dismantled. Sigh of relief for Weibo to live to see another fight. But this circle going south, I mean, if you're BB and you read that rotation earlier, you're like, yeah, I guess that was pretty good. Because we're practically the only compound inside the circle now. As a New Happy under pressure. Sigh able to get the first one. I like the flank idea, but they were red instantly.
We're indeed, and Non is down. Won't be rezzed either, as New Happy down to just 2. They've got to try to make something magical here happen to keep their tournament alive, but they have been pinned down. This is BB Team from way, way far away, just preventing them in there. Hakatori has an angle as well. So New Happy, they are just heads down, trying to survive at this point.
They can't try and survive when you're still that many points behind. They need something going their way, and with the circle shifting away, I'm afraid it just won't be the case. New Happy now, a do-or-die rotation. Where are you going? Where are you setting up shop? Parting shots being fired by Weibo as they try to get away from there.
They're going to 17. That is the path that they're taking right now.
Or do you stop on the trees?
Or do you stop? Oh, maybe the trees might be the play. They did see 17 wrapping through earlier. So maybe they know that that's already occupied, and now it's just New Happy trying to play survival at this point. Hiding in the trees with the vehicle fort.
If they come into the finals, there's more spots to be fought for tomorrow. As Beamy finds Sai, able to creep on up, and who better than this sneaky snake out of Virtus Pro to find one, caught from behind, gets one down in his natural habitat.
And now they have hopped into the US. They're going to drop down the cliffside. They're 3 strong. Where are they going to go? There's only so many places that you can really play, as they will exit the vehicle here, getting shot at from BB Team from range. That's slowing them down. I don't know if they wanted to do this intentionally or they just felt like they needed to, but they're still outside the zone.
Big fight coming in here as well. Navi trying to take the fight to New Happy. AC is all that's left for the team, but they stay alive, but not for long enough. New Happy eliminated and out of PGC.
And Weibo might not be too far behind them. They have one knocked, and BB Team is just spraying down on top of them. Beamy is still alive as well at the top of heaven. He could come over here and get an angle on this immediately. The smoke, the only thing keeping Weibo in this thing.
Weibo. Oh, scared. They need 6 points to tie with 17 as it stands. But the issue is that everyone but them are in good positions inside the circle. And to make matters worse, Spaceman is left behind. Big mistakes being made by the team that needs everything going their way.
And then it's just falling apart here. You see Beamy shaking shots from range. He's going to get some damage in, but not going to get the knocks. Nice shot from Mamu. Will get Beamy off of their back and secure another point for Weibo.
Need everything going their way still, though, as circle shifts to BB Team, the only
pinned.
team inside the circle, and now Mamu down, Spaceman down, 1 player alive, and BB Team knows it. If they take them out here, their chances, BB Team's chances of making it through tomorrow is that much higher.
And Aduzi is on a solo mission right now. He is so far removed from the rest of BB Team. The reses will come through on a Weibo, so they'll still keep alive. But look at the utility. They've got nothing left in the bag right now. And is Batulin still alive out in the blue?
Out of the map, in the blue, still in heaven. Could spot these guys from behind as well. Now you see him on the minimap in the bottom right corner. 1 well-placed nade, a couple of well-placed shots. Could be the downfall of Weibo. They're outside next circle with 10 seconds to go.
He missed the E pickup, and now he might be in a position to take these guys by surprise. Though he's going to go down. But 3 deep for Weibo once again. Where are they going to go? They're hugging the edge of the blue zone right now, but they have no idea what they're rolling into on the eastern side of this circle. They have no information.
And that's the issue. From tree to tree, you got to go with vehicle, because I don't think they have any smokes left to work with. 17. They're trying to get them out here. Spaceman fall, Mamu falls, more nades being lopped on forward. You see Ruin priming run as we speak. As Jen is seen, and that is Weibo eliminated as well. Out of PGC 2024, and we now know our 16 teams that are going to be playing tomorrow.
Well, it's still up to BB Team. They've got to get out of 13th place right now. They are 4 strong, and you're looking very, very likely to find some more success here on Erangel. But can they secure the victory? And if 17 goes out, well, okay, they've got 29 points. They're still secure.
They're in.
There you go. Okay, BB Team will get that, make their way up, but that's going to be Twisted Minds missing a final. Now they're completely safe, guys, but it is kind of surprising to see Twisted miss a circuit final.
It ain't the first time they crumble in group stage, just let me say that, but good on them that they've made it happen to the extent that was needed. But they too, as you said, won't be making their way through to tomorrow. Twisted Minds, your 3-peat PGS champions, missing the final circuit day. Maybe they just needed another off day before the grand final.
Yeah, why not? Okay, look, they're still in the tournament, guys. Don't worry don't cry too hard for Twisted Minds here as we wait and see how this one flushes out, as Xiao Bei and 17 will go down, but they should be safe. They're in 10th place. They're fine. Great. I got to give credit to BB Team, man. Phenomenal work on these final 2 matches on Erangel. They crawled out of the cellar in a big, big way, and now they're producing.
The thing is, they fell short of the win in the previous one, and now just a single kill to show for. I know that obviously the circles haven't really, I mean, it's favored their position, but not favored in terms of getting a lot of fighting going, getting a lot of kills going. But now, finally, the kills are bound as the opponents come that much closer. Phil first, isolated, but with a good off angle, should be able to see all of Eternal Fire once they peek over that ridge line.
Now the Mad going to try to send it in, and Phil first will eat him alive, and that'll be Eternal Fire down to just Ruin and Ketba. Ruin in the vehicle and going to try to go down to the south a little bit, but they've got him read pretty well. Spiro gets spotted out by Quepa. Not going to be able to get those shots in. Nice spray coming through, gets Ruin down to about half HP.
See, Phil first can win this fight on the northern side of the circle. Phil first, Quepa in a 1v1, and now it's just Ruin standing between BB Team and finishing out the day. How much time, my friend, are you gonna take? How much focus are you gonna get? None. He's gonna nade himself, deny the point, and BB Team get away with a win to finish off Circuit 3, Day 2.
And all credit in the world to BB Team. They came into Erangel under such tremendous pressure.
Yes.
They knew that they had to make that Circuit 3 final if they were going to have any chance at making the grand final. Now, they still have a lot of work left to do, but the first part of the job is done in a very, very convincing manner here in these final 2 games.
Definitely is. But the big storyline here, New Happy out, Weibo out. Big, big names being written off coming into tomorrow's circuit finals, and so incredibly close. Nothing is guaranteed at this point yet. Still a lot of teams with a whole hell of a lot to fight for.
Absolutely, and now we'll throw it over the desk to break down all the scenarios at play tomorrow in these Circuit 3 final.
Tensions were riding high in this last game here. BB Team managed to get themselves the victory, but oh my days, we were having heart attacks in the back watching how this game unfolded. Of course, 17 in the line of sight. TSM already attacked them at the beginning. They made an crazy transition from the side of Yasnaya all the way to that dip, and it paid huge, huge dividends. But there's lots to talk about here, Martin. Of course, let's start off with BB Team getting this victory. A nice one for them to be able to kind of round this out.
Yeah, they were able to push themselves out of that bottom 4, right? They were able to get out of that danger zone, get in and defend their spot in the circuit final. There's going to be no problem with that. They got 45 points. So I'm not worried for them at all here. But yeah, we got to talk a little bit about, first of all, Kinguin Dip being open, but also there are so many teams that knew that 17 Gaming was in there after that crash, right? Where's all the nades at? Where's all the focus on them? They could have pushed them with a few nades, and there's like 1 or 2 spots to kind of play around that dip. 2 or 3 nades, you literally have 3 kills. You secure yourself, you get points in there. So I guess Luna didn't care. FaZe probably didn't have the utility. I wasn't sure what their utility was. Plus, it's kind of hard to push from that eastern side when Luna was holding them. I was kind of hoping for a Weber resurgence in this game, especially with Heaven being in, but they got pushed out. That western south side circle really pushed away from them, and they were forced to push out like this.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of desperation, right? They left one, or maybe it was intentional, but leaving one behind whilst they were trying to drive in for a position a little bit later on. But again, like any ground that you could find in an area like this, it's pretty much no man's land. Relatively flat-ish for a lot of long-range lines of sight here to be able to punish their spots. That said, that's okay. Well, I didn't notice this before. I'm glad they're having fun.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You know, they're happy for it. Also, New Happy being able to not have the day that they were hoping for, that they had to do. They had to get into a circuit final, but they just couldn't close it out here, and that's super unfortunate for them. Interesting times throughout the day, though, James. We've had some really good games in terms of how everything has kind of turned on, but it's also been so vastly different from what we're going to be seeing tomorrow in our circuit final, but also what we're going to be seeing in our grand final, right? Because how everything is played out, how many players and teams have died, you know, early to mid game has just changed how the style and the kind of gameplay is happening throughout our mid to late game. There's more space, there's kind of more fights happening in earlier or later times, because it's just so rough to see how these circles are kind of closing out.
Well, we can break it down later on, but let's head over to the stage now as we have Bella ready for our interviews to round out the day.
Hi guys, it's Bella on the stage for our post-match interviews, and I'm joined by Cerberus Esports' Himas and our lovely translator Jenna for our first post-match interview. Cerberus, we know, is back and warmed up for Circuit 3. So I want to ask you, Himas, you maintained top 4 for most of the matches today. How was your day?
Thì Himas mà Cerberus mà mọi người mong đợi cuối cùng đã quay trở lại ở Circuit 3 lần này, thì team mình đã có thể duy trì được cái top 4 trong những trận đấu, thì không biết là ngày hôm nay của em cảm thấy như thế nào?
Ngày hôm nay của em cũng thấy rất là vui ạ, vì đã lâu lắm rồi bọn em mới có cảm giác bắn đã như thế.
So yeah, of course today I'm very happy because it's been a long time for us that we can finally be back and shine like that.
Yeah, it was a good day. I got to meet Haisaki yesterday as well. That was wonderful. Can you talk us and walk us through the last final bit with, I think it was on Erangel, with T1 and BB team. You shot everyone in your sight. So can you walk us through that final fight scene?
Thì ở màn giao đấu cuối cùng của team mình với lại T1 và BB thì dường như là em bắn tất cả mọi team mà em thấy, thì em có thể chia sẻ một xíu về cái khoảnh khắc đó được không?
Lúc qua cuối thì team bọn em chỉ là gặp ai bắn đó rồi, nên là pha cuối em ăn may được pha cờ lất nè, thấy rất là vui.
So during the last fight, we just, you know, we shot everyone we saw at the time. So I think it was just because of luck, and yeah, I'm very happy about that.
Oh wow, that's a bold statement. Shooting everyone you see, that is just luck. All right. How do I say thank you again? You taught me before.
Cảm ơn.
Cảm ơn, Himas. Thank you. Best of luck to you for tomorrow. Thank you, Jenna, for joining us. All right, off you go. Yeah. And we are gonna have Navi's Coach Alrain and Saucet join us for our next interview. Saucet, come join me on the stage. Whoa, rough day, right? Hi, Alrain. All right. Hi, Saucet. Hello. Hi. Wow, what a nail-biting last game, right? Oh, what is this? All right, talk to us. It was I think it was like a very close call last game. So what are your thoughts? What are you thinking right now?
Дуже близько було в останній грі. Що ти думаєш з приводу цього?
Якщо б ми не вийшли, то нічого страшного. Ми вже розуміємо, що ми в гранд-фіналі. Віталік Хакаторі зробив кіл в перфекта. І за того поінта, я так розумію, ми пройшли. І будемо завтра грати і все.
If we didn't qualify for this circle finals, it's all right because we are already in the grand finals. And thanks to Perfectix for giving us that kill that makes us to the finals of this week.
Wow, shout out to Perfectix. All right. From what the games you played, I don't think you guys it was like an okay day for Navi. It could have been better, right? So what are the takeaways that you want to take into tomorrow?
Не найкращий день від нас сьогодні. Які уроки ми вивчили, щоб завтра зіграти краще?
Будемо старатися, просто я не знаю, побачимо, що буде завтра і все. Просто граємо по своїй системі, подивимося, розберемо ігри, подивимося, що не так, і просто будемо грати в свою гру і все, і чекати гранд-фіналу.
We will review the games and do everything we do every day. So nothing will change. We'll be prepared.
Just have fun on those gliders, the Navi way, right?
Yep.
All right, thank you Sosid and Alrain for joining me for that interview. And that is all from me on the stage. So right, we're gonna go back to desk. Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Bellar, as well, for all those interviews and hearing from the guys. Obviously, Hemas very happy considering they finally got to show up. Compared to the previous days.
And he had a standout performance himself, right? The top performer so far today. And yeah, it's good to see him kind of turned on, but it took a little bit too long, right? We're talking here, we're on basically effectively day 8.
Sure.
Of course, yesterday was good, but today is really the day where he showed us the star that he is and showed us what they're capable of. Of course, they had 4 pretty decent games, 2 games where they didn't get too much out of it, but still, this is the kind of Cerberus that we're hoping to see in the grand finals, right? So it's good to see, but the big thing is they have a big fight ahead of them tomorrow. They are currently outside the top 16. They are currently trying to fight for the 27 points. They need to break that up. Some teams are not playing tomorrow now that Gen G got knocked out, so they have the potential to kind of take that over. But Luna is also playing, and they looked amazing today too, so there could be some scruffles there.
Scruffles, you say? Well, when we get to the overall leaderboards, we can talk about who is completely eliminated.
Yeah.
The TLDR of it is we have 2 spots, basically, that are going to be pretty much open, but depending on this kind of pool of teams. But anyway, let's kind of break down our previous game, of course.
52,000 meters travel distance.
Yeah, they
well,
were moving, you know?
Yeah, they counted the meters over from...
From where?
They're driving from the other maps to here.
Okay, yeah, they came from Vikendi.
Yeah, that's a big travel distance compared to what we see from Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire managed to get 10 kills that actually put them in the overall most points gathered here in this game here with the 6 points they get from second. That'll put them on 16 total. But yeah, it is the boys from BB that managed to actually secure themselves that spot in there, right? And yeah, with the amount of points they got from this game here, they got far away from our bottom 4. But overall today, James, our games have been extremely tight, and our leaderboard has been extremely tight. We have 8 to 10 teams within 10, 15 points of each other the entire day.
And Phil First will take man of the match. BB team, of course, did qualify for that Circuit 1 final. They got 45 points there, but did not qualify for Circuit 2 final. So they were very much kind of hoping and edging their bets on getting towards this 3rd one, and they have done.
Right.
Now, of course, technically, they had 45 points, and also so did 17 have 45 points.
Sure.
But I think there's a huge distinguishing difference between these 2 teams, right? BB team, of course, the previous question mark effectively as a roster. They've not quite hit the heights of a 17 gaming internationally, as much as they've had moments here and there. So, of course, a lot of our focus really was on the potential of 17 being targeted and knocked out. And again, there was a valiant effort initially by TSM to be able to push that on them as we take a look at the points coming in from that game.
Yeah, 16 points, as I said, to Eternal Fire, 15 BB team. And then very linear all the way down here, Luna FaZe. FaZe also needed the points. They need to get some decent points here that puts them into our somewhat middle pack here. But Some teams are going to be knocked out here, James, once we get to our overall leaderboard and overall standings.
Yes.
Right? And we're going to be saying thanks for attending PG 2024.
Well, here's our leaderboards from Circuit 3, Day 2. And of course, Twisted Minds, Gen G, Weibo, and New Happy will not be playing tomorrow. So it will be the other 12 joining the likes of Falcons, Kwangdong Freaks, and the like. However, right, let's actually talk about the bigger picture and the bigger thing that's going to be talking about when it comes to into that circuit final, how people can accrue points.
Yes.
As we do have it sat here. Obviously, for a lot of these teams towards the top, we're thinking where Eternal Fire is basically, right? Yeah. That should be safe. 59 points should be safe, unless something absolutely wild happens.
Twisted Minds are not playing. They're fine, though, with 73, but they're not playing, which means they don't have an impact. And also means that it's going to be our lower teams that are currently inside the top 16 that are going to be fighting for those bottom spots. Your BB team, they're able to get in and defend that spot. That's extremely important here. Gen G not playing, James.
Yes.
Which means that we have a Cerberus Esports and a Luna with 25 and 27 points that only need to have a somewhat decent day. You know, 11 points for Cerberus and 13 points for Luna. So Gen G, I would say at this point here, we can say that they are probably going out tomorrow. Then it's going to come down to Virtus Pro, 4 Angry Men, FaZe Clan, BP team maybe if they have a bad day, and depending on how good Luna and Cerberus are going to be playing, to be able to see what of the active teams playing tomorrow are going to be knocked out alongside probably Gen G.
Of course, our teams that are guaranteed no longer at PGC, Sonics, Weibo, New Happy, Trigadui, Tiamba, and From the Future. Unfortunately for them, completely eliminated. Now, we obviously said goodbye to some of those yesterday, and now we say goodbye to even more here today. So it's going to be kind of wild because there's really not many spots to play for. We know probably a guaranteed one, considering that Gen G is going to have a very hard time defending after not being there and only being on that 37 points, Martin.
Considering the bottom place today had 18 points, right? So even if you get last place tomorrow, we'll probably see a goodbye to Gen G tomorrow. That's very unfortunate for them. They had 24 points. Just 5 more points tomorrow in this day would have put them into tomorrow. But tomorrow in our circuit final, teams that I'll be playing is on your screen here. And big slammers are coming into the lobby in this shakes of Expendables, Falcons, Freaks, and Petrica Road. Teams that are already safe and secure in the very top. They could be looking to potentially deny one team. I don't see it happening in the very start, but there is one spot that is going to be fought for the bottom team. So if you show up and have a bad day, then that could be a team that's getting pushed out. Yeah,
absolutely. Excellent games abound, and they will be played across 6 matches. Of course, we'll start on Erangel, and we'll finish off with the Dusty Dunes of Miramar with our wildcard maps in the middle. So great games abound, and we might have a special surprise for you as well.
Yeah, like that.
Cryptic. We'll leave it at that. But no, I think that it's going to be great seeing Expendables back in, great seeing Falcons back in, who looks kind of revitalized almost. Obviously, when you think about Falcons from PGS6 especially, their start was terrible. They will admit it themselves, but their latter games were great, and then obviously they've gone away. They've kind of had some soul-searching done, and they've looked really decent here.
That's what you get when you play the first 6 games, right?
It's useful.
And then you get into the final and you play extremely well, and now they could have had some days to chill off. I actually had the pleasure of talking a little bit to Roth before the game started today, and he's like, yeah, I really wanted to play today. And I said, you should have done that. You should just have, thrown the last games. Like, nah, we were secure. We managed to have a really good circuit final, which puts us into a practically grand final spot. So tomorrow we can have some fun, we can have some practice, and potentially maybe see what happens in the lobby, because it really comes down to what happens throughout the games tomorrow. What's really going to be these targeted potential third parties, because one team potentially out already tomorrow, Gen G. They're currently in the top 16, probably going to get knocked. But another team, we're not going to find out until we are done with the games tomorrow. So it's going to be super interesting to follow.
Kwangdong Freaks and Petrichor Road coming in as well. They are basically putting themselves in positions where they are challengers for the whole championship, which is exciting as well. All right, well, thank you very much to our partners for joining us here alongside you guys tuning in at home. We've got OP.GG, our official main esports partner for PUBG Esports. You can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG and check out everything that's going on there. Next up, the Tropicana Gardens Mall that we are currently residing in. The lights are in here, the stage is in here, Martin's in here.
I'm here. Jess is here.
Genuinely here. And you can come down as well for the final and check out everything that's going on if you're local here in Kuala Lumpur.
Or flying in.
or flying in. Yes, do that. All right, we've also got TT Racing as well joining us as our official furniture partner, not only providing the cool chairs that everybody's sat in over on the stage, but also the desks to keep everybody smooth sailing throughout.
I need one of those up and down desks at home.
Let's not do those noises anymore. And finally, we've got a Cooper joining us as our official esports hand warmer partner, keeping all our hands roasty and toasty, just like lovely marshmallows, but maybe not boiled to that extent. But at least it's keeping all those lovely esports players on that stage nice and warm and good to go. And finally, you guys can check out the Neo Media icon lights as well. That's right there. You can see it right there. And if you go to this QR code down there, you can check that out as well and maybe pick one up for yourself and have it on your desk. It's lovely.
This might not be here when the final's done, you know.
Well, standard Avenger things.
No! What?
Throw him under the bus!
That's hearsay! I will not have you.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, well, that does it for day number 2 of Circuit 3. Again, I don't feel quite as exhausted as yesterday, but it has been kind of exhausting because you're constantly thinking about who's going to attack who, what's going to go on, and so all this.
And so engaged in your fantasy team. Oh my God,
I'm
him
in
as
shambles, mate.
5 minutes before, you're like, I'm taking him as off. I
took him off 5 minutes before the games.
That's not good.
That's bad. I was.
I think he's gonna be, you know, like 20 or 25 points ahead of second place in fantasy. So, yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, it's been really fun to play along in fantasy today. We've seen more of our favorite, you know, big cost players really pop off today. So that's been good sparking, and we've seen, of course, him as well. We've seen also some of the cheaper players pop off. Luna, it was good to see them really have a fantastic day here.
Oh, yeah,
they have a potential for them to come in tomorrow and they can secure themselves a grand final spot.
All right.
That's going to be great.
We had some great games. Tomorrow we'll have even more. Join us then as we finish off Circuit 3 and find out which 16 teams are going to the PGC Grand Final. See you then.
Wow!